Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The ultimate darkness unfurled like a tide swallowing the stars. The 9 generals scattered across the sky. From their backs, abyssal shadows poured out, stretching in every direction until the world was wrapped in black. Light dimmed, sound faded, even hope felt muffled. Tony sat comfortably on his throne, one leg crossed over the other, watching the void bloom. He inhaled lightly and smiled. Despair had a scent. Thick, sweet, almost pleasant. Thrall knelt below, hands trembling against the fractured ground. He had known this outcome long ago. The moment he saw Tony wield the power stone as if it were a toy, the ending had already been written. "It's over," he muttered. "We're finished." Tony's lips curved higher. "That's the spirit." A skeletal figure streaked through the air and landed with a sharp crack. Skeleton Billy dropped Nova Supreme at Tony's feet and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, the leader of the Nova civilization." Tony shifted lazily in his seat. "Well done, go find Lao Mo, collect your reward." Billy's soul flame flared in delight. "Thank you, Demon King." He vanished in a burst of black fire. Nova Supreme struggled upright. Even in disarray, she carried herself with dignity. She stared at Thrall, horror in her eyes. "Thrall, why aren't you organizing resistance?" Thrall lowered his head. Darkness crept across his skin, veins turning black, eyes burning with anguish. "I'm sorry, it's too late." The shadow above tightened its grip. As a being touched by darkness, he could not defy the will descending upon him, not even with his soul. Nova Supreme turned toward Tony, fear now replacing authority. "Do you understand what you're doing? This will ignite interstellar war. The Alliance will unite, the empires will come for you." Tony leaned forward, chin resting on his hands, eyes gleaming with amusement. "Isn't that wonderful?" He spread his arms slightly. "Either I crush all of you or all of you crush me, I don't mind either way." Her fingers slammed onto the device at her waist. "We have our own guardian." From the eastern horizon, blinding light erupted. A colossal surge of energy tore through the darkness, splitting it apart. Thunder roared. Thousands of lightning serpents filled the sky, shredding shadow with divine fury. "Crush the darkness with thunder." The world flashed white. Then a black dragon surged forward, devouring the source of light whole. Silence. The eastern sky darkened once more. Tony blinked. "Anything else?" A furious roar echoed across the battlefield. "I am Mephisto." Tony didn't even stand, he punched. A single strike tore through space. The sound source vanished beneath a rising mushroom cloud. Nova Supreme stared at the distant explosion, her face drained of all color. Tony listened carefully, tilting his head. Much quieter. He was merciful after all, no prolonged suffering, no messy remains, clean eradication. "Efficient service," he murmured. Nova Supreme's voice trembled with rage. "You've shattered 6 centuries of peace, monster." Tony chuckled. "Peace built on weakness is just delayed extinction." Thrall howled, straining against the dragon's restraints. "I'll kill you." Tony ignored him. "I will keep waging war, devour civilizations, turn empires into fuel. That's how the Shadow Empire ascends." Behind him, colossal black dragons coiled, their red eyes reflecting his silhouette on the dark throne. "The universe favors the strong," Tony continued calmly. "For the weak, it's a graveyard." Nova Supreme's body trembled. "You killed hundreds of thousands with a single punch." Tony shrugged lightly. "They now serve a greater purpose." He smiled almost kindly. "Isn't that promotion?" The ground quaked as shockwaves shattered structures around them. The once grand hall collapsed into ruin. Thrall's restraints suddenly cracked. Something inside him broke free. With a roar, he hurled himself at Tony, his body blazing with dark light, shackles shattering through sheer will. Tony's eyes flickered with interest. "Oh," the dragon beside him rumbled, voice like rolling thunder. "Your Highness, shall I devour him?" Tony watched Thrall's desperate charge, that final spark of defiance burning against inevitability. He smiled faintly. "No." His gaze lingered on Thrall's fractured soul, sent him into reincarnation. The darkness shifted, preparing to swallow. Let him evolve, let him grow stronger. Tony leaned back on his throne as the shadows thickened once more. After all, fuel was everywhere, and the war had only just begun. Nova's capital fell faster than anyone expected. In less than an hour, Xandar was swallowed whole. Ultimate darkness rolled across the sky like a living ocean. Cities dimmed, defense arrays flickered out. Fleets attempting to launch were dragged back mid-flight as shadows coiled around them and pulled them down. Plenty of strong fighters tried to resist, some tried to flee into orbit, none made it far. Loki stood above the planet, the space gem blazing in his palm, space folded, corridors twisted. Every escape route collapsed in on itself. He laughed, voice echoing through comms. Seal the planet. Not a single blade of grass leaves. The generals spread out, reinforcing the blockade. The principle was simple: take everything. Population, land, resources. Xandar wasn't being conquered, it was being harvested. Darkness seeped into the crust, into vaults, into databanks. Massive chunks of the capital world began phasing, dragged toward the expanding territory of the Black Shadow Empire. Loki streaked back toward Tony, exhilarated. Boss, the ultimate darkness can partially pull entire regions into the Shadow Empire. With the space gem amplifying it and the generals stabilizing the anchors, the transfer speed increases dramatically. Tony glanced at the clock projected in front of him. 1 hour, he nodded once. Not bad. Loki handed over a data slate. At this rate, 3 hours to fully integrate Xandar. Tony's smile was faint, satisfied. Efficient. Mephisto's eyes gleamed, red tail swaying behind him. We've locked down their communication hubs. Some distress signals slipped out, but it won't matter. If we strike the interstellar transit station next, no one will react in time. Speed was everything. Hit hard, move faster. Hyperion stretched his shoulders, still crackling faintly with residual lightning. Oh, you missed it. That Thunder guy went all in, tried to take me down with him. He laughed. Didn't work. I survived. He didn't. He shrugged casually. Sent him off for reincarnation. You should have seen his face. The generals were in high spirits. Devouring Xandar had strengthened them all. The Shadow Empire felt denser, heavier, more alive. Tony rose from his throne. Proceed with the original plan. No hesitation, no pause for celebration. War was momentum. Far away in Kree space, confusion spread across a command deck. A signal officer stared at his console. We're receiving a distress beacon from Xandar. His colleague blinked. From Nova's capital? Yes. Silence. Report it. The transmission was relayed to the Dark Star. Ronan the Accuser was awakened from enforced rest. He sat up slowly, wounds still not fully healed. He had lost fleets at Blue Star, lost the Power Stone, been nearly killed by Star-Lord's sudden awakening of ancient light. The memory still tasted bitter. What is it? He asked flatly. Sir, distress signal from Xandar. Ronan froze, then he burst into harsh laughter. Ha ha, the laughter turned into violent coughing. Blood stained his palm. He wiped his mouth, eyes glittering. It finally suffers. The assistant hesitated. Sir, instructions. Ronan's voice steadied. Dispatch our strongest signal reconnaissance vessel, maximum amplification. Broadcast the feed live to the entire fleet. The assistant stared. Live broadcast. Ronan's gaze sharpened. If it's false, we lose a ship. If it's real, his expression darkened. An enemy capable of striking Nova's capital is not weak. He leaned back slowly. And I want to see who dares. Elsewhere, the Guardians were gathered when the first fragmented images arrived. Groot stiffened. The raccoon narrowed his eyes. You're telling me Xandar fell in an hour? Groot placed a hand on the translator interface. The projected image flickered to life. The blue sky over Xandar vanished beneath a spreading curtain of black. A masked figure hovered before the advancing darkness. Star-Lord felt his stomach drop. Wait, where's the Power Stone? No answer. Gamora's voice was quiet. If Xandar fell, the stone is gone. Nebula crossed her arms. So what? You think someone stronger than Thanos showed up? No one replied. On screen, creatures formed from pitch-black matter began walking through the ruined streets. Red eyes, twisted shapes. Entire districts were being dragged into shadow. The destroyer frowned. Does the tree need fertilizer? He looks pale. Rocket snapped. That's not fertilizer, pale. That S, we're in trouble, pale. Groot whispered softly. I am Groot. The translator rendered it in a flat tone. They're coming. The room went silent. If Nova could fall in an hour, who was next? Star-Lord and others continued to explore the galaxy. In Yiji's palace complex, Yiji is facing a strange guest. Yiji looked at the bald man in front of him and frowned. Who are you? How did you appear here? The entire planet has a stealth reconnaissance network that he has set up himself, but he didn't even notice the appearance of this person. Ancient One looked around and was a little surprised by everything around him. You are still very knowledgeable. Ability to manipulate basic molecules to create everything in the world. Egg's hands slowly lit up with blue-white light. If you don't answer, I don't mind killing you. Ancient One glanced at him and sneered. Ego, if I were you, I would escape from here with the brain at the center of my planet. Egg suddenly thought, what do you mean? Your son Star-Lord has awakened light energy, perfectly inherited your talent, and also knows that his father is most likely an ancient god. Egg's face lit up. Is this true? I finally have a descendant who will inherit my talent. But he will provoke a big devil in the future, a dark empire devil named Tony who spans more than 10 galaxies. Egg smiled. What do more than 10 galaxies mean? I am an immortal god. The Ancient One also smiled. A scarlet light symbol lit up on his forehead, and in an instant, a sharp scarlet sword tens of thousands of miles long stretched out from his hand and pointed towards the ground. The scarlet sword pierced the ground, grew rapidly, and pointed straight to the center of the earth. Egg's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly asked Star Shell to stop the scarlet sword. No matter how solid the rock is, it will be pierced in an instant. The scarlet sword stopped in front of the 3-meter-wide and 2-meter-long brain in the deepest core of the earth. The Ancient One laughed and said, "Your immortality refers to infinite duplication, but your body only has this one. Also, this is not a request but an order. Run away from here and never come back." Egg's voice was trembling. "I'm still curious why." "Because, as long as you are alive, Star-Lord can continue to use light energy. If you die, I will lack a god-level comrade." Egg exhaled, "I am far more powerful than an immature Star-Lord. Why don't you let me be your comrade? If you live, Star-Lord will live. If you die, I can't resurrect Star-Lord." Egg looked deeply at the Ancient One and nodded. "I will escape from here and never come back." He can't beat the Ancient One. With a god-level power, he was unable to withstand this man's sword. Ego integrated into the planet and flew deeper into space with the huge planet. After Egg left, Ancient One shook his numb right hand and released the time stone with his left hand. Cold sweat broke out all over his body in an instant. What Igo saw was that the Ancient One penetrated all his defenses in an instant and directly attacked the main body, the actual Ancient One. Holding the time stone in his hand, he accelerated infinitely, and his right hand desperately poked the ground to pierce the stone, which made his right hand throb in pain. It took the Ancient One almost 3 full days to penetrate the entire planet's defenses. Of course, from Egg's point of view, the Ancient One used it majestically for a moment. Ancient One blew his right hand with his mouth in distress. Hey, it took 3 days and nights of hard work to show off for just 1 second. The capital star of Nova civilization, Xandar Star, was successfully dragged into the Black Shadow Empire. Next, the generals distributed combat plans and prepared to go and defeat several other transit planets. A troll walked in holding a branch that looked like an arm. The troll placed the arm-shaped branch on the ground and then retreated respectfully. Loki read the troll's memory and twitched his lips. This is the arm of an ancient race of tree men. It is very likely that the news about our capture of Xandar was intercepted by this tree man. Mephisto was surprised. If you know it, you know it. We are playing a bright card. What can he do if he knows it? Can he let these interstellar aviation planets run away? Loki didn't speak, but pouted at the 5 lords squatting in the corner with their heads in their hands. The Blood Lord raised his hand weakly. This arm is a branch of the Guardians of the Galaxy Treant. Star-Lord of the Guardians of the Galaxy has awakened light energy, and he has the father of an ancient god. And the Guardians of the Galaxy, there are also 2 daughters of Thanos, the powerful Drax the Destroyer, and they are very likely to ruin His Highness's major affairs. Tony was a little curious. Oh, Star-Lord has awakened light energy. Not bad, it's interesting. The Blood Lord added weakly, Your Highness, the seal of Drax the Destroyer has also been lifted by Star-Lord. The Destroyer has recovered most of his power, which is comparable to Thanos' power. Tony was a little surprised. Drax the Destroyer, a biological weapon created by the Titan god of time after his wife and daughter were killed by Thanos, was used as a weapon against Thanos. He has competed with Thanos many times, but always ended up being evenly matched. There were several times when Thanos tricked Drax the Destroyer to death. Drax the Destroyer was not willing to die and relied on his obsession to kill Thanos to recover from the long river of time many times. Unfortunately, multiple resurrections caused Drax the Destroyer to lose his strength and memory, making him extremely weak. From being the top player in the world to becoming the top player in the world, it really makes the public lament that life is impermanent. What the hell? This is like falling from the 10th place in the universe to the 20th place in the universe, still crushing 99,999 CO creatures in the universe. Tony raised the corners of his mouth. Things are getting interesting. The Blood Lord hurriedly added, Star-Lord's father is Yondu. The leader of the Reavers must know where Yondu is, and then he can find Star-Lord's location from Yondu. Tony smiled. Loki, Mephisto, Hyperion, come with me for a walk. The rest attack the Nova civilization. As you command. He glanced at the 5 former Dimension Lords who were squatting on the ground and holding their heads. Let these 5 people live first and wait for good food and drink. As you command, my lord. Hyperion flew the spaceship, and the skeleton mage Billy showed the way, quickly heading to the Predator Holy Land. Predators, also known as interstellar bandits, are a mixed territory of strong and powerful people. There is a mixture of fish and dragons, and there are not only dark forces, but also official forces and even gray forces. The speed of the Imperial aircraft carrier was one of a kind, and everyone quickly flew to the vicinity of the Predator Holy Land. The huge Imperial aircraft carrier is very intimidating. As soon as it arrived, it scared the surrounding starships and fled in all directions as if they had seen their father. Tony smiled and waved his hand, "Be low-key and don't be so domineering." Hyperion nodded and took the Emperor aircraft carrier away. The spaceships around them paused for a moment, and then they scanned 5 cosmic super beings together. Then everyone ran faster. It would be scary if we couldn't sweep this combat aircraft carrier. The results after scanning are even more terrifying. This clearly shows that he is the kind of boss who can challenge a space aircraft carrier alone without taking a breath. Tony was kindly invited to the center of the Marauders' Holy Land. The leader of the Predators, Staka, also arrived in time, and the Predator bosses around him also came over and greeted Tony and others very politely. Tony sat on the dark throne and looked at the Predator leader Starka across the table with a smile. "I want to know the news about Yondu, buddy, it's convenient." Staka's face was serious. "Can you tell me what it is for?" "Oh, I want to kill his son Star-Lord." Starka took a deep breath to calm down his agitated mood. The Predator bosses around looked at each other uneasily and all looked at the leader Starka. A few beads of sweat flowed from Starka's forehead and his mind was wavering. He stretched out his hand and put it on his thigh, pinched it hard and said through gritted teeth, "Predators can't betray their brothers, this is the rule." Although the Predators are in chaos internally, they are still very united in the face of external forces. Without unity, they Predators would not be as prosperous as they are now. Tony smiled. "I gave you face because I hope you know what is good and what is good, not because I want you to seek death." Mephisto and Hyperion were eager to give it a try and started gearing up. Starka put the gun on the table, "But we also have a rule. If the guest is willing to participate and wins the game, I can tell you Yondu's news." Tony raised his eyebrows and became interested. "Tell me." "This is my sidearm. I set it to a 4-round magazine with 3 energy bombs in it. Participants shoot themselves and whoever survives wins the game." Tony smiled. "Interesting, I'll give it a try." Starka's mouth twitched slightly when he saw Tony being so reckless. His original intention was to give both parties a step down. Who would have known that someone just smashed the steps? Starka glanced at the men behind Tony and knew he was going to suffer. Could this person want to trade the lives of his men for information about Yondu? Then, guessed who comes first. Tony stretched out his hand, sucked the laser gun into his hand and put it against his chin. "I'll go first." "You can fire whatever gun you want, right?" Starka was stunned. "Wait, you are participating in person? What a lunatic." Many plunderers were dumbfounded. "Damn it, isn't your life? Has a problem?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "No, no problem." Starka was dumbfounded and his mind was a little empty. "Do you want to stop it yourself? After all, this looks like a big shot. If this big boss dies here, will the Predators be liquidated? Could this person be an excuse for his own power to be liquidated?" Staka's mind was a little confused, and he didn't react for a moment before he saw Tony pull the trigger. Boom! A laser shot out from the muzzle, and Tony's chin received a strong impact, causing him to raise his head slightly. Tony took out the gun and looked at it in surprise. It's a high-end product, it's very lethal. The scene was very quiet for a while. Everyone stared at Tony, who was completely unharmed. Tony felt a little dissatisfied and continued to put the muzzle of the gun on his chin. "Am I so unlucky? I hit it with one shot." Boom! Another laser shot hit Tony's chin. The Predators trembled with fear, their faces turned pale and their legs became weak. Tony frowned and continued shooting. Null, this time it was empty. Tony smiled and threw the gun from the table to leader Starka. "It's your turn." The Predators were so frightened that their heads buzzed, and their eyes slid along with the laser gun and finally focused on the leader Starka. Leader Starka tremblingly took out a cigarette and lit the trembling cigarette with trembling hands. His eyes were trembling, his heart was trembling, and his body was trembling. It is known that the magazine clip is 4 and the energy clip is 3. Tony fired 3 shots, 2 of them hit and 1 of them was empty. "Excuse me, what's left is the fatal shot." Should he slap it on his head? The Marauders were petrified. It's not like we haven't seen people risking their lives with guns blazing. No one has ever seen it so wild. The best we can do is try our best to get lucky. This guy has the strength to be thick-skinned. Tony saw their dumbfounded looks and was dissatisfied. "Why, I'm just cheating when I play well. This is my strength and hard work." He saw that the leader of the Staka people was frightened, and he was even more dissatisfied. "Can I, Tony, give you a life? Are you kidding? You can tell me whether you will die or not." The cigarette in leader Staka's hand was burning. He trembled and begged for mercy. "Boss, can you let me live? This shot is a fatal shot." Tony smiled, took out a cigarette and put it on his chin, then used the high heat of the laser on his chin to light the cigarette. "Where is Yondu?" This time, Leader Staka didn't say any more rules and obediently dialed the communicator. The marauders around trembled as they watched the leader trick Yondu back. None of them dared to say a word. The starship scan was correct. This is the super life boss of the universe. It is known that super life forms in the universe are very rare. All the predators present knew this very well. Absolutely. Yondu's face began to stiffen, and he realized that his son could not escape the pursuit of the Dark Empire. Skull Billy dialed again. The second time, still not connected. Star-Lord seemed to be trying desperately to escape. He shouted into the phone, "Dad, leave Nova Civilization quickly. Demon King Tony is coming, the Dark Empire is coming, they are very dangerous. They are destroying all civilizations. One of their generals is a super life form, they also have many generals." Then he harvested it. The air quickly fell into silence. Tony smiled and nodded. At this moment, the person sitting in front of them. Leader Starka's hands were also trembling. "Sir, please don't say your name, we just want to survive." The first time I called, Star-Lord didn't answer after a long time. Skeleton Billy obediently went up and took out Yondu's communicator, then used his mental power to crack it and dialed Star-Lord's phone number. "Tony the Devil." Skeleton Billy looked at Tony. Starka lowered his voice and said angrily, "What on earth did your son do? Why did he invite super beings to his door or a group of them?" Yondu came back, and as soon as he got close, he was escorted down and brought in front of Tony. Tony nodded, indicating to continue playing. Yondu was shocked. How strong. Tony put half of the cigarette in his hand on the table and said in a calm tone, "I really don't like killing innocent people indiscriminately. Hand over Star-Lord's address and you can all live. He likes to kill the strong and has no interest in killing the weak." Yondu yelled, "Starka, you piece of shit. Why did I, Yondu, do anything wrong to you? You want to do this to me. Aren't you afraid of chilling everyone's heart?" He is even willing to give the weak opportunities and resources to grow and make them stronger. Leader of the Dark Empire. The third time when the call was connected, the other end of the video call was very confused. Star-Lord would not intentionally ignore his adoptive father Yondu. Among the predators around who were so frightened that their hands and feet were cold, no one dared to speak to Yondu. Yondu's heart suddenly went cold, knowing that it wasn't that the leader didn't want to protect him, but that he couldn't. They are so rare that everyone can count them by raising their fingers. I used my laser gun and shot him twice in the chin, and then used my chin to light a cigarette. This is no longer a question of being cold or not. This is a question of whether the body can still be warm tomorrow. Yondu laughed loudly. "The predators are all emotionless monsters. Star-Lord will not come to save me. Stranger, you are looking for the wrong method." Tony smiled and said nothing. Mission, Destruction and Creation. Content, Star-Lord, the inheritor of destruction of creation, plunges the glory of creation into darkness. Reward. One lucky draw opportunity. Mission. Time Thief Drax the Destroyer. Content, destroy him, seal him, and let everyone know the reputation of the devil. Reward. One lucky draw opportunity. Skeleton Billy replied respectfully, "Your Highness, Star-Lord is being chased by the army of shadows." Tony smiled. "Good guy, the muzzle is on." Yondu was so excited that he wanted to struggle to get up, but the leader Staka on the side quickly pressed down on his spine, preventing him from moving. The leader Starka covered Yondu's mouth and showed a cute smile to Tony. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for finding the clue to Star-Lord." Tony glanced at Yondu, who was so excited that his eyes turned red and his mouth kept whining. He smiled and stood up. "Let's go find Star-Lord." Several people flew up directly and brought up a gust of wind, turning into streams of light and flying into the sky. The predators around were trembling and did not dare to move. Seeing the super beings leaving, Starka breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Yondu. "Your son can't be saved." Yondu's eyes were red. He stood up and punched Staka in the face. "Traitor, you traitor." Staka received a punch without hesitation, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yondu rage went up and kicked Starka down and stepped hard on Starka's face one after another. Starka put his arms in front of his face and suffered without saying a word. Yondu kicked him for a while before the predators around him came up to start a fight. "Yondu, that's enough, that's enough. Okay, you know we can't stop this. Hey, my condolences." The marauders blocking him around offered comfort and wanted to catch Yondu. Who would have thought that Yondu's power would explode, and he would directly push away the people around him, and the flying red arrows he carried with him would float up and roar. "It's not your son who died, that's my son, my son. I would rather die, do you understand?" The predators around him fell silent and no longer dared to stop him. Staka got up from the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, looking guilty. I'm sorry. The red arrow flew to his forehead in the blink of an eye and could pierce him at any time. The marauders around him quickly picked up their weapons and aimed them at Yondu. Put it down, this is the leader. Are you crazy? Quickly put it down. Kill the leader, the plunderers will have no place for you to survive. The leader, Staka, pressed his hand and signaled everyone to put down their weapons. He looked at Yondu seriously and spread his hands. Yondu, I am really sorry for this. If you want to kill me, I will cut you into pieces. He is the leader of the raiders and he needs to protect the organization, so he was sorry to Yondu, deeply sorry. Yondu's eyes were blood red, his face was ferocious, and he glared at the leader Starkar with hatred. The red hidden arrow was suspended and did not fly forward. Yondu turned around, picked up the communicator on the table, and yelled at Star-Lord on the other end of the phone. Son, run, never come back, the Demon King is looking for you. He is going to kill you. When Star-Lord on the other end of the phone heard his father's words, his heart dropped. He took a moment to look at the video and saw his adoptive father Yondu's guilty look, Starka's guilty look, and the red dark arrow floating in front of Starka's forehead. His heart felt cold because he was not being targeted by the Shadow Empire. Rather, this is obviously the Black Shadow Empire looking for his father. He could no longer escape the pursuit of the Shadow Empire because his father is still alive. My father is still alive not because of the kindness of the Shadow Empire, but the Black Shadow Empire wanted to tell itself. They could find Yondu at any time and kill him. A look of determination gradually appeared on Star-Lord's face. Dad, it's okay, I will take care of it. Yondu saw Star-Lord's expression and vaguely felt something was wrong. Don't fight hard, run, you can't beat them, they are all super beings. Dad, it's okay, we will be okay, trust me. Yondu's heart moved and he realized what the problem was. There have been many things in his mind for thousands of years and the whole story is constantly being deduced. He fell silent. What the demigod son is saying is that we will be fine. If the demigod son wants to run away, can the Shadow Empire stop him? It was his father, an ordinary person, who stood in the way. The red dark arrow flew to Yondu's forehead and pointed at his forehead. There was no hatred or anxiety on Yondu's face, only warm concern and fatherly love remained. He reached out and touched Star-Lord's three-dimensional projection's cheek. Son, remember, even though I am not your biological father, I love you and I love you more than anything else. Star-Lord's eyes instantly turned red. Dad, don't do stupid things, I can win, I can definitely win. Dad doesn't want you to win, Dad just wants you to live in peace. Yondu looked at his son tenderly and patted the projection on the shoulder. Dad is old, he is a loser and has become a drag on you. Actually, Dad also wants to protect you all the time. Dad really wants to see you living in such a mess and happily. I love you very much, I really love you. Tears streamed down Yondu's cheeks. Yondu raised his head and looked at the huge cosmic battle aircraft carrier in space, covering the sky and swallowing up all sunlight. I'm sorry, son, I've become a burden to you, I'm really sorry. Star-Lord did not run away anymore. He held the communicator and roared with red eyes. Stop him, please stop him. Star-Lord knelt on the ground, his face full of tears of despair, holding the communicator and crying so hard that he couldn't make a sound, only his body was shaking. Starka did not wait for everyone's show of hands to vote, stood up, and walked into the distance in despair. Star-Lord ignored the dark creatures around him, and his power continued to rise at an abnormal speed. A little anger from the Dark Empire is enough to destroy these predators. Dad, my dad, the noble god who controls the source of creation, the creation god Xingju has truly awakened. Letting his men survive is his final bottom line. Everyone lowered their heads and accepted this order. The surrounding darkness was swept away, and this light still flew into the distant starry sky, announcing to the entire universe that a true god was born in the universe. He sighed in despair for a long time, and his steps were a little chaotic. A frenzy of starry sky rushed towards Xandar, smashing everything in its way. What use is this demigod like me? Star-Lord's desperate cry rang in the communicator and in everyone's heart. He swept the mighty power of heaven and earth, creating countless starships and vast creatures with a wave of his hand. Leader Starka looked at Yondu, who fell on the table, covered his face, and knelt on the ground guiltily. The surrounding shadow army came up and surrounded him. Leader Starka felt his heart go cold and his voice trembled weakly. Bury Yondu well, he was a good predator and a good father. The predators around him knelt down silently. No one spoke, everyone knew that this was the most helpless choice and the most helpless result. Starka looked at Yondu's deeply nostalgic expression on the table and closed his eyes in pain. Leader Staka violated the tradition of predators of all generations to protect their men like their family members and has since resigned from the position of leader. I beg you to forgive me. It's my mistake to live as a sinner. In an instant, an eternal light shone from him. Yondu's death is the best outcome. He can be shameless, he can be without dignity, and he can be without money. His heart was completely broken just now. Star-Lord's blood-red eyes stared at Xandar. Death, die, why it's like this? Star-Lord cried heartbreakingly, crying in extreme despair. Poof, Yondu looked at his son affectionately. Run quickly and don't come back. Braving death has become a hurdle that he cannot overcome in his life. They were sorry for Yondu, but they also knew that they had to be sorry for Yondu. Blood splattered on the spot, and Yondu fell on the table, apologizing to his son and deep nostalgia remaining on his face. Tony was just halfway through the flight when he received a message from Lazo. What? You said a god was rushing towards Xandar. You didn't stop him. Razo's phantom knelt on the ground with a guilty look on his face. Your Majesty, his ability is very comprehensive. I summoned the army of black shadows and it didn't hold him back. Tony was a little surprised. He knew very well the strength and loyalty of General Lazo. To get Razo to say that he didn't stop him, he must have risked his life. How does it compare to Thanos? Thanos is strong in both magic and martial arts, and his strength is particularly outstanding. This god is very comprehensive, so comprehensive that he has no weaknesses. I have tried many methods, but they have all been defeated by his endless creative power. Creative power? Tony thought of Star-Lord and he touched his chin. You continue to attack the Nova civilization and I will go see this god. Could it be him? As commanded. Tony waved. Speed up, let's go see him. As commanded. Loki took out the space gem and accelerated the Emperor's aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier is very fast and can reach Xandar in one day. As soon as Tony arrived near the Xandar star, he saw that the Xandar star was shining like a light bulb at this moment. It's like a match head being burned by fire. Xandar, which was originally supposed to be hidden in the Empire of Shadow, was forcibly pulled out and then became a space passage into the Empire of Shadow. Hyperion took back the Emperor aircraft carrier and felt the energy fluctuations ahead. A wave of light energy rushed to everyone. The power of darkness hidden in the space around everyone emerged, canceling out the light energy shock wave. Tony held a beam of light and put it on his fingertips. He felt a slight feeling of repulsion and burning and was a little surprised. Star-Lord, is he crazy? People are divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. The origin is also divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. The origin of creation is the source of all sources and can command all laws. This beam of light energy contains 2 extreme energies, a burst of destruction, a burst of new life. This is as dangerous as putting dynamite and fire in a box. Hyperion was very angry. Brother, he is attacking our planet. Tony smiled. Just chop it, there's no need to be angry, it's just a planet. Let's first ask what's going on. Why does this kid act like he's crazy? Mephisto assessed the danger and stepped forward. Sir, I will lead you here. Well, go ahead. Mephisto flew out soon. Mephisto flew back in a mess as if on fire and flew to Tony's side with an embarrassed look on his face. Xandar's star is no longer bright and the light energy above is condensed on a figure. Star-Lord flew over with fire in one hand and light in the other, and the power of destruction and rebirth was constantly circulating in his body. Tony was surprised this time. Is he crazy? To describe it vividly, Star-Lord is now a nuclear reactor, the kind that can take away the world if he is not careful. This is life-threatening. Tony the devil, you killed my father. A thick light flew over full of power and the blazing white light was very bright. Tony raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and transformed a huge black hand in front of him. Star-Lord, I won't attack a weak person, why are you trying to blame me? He has the pride and magnanimity of a strong man and doesn't need to be compared to ordinary people. He also wanted to kill Star-Lord, but that didn't mean he was willing to take the blame. Star-Lord roared, my father was afraid that you would use him to blackmail me, so he committed suicide. He rushed up and slashed down with a giant blade in his hand. Hyperion took the initiative to fly up and block it. Then he was chopped into meteors and flew away. Tony couldn't help but laugh when he saw Hyperion's miserable state. Blacken is really 10 times stronger. As for Yondu's matter, Tony accepted it and admitted that Yondu was a real man. Mephisto looked at his arm that was burnt black by the fire and the Hyperion meteor and asked weakly, my lord, can't I get up? As the Lord of Hell, his fire resistance is extremely high in theory and in practice. Even so, the fight was still a bit embarrassing. Tony smiled and waved his hand. The origin of creation is higher than you, but you are not qualified enough. Just wait aside. Don't blame him for not being able to defeat him in 2 fights. It's purely because Star-Lord has used a bloodline plugin. Creation gods are extremely rare in number and extremely powerful, which is normal. Not to mention a completely crazy creator god. The source of creation can be said to be the top source. The only equivalents are high-level sources such as light, darkness, life, and death. Fortunately, as the eldest brother, through hard work and diligence, he holds the origin of the devil that can swallow up all things. A green light emerged, wrapped around Star-Lord, and then quickly disappeared. Tony noticed that the sandbag was getting harder and harder and smiled brightly. A very good fighting genius, but unfortunately he is a little too young. Star-Lord was directly knocked into a group of meteorites in the distance, smashing many meteorites and flew into the distance unabated. This burning sensation made him feel very comfortable, happy. Tony smiled and stretched out his hand to Quasi-Star-Lord. I've had enough fun, I'm very satisfied. I'm leaving you alive, I hope you can bring me bigger surprises. Boom, Tony smiled and hugged his shoulders. Interesting, it's really an excellent experience package. Star-Lord's desperate efforts offset most of it, but the remaining small amount caused him to fall directly into a semi-dead state. Star-Lord was knocked away and crashed into Xandar's original satellite, directly piercing it. He is becoming more and more adaptable to the darkness. Star-Lord gritted his teeth, relying on his deep-rooted hatred and creative source to continuously strengthen his shattered body. But at the next moment, the destructive power in his body quickly transformed into new life, and the injury was restored in one breath. Tony smiled. I have the Black Shadow Empire, as well as the 9 realms, the Soul Realm, and the Demon King Realm as my foundation support. What gives you the illusion that the unbounded god can defeat me? You are so tough, it seems I don't have to worry about beating you to death if I use any force. Tony's smile became even brighter, qualified punching bag. His fist smashed down like raindrops, and the infinite darkness turned into sharp fangs and stabbed at Star-Lord. They were then offset by the light energy outside Star-Lord's body, and only a small part stabbed firmly into Star-Lord's body. Boom. Tony chased after him and punched Star-Lord in both arms. His strength increased again. Star-Lord roared angrily and raised his darkness resistance. You can't kill me. Tony was not afraid at all and went head-on. It is as pleasant as dew after a long drought. Tony felt the slight burning sensation on his body and smiled even more. It's interesting, I like it very much. Star-Lord couldn't accept the current situation and rushed forward with the energy in his body reaching the extreme. Star-Lord has the same personality as both parties, but he just entered the mainstream. He only had time to see clearly, and the next moment he was swallowed up by the infinite darkness, and the power in his body was completely wiped out, leaving only an obsession holding on in this endless wave of darkness. Tony took advantage of the situation and held Star-Lord with his black hand, smiling brightly. To be honest, I have never seriously fought against top-notch strong men, because they are unwilling to fight me seriously and I am too lazy to press. The Ancient One did not dare to risk his life with him and was always the first to run away. Why can your anger outweigh the foundation of my empire? You are a fool. Thanos knew the current situation and gave in. He did not dare to use his immortality to resist, mainly because he felt it was not worth it. He doesn't have to fight against a strong man who is stronger than himself. Isn't it good to live? Star-Lord vomited blood and his arms were directly shattered. The dark wave rolled over, and Star-Lord fainted in the starry sky. Star-Lord saw endless darkness spurting out from the palm of Tony's hand, as if the darkness that was about to cover the entire galaxy appeared. Star-Lord burst out with light energy and tore Black Hand apart directly. He used light energy to put on his armor and rushed directly towards Tony. He spit out blood, and the power in his body continued to grow and was suppressed by the power of darkness. The continuous attacks left him unable to resist. Tony is a little unhappy now, and the unhappy point lies in Ancient One's saucy operations. He took the initiative to let Star-Lord go because he felt that such good sandbags were too hard to find. But this was no reason for the Ancient One to touch his trophies. Tony sneered, let the generals come back and gather to deduce the location of the Ancient One. If I don't give you some color, you really think of yourself as a peacock. Mephisto watched the Demon King's operation with admiration in his heart. Although it was a surprise at first, getting along later was really fun. Because this devil is lazy, he is too lazy to care. Even the Demon King gave Mephisto a feeling. The Demon King didn't care at all whether they could fight or not. The reason why he chose them felt like he was trying to gather 9 experimental subjects and resurrect his generals. Then all of this, absolutely, definitely, it's so that he can use a big move called Ultimate Darkness. So all this is just to gather 9 tool men to use the ultimate move. That's outrageous. In the eyes of the Demon King, I, the majestic Lord of Hell, am just a tool for mastering ultimate moves. At first, Lao Mo muttered a few words in his heart, feeling very aggrieved. Later, when I saw Tony throwing the infinity stones as stones to his men to play with, my outlook was shattered. It was also from that moment that Mephisto fully realized how powerful the Demon King was. Doesn't he know about the infinity stone hide? He knows. Then why did he dare to throw the infinite gems to his men as toys? It's because the Demon King feels from the bottom of his heart that even if his subordinates get the infinite gems, they won't even be able to make waves in front of him. After Mephisto noticed this, all the little thoughts in his heart completely dissipated. A Demon King who can detect the current situation of the people, the situation of the imperial war, economic fluctuations, and the general situation of productivity when the price of barbecue increases by 20%. Is this a fool? This is clearly a lazy, strong, and lazy Demon King. It's not that he doesn't care, it's not that he doesn't understand. Mephisto was also very glad that the devil was lazy, otherwise he would never have had the chance to bite people like a dog. In order to make the devil feel that he is valuable, he is very happy to continue to work hard, let the devil continue to enjoy laziness, and make himself more valuable. No one can refuse the dominance of a dark empire. And Demon King Tony's requirements for them were ridiculously low. To live, just breathe. Occasionally, like last time, I could be beaten to the ground by Thanos and then I could fight back against Thanos. In Tony's eyes, they had all accomplished meritorious services. Who doesn't like such a boss? You just need to stay alive and breathe and let him have a bright move, and he will give you a high salary and benefits. And if you really encounter a strong enemy, he won't even bother to let you attack. He will just go up and slap you to death. It's not too much to call me daddy, he only asks you to go to work if you are alive and breathing. This is my real dad. When Mephisto saw the Demon King finish the fight, he respectfully took out Urguadu and flew over. Sir, this is Blue Star's specialty wine. Can you try it? The taste is definitely enough. He saw Tony's eyes light up and took it over. That's right, old Mo, you are still sensible. Look at that idiot Hyperion, he only knows how to call Big Brother and applaud him for being awesome. The smile on Mephisto's face became even wider and he became more respectful. It was well cultivated by adults. He decided to have a good relationship with Hyperion after returning. From now on, I have to pull him up whenever I go to pee. Just to make Hyperion get closer to him and to show off his loyalty to old Mo in front of the Demon King, they are all set off by peers. Hyperion felt miserable that he had been beaten since he came out. A few days ago, he was beaten black and blue by Thanos. 3 minutes ago, he was beaten by a god and sent flying all over the universe. He felt that he should not be called Hyperion, it should be called Beaten Dragon. Hyperion often feels confused. Why am I always getting beaten when I am obviously the strongest person in the universe? The Mage Loki is showing off, the General Razo is showing off, and the Skeleton Billy is showing off. It's just me, Hyperion, who's being beaten, but he felt satisfied. Because he believes that under the leadership of his eldest brother, he can achieve hegemony. Although the current territory is not big enough, the eldest brother is very strong, hard, and rough, and the eldest brother's subordinates are also very strong, hard, and rough. In short, brother is awesome. Hyperion watched his eldest brother defeat Star-Lord and cheered, Brother Big Brother is the eternal god. Tony in the distance heard it, looked over, laughed, and waved. Come on, come over for a drink. Come on. Lazo was depressed, very depressed. He was jealous of Mephisto, jealous that he could command one more demon army, but the king didn't care and never felt anything was wrong. As a general, he would not dare to say anything. What made him depressed was that the king never seemed to reward him. Lazo also envied Skeleton Billy because that guy was clever and was rewarded. I worked so hard that I stabbed Thanos in the anus, risked my life to fight for territory, and didn't let the king even look at me. Razor is also jealous of Loki. Because Loki often calls the king brothers and chats about how to moisturize girls, the atmosphere is very refreshing. But he didn't dare. He was just a general, a war general. When people are not around, the smile will last forever. He is very satisfied with his current life. Loki holds the infinite gems in his hand and drags the planet into the Shadow Empire at a desperate speed. Razor felt even more depressed as he watched another planet being dragged into the Shadow Empire. But this fool has never done anything. Razor felt that he was very jealous. Even Hyperion, a fool, was jealous. He thought for a while and cheered up. I will be a good general and one day the king will see my efforts. This feeling is very comfortable. Lazo was very depressed and accidentally hit the opposite combat aircraft carrier and was bombarded by heavy artillery. He died on the spot. A very interesting friend. Heartache. Give yourself the Infinity Stones, the treasure of the universe, like a toy. Loki can be rewarded with infinite gems, Mephisto can lead the demon army, and Skeleton Billy can get the Mark of Darkness. Even if Tony isn't around now, he exhaled. It feels good. This is Tony. Loki looked at the Infinity Stone in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Razo resurrected depressedly. I sold one more life for the Empire. My respected king, when will you see my efforts? I didn't build as much territory as I did. There seems to be a reward for all. Hyperion had an eldest brother on his left and an eldest brother on his right. The king often laughed and patted his shoulders to encourage him. It's like you can feel his mean smile every moment. For example, now, if Tony wants to conquer civilization, he will also call him to join him. I, Lazo, have shed my blood and sold my life for the Empire. Only I, Razo, went unnoticed. The heavy artillery attack, which is enough to blast the planet, penetrates everything. Loki really enjoys the feeling of doing big things with his friends. Am I so insignificant? He is just a dark general, and he has not yet reached the point where Thanos is like a man with a staff attached to his chrysanthemum and will not die. Not even a reward, but he was still very depressed in his heart. Loki also felt that in his heart Tony kept smiling and telling him how to moisten the girl. There are friends, comrades in arms, and brothers. The generals gathered. Everyone is a little confused. The Nova civilization has only gained a small amount of territory. Why are you gathering everyone now? Tony looked at the generals with a serious expression. Everyone, I am going to do something very difficult. I hope you can be prepared to help me. Everyone was shocked. The devil says things are difficult. How difficult is this? Hyperion was the first to pat his chest. Brother, I support you. Loki rolled his eyes at the stupid guy, weighed his current ability, and said seriously, I can try my best to solve the problems in the mind and space. Mephisto saw both of them showing their faces, and then he took advantage of the opportunity to get closer and said flatteringly, My lord, I will do it even if I risk my life. The first person to show his face is definitely Hyperion, because he has a simple brain circuit and quick response, and he can support the devil without any brain. The second one has to be given to Loki, because Loki is smart and likes to weigh ability and then provide support for the optimal solution. This thinking will slow down Hyperion. Loki is the popular person in front of Tony, he can't steal the limelight. And the third one is myself. Both the real owner and the red man showed up. Next comes the licking. Loyal lackey, this lick. No, Mephisto knows how to be loyal. The other generals also expressed their agreement one after another. The slow response was not because of disloyalty, but because they were curious about what difficult thing the Demon King wanted to do. The generals speculated among themselves, waiting for the boss to reveal the answer. Tony clasped his hands together, supported his chin, and said seriously, You know the Ancient One's ability to escape is very strong, right? I know it's very strong. Yeah, I always feel that 90% of his Supreme Mage's ability is escaping. Carrying a different dimension and running away directly is truly the first of its kind. The generals nodded in agreement. Gather your strength and help me deduce the location of the Ancient One. Mephisto's eyes lit up instantly. Sir, I fully support this. How are you going to kill him? I know how to kill my old enemy. I want him to die socially. Generals, what kind of strange request is this? Tony clicked his tongue. Well, this guy is not to the point where I want to kill him, but I am very dissatisfied with some of his petty theft operations and want to give him a small punishment to shock him. I'm happy to let Star-Lord go, but that's not why you Ancient One steal people in front of me. Mephisto was dumbfounded. This. How to do this? Skeleton Billy is also confused. If you ask me about magic circles, strategies, and manipulating people's hearts, I am familiar with it. How to deal with this social death? Loki was also a little confused. To make him feel miserable, but not to make him completely miserable. This is a bit over the top. The generals were stunned. No, His Highness the Demon King, you came to us just to trick the Ancient One. Is this what people should do? Nonsense. No disrespect to the devil. The generals looked at each other and suddenly had a new and unified understanding of the Demon King. It's a real dog, gathering the 9 powerful people of origin just to make the Ancient One socially dead. Hyperion pressed his nose and said easily, It's so simple and you can't think of a solution. Loki was confused. Easy, then what do you think it should be? Mephisto, yeah, if you have the ability, just say it. What good idea can you think of, you idiot? Hyperion showed a sincere and bright smile. Find the location of the Ancient One, then let Loki use the Mind Stone to drag him into the nightmare. then take a bottle of mineral water and pour it on his pants, and finally teleport him to the square. Everyone gasped, admiring Hyperion's weird brain. Yellow mud falls off your crotch, it's either shit or shit. When you see a person's pants wet, do you think he poured a glass of water or peed his pants? This is kidney deficiency. Frequent urination, urgent urination, and uncontrollable urination. Loki's scalp was numb. Wait a minute, he is the supreme mage after all and has a very high subconscious defense against danger. I can't get close at all. I really doubt you want to avenge the last 4 holes in your butt. Hyperion smiled. Do you want to kill him? Do you really think Ancient One has no temper? Who says Hyperion is a fool? Hyperion spread his hands. This will not stimulate his dangerous defense subconscious mind. What a cruel person. Loki felt that he was trapped and tried hard to struggle. This is impossible. How can you expect mercy from your enemy? Loki almost cried. I don't believe in myself. Demon King Tony is very satisfied with this plan. Even if the Ancient One kills Loki, he will still be transported back to the Soul World to rescue him with the protection of the Source of Darkness. This is so wise and foolish. The generals looked at Hyperion, and Lyampi was so sucked that he almost gave birth. Because this is Tony's bottom line. Hearing this, the generals all around were happy. Loki began to tremble, realizing that this plan could not be said to be foolproof. It could only fail once 10,000 times. What if the Ancient One discovered me, trapped me, and took away the 3 Infinity Stones? If the Ancient One gets the idea, Tony will definitely kill him. It may not cost your life, but after being discovered, it is still very possible to beat him to half-death. They all came up to encourage him to pour water on Ancient One's pants. But when you encounter a very bad thing, everyone will rush over and start. Hyperion looked at Demon King Tony and showed a sincere smile. Brother, what do you think of our plan to use Loki's disappearance in his temple as an excuse to kill all the Ancient One's lineage? When you're about to die, everyone will risk their lives to save you. Mephisto couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. You can't die, what are you afraid of? The devil has our brothers as your backing, what are you afraid of? Hyperion smiled and patted his shoulder. The Ancient One is so cowardly. Even if he finds out, he will send you and the Infinite Stones back in a good manner, and he won't dare to touch a finger on you. So what if the Ancient One discovers it? Would he dare to be greedy for the 3 Infinity Stones? Is it fatal? Tony patted Loki's shoulder affectionately. It's up to you to disgrace the Ancient One. Here, this is the Power Stone. Come on, I believe in you. Loki looked at Hyperion with a sincere smile and fear. You are a devil. Loki went crazy. I'm afraid of being beaten. I'm the one who gets beaten. This Hyperion actually tricked Loki to this point just for revenge. Who the hell dares to call Hyperion a fool again if Ancient One intercepts? Then guess how efficient the source positioning method is. Unless he wants to die, this wave. I'm so brainless that I attacked and killed a supreme mage. This wave is from Hyperion trying to trick me, Loki. How can I pass through that protective spell? Demon King Tony smiled. Okay. Hyperion wiped his boogers on the corner of Loki's clothes. Ask the boss to borrow the Power Stone. Relying on the Power Stone's amplification, you will definitely be able to complete the task without any injuries. Can you still complete such a simple task with 3 gems in hand? Tony united with the generals and directly calculated the special space point of Blue Star. Such a large different dimensional space requires a good space flow to be stationed, and it is not glue. It can stick anywhere. The bitter Loki was kicked into the Shadow Empire and returned to Blue Star through the Shadow Empire to find trouble with the Ancient One. Tony looked at the generals. How is the situation on the front line? Lazo was the first to report. Your Majesty, the battle is going well. I wiped out 20% of the enemy's army and their combat effectiveness collapsed. Tony was surprised. Impossible, Nova often fights wars, so the cohesion can't be so bad. Doesn't it collapse after 30 or 40% of its troops have to die? It is normal for a normal army to collapse with 30% to 40% death rate. The Nova Civilization Legion is not a pig, so why are they so cowardly? Lazo smiled. Back to the king, Nova's heavy weapon contains a special light element weapon. This weapon uses a special light element positioning method. It is extremely difficult to remove. After being locked by the brain, the hit rate is extremely high and the lethality is very high. Well, what then? What does high lethality have to do with my Black Shadow army? The Shadow soldiers originally will be resurrected, and the transformed dark creatures can also be resurrected in the Soul World. You just destroy the world with one shot. What does it have to do with my Dark Empire? Lazo couldn't hold back the smile on his face and explained while laughing. After I was killed by a heavy artillery light weapon, I found that the light element was difficult to remove in a short time and still existed. After the soldiers killed by this weapon were resurrected, will also create repetitive recognition signals in their brains. Lazo laughed with tears about to flow out. They found that the soldiers they had just killed with one shot were all resurrected in the next second. They went back and forth several times and their mentality collapsed. Tony couldn't help laughing. Good guy, it's very interesting. If you don't have this kind of weapon, you will be killed with one shot. When Lazo summoned another batch, the distance between the two sides was further widened, and the shadow soldiers looked the same, so they really couldn't recognize that they were the same batch. As a result, he used light element weapons and found that he had killed the same group of people more than a dozen times. My mentality exploded on the spot. The hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere for a while. All the generals laughed out loud. Mephisto also reported the good news. Sir, the front line is still fighting, and the Nova Legion has suffered heavy losses. We have also occupied an important transit planet, and then we will use ultimate darkness to drag the Nova civilization into the Shadow Empire. These generals are back, but there are dark passages on those occupied planets, and a steady stream of troops are supporting the front. Tony was very satisfied. 9 little Supremes beat him to a Nova civilization. If he still can't win if he fights steadily, that would be weird. Everyone laughed. It's all thanks to adults. With you here, we can continue to resurrect. Mephisto brings out the nature of being a licking dog. Tony smiled. When the Nova civilization is defeated, everyone will be rewarded according to their merits. I will never be stingy. As you command. Ronan was shivering on the Dark Star. The deputy commander on the side also shivered. The Kree Empire Legion under his name also trembled. At first, he just sent a high-level reconnaissance ship over out of a sense of gloating. I just tried it with a casual attitude to see what Nova civilization was selling. Who knows? The truth is that the Nova civilization was split in half like a raw egg. This is a live broadcast for the whole army. They all looked numb. Ronan pointed at the soldiers on the screen who were flying directly in space with light elements shining on their bodies. Can anyone explain to me what a special surprise is? The deputy commander's legs became weak. Did the Nova civilization break through a bottleneck in the photon weapon coloring technology? If the Nova civilization's photon weapons were 100% accurate, their Kree Empire would be doomed. Ronan gasped. But why did I see Nova being beaten like a dog? The deputy commander, who had been doing data analysis, was trembling. Sir, I received a secret information to report. The leader of these creatures directly faced the aircraft carrier's heavy artillery and then died on the spot. You want to say that their war culture is not afraid of death, so they directly faced the light element weapon. The deputy commander was so frightened that he almost cried. He took the second shot, the third shot. He would rather have a culture of war and be brave than fear death. Ronan suffered cardiopulmonary arrest. Where is the evidence? The deputy commander hurriedly pulled up the video. Ronan watched the video. A leader with a purple face and 2 purple-blue pointed masks rushed directly towards the aircraft carrier's heavy artillery, caught it with his face, and then died on the spot. 10 minutes later, the leader with the same mask flew up from the planet again and received the aircraft carrier's heavy cannon with his face. 10 minutes later, the leader flew up and turned around hesitantly, scouting around, then flew up and received the third aircraft carrier heavy cannon shot with his face. It can be said to be very brave. Withstand the maximum damage with one person. At the end of the data, there are intelligence tags attached by the spies. General Razo. Ronan analyzed calmly. Do you think their war system is to kill one person, then put on this mask and continue to charge and receive heavy artillery in the face? The deputy commander weakly handed over the isotopic photon analysis chart. Chief, these 3 times are the same photon signal. The reconnaissance ship's analysis ability is extremely strong. After locking in the analysis results, it is directly uploaded back to the Dark Star. Ronan went crazy instantly and flipped the table. What the hell is this? Could it be possible that those soldiers will continue to be resurrected? The deputy commander's legs were weak. Chief, I'm afraid the truth is indeed constantly resurrected. Otherwise, this cannot explain the collapse of the Nova civilization after losing 20% of its troops. With the violent temper of the Nova Legion, even if 60% of them die, it will only make them fall into a more violent war mode. Nova civilization is right to yearn for peace, but the martyrs were treated generously. A happy death for 3 generations. The harder the beating, the better the treatment. This has also resulted in Nova civilization's finances never being in good shape. All Nova civilizations have only recently made peace. If they fight again, their prices will not rise by 20%. Instead, billions of people will starve to death. Boss, all our spies have been activated. The devil has arrived. A huge dark empire with 9 super beings. He is attacking the Nova civilization. Each super being can summon legions at any time. Fight, what do we do next? The more tragic reality is, these super beings will continue to be resurrected. Ronan breathed out. Send a level 10 disaster signal to the Interstellar Alliance and tell them that we have no retreat. In this, a level 10 disaster signal, Ronan pointed at the dark planet in the video, his voice shuddering. The most cruel tyrant in interstellar history has never destroyed a planet. The most greedy tyrant only consumes a lot of planet resources. The stupidest fool. And never let a planet disappear. But he did it. This devil did it for the first time in interstellar history. He dragged the planet into his black empire. He wants to destroy us all. Ronan emphasized, tell the Alliance that this is the ultimate battle of civilization. This is a demon king from the dark dimension. Don't expect to surrender and give up, unless you want your civilization to be transformed into a dark civilization. Ronan, who has a long life and is well-informed, knows exactly what this means. The ultimate war between the main universe and other dimensions has begun. The legions of the Nova civilization were beaten to the point of collapse and madness within 3 days. Unless the entire Interstellar Alliance truly unites to fight against this devil's dark civilization. Otherwise, all of them must die. Ancient One fell on the bed exhausted, breathing heavily and unevenly. This ultra-long-distance positioning transmission took a lot of effort from him. To be on the safe side, he tried his best to steal people in front of Tony. I was afraid that if I was too late, I would only be able to steal a body. There is a big difference between stealing back a panting one and a non-panting one. The cost of resurrecting a creator god is not small. Ancient One thought of Star-Lord being taken care of, and after feeling extremely tired, he relaxed a little, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The chances of winning against the Demon King have increased a little bit. Ancient One felt like he had had a long dream. In the dream, he drifted, swam, and dived in the sea carefree. He was vaguely aware of the slightest bit of disharmony, but his main consciousness was very excited about deep diving, mentally excited. Ancient One played for a long time, thinking about the responsibility of fighting against the devil, and began to rise. It was very difficult to float up, like falling into mud. His whole body was surrounded by sea water, and the whole sea seemed to drag him into the abyss. A spiritual light rose from the sea of mind, and the Ancient One suddenly woke up. Damn it, that be *****D dares to give me nightmares. Ancient One rage opened his eyes slowly, holding the forbidden spell of destruction in his hand, and sat up suddenly. It was quiet all around and there was nothing wrong with it. Ancient One frowned. Is it a dream? Did you consume too much energy and fell into a nightmare? He suddenly felt wet. He lowered his head and saw a large wet patch on the quilt starting from his crotch. It's not all a dream. Ancient One had a bad toothache. My kidneys are weak. It shouldn't be. Eyes know when should I put on the quilt. He has long been hot and cold, so how can he cover himself with a quilt? A flash of light flashed in Ancient One's eyes, and the scene in front of him shattered in an instant. He saw Loki holding a mineral water bottle and carefully pouring water into his crotch. Their eyes met. The atmosphere was very awkward. Loki laughed dryly. How about you sleep a little longer? He almost succeeded in his mission. Pity, the Supreme Mage is still your Supreme Mage. This slight abnormality in increasing the pressure of the seawater freed him from the nightmare. If he had murderous intent just now, I'm afraid the Ancient One wouldn't be as simple as waking up. Ancient One looked at the mineral water bottle in his hand expressionlessly and raised the hand holding the forbidden technique. Are you sick? Holding 3 infinity stones just to pour water on my crotch. Are you seriously ill? Loki hurriedly used the Mind Stone to carve a phantom of the Demon King with a respectful expression on his face and hurriedly poured down all the mineral water in his hand. See His Majesty the Demon King. Ancient One sneered. Do you think I'm a child? A mirror spell appeared. Demon King Tony looked at him with a half-smile. Damn it, not fake. Ancient One hurriedly put on the dragon skin technique and turned his head to look at Demon King Tony. What are you looking for me for? Demon King Tony cannot be measured by common sense at all, because he is a wolf. Demon King Tony still looked at him with a half-smile. Ancient One squinted his eyes and noticed something unusual, and a silvery white light lit up from the corner of his eye. Alarm bells rang in his heart. This is F***G fake. This is a set within a set. The silvery white light is space teleportation. He wants to run. The Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief again. Even though he didn't know what Loki, a seriously ill guy, was doing, he could just run away if he wanted. He won't stop. The next second, the environment around Ancient One changed drastically. From home was teleported. In the temple square, Hundreds of mages gathered together and were practicing their magic. Ancient One looked at his disciples with a blank expression. The Ancient One looked at Captain Marvel's surprised eyes expressionlessly. Ancient One looked at the sweeper's confused eyes with an expressionless expression. Captain Marvel looked at the traces of bedwetting on his bed, held it in for a long time and choked out a sentence. Ancient One, you have a great capacity and your work is very good. Ancient One silently raised the hand holding the forbidden spell of destruction and looked at Captain Marvel expressionlessly. Captain Marvel felt that it was wrong to be so sarcastic and hurriedly asked with concern, "Is your kidney weak? Can I ask the kitchen to make you some sheep whip tonic?" The mages gathered around to watch their leader wet the bed with extremely complicated emotions. Are you praising him for his large urine output at this time, or should we be concerned about whether the leader's kidneys are weak? You said someone held 3 infinity stones and poured mineral water on the Sorcerer Supreme's pants. Wanna die? How reasonable this is. Captain Marvel couldn't hold it back and chuckled. You really know how to joke, this is obviously bedwetting. Sure enough, I still have kidney deficiency. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZKZ NDKW OJQ equals Ancient One silently dispersed the forbidden spell of destruction, feeling that his whole life had become gloomy and he had lost the motivation to live. Wanna die? What? We will die. The mages in the square breathed a sigh of relief. The Ancient One blushed and said angrily, Loki stood beside my bed and poured water on me. Demon King Tony has locked my position. He is warning me. Captain Marvel, why don't you just wet the bed? How about living on another planet? It's natural that the teacher has a kidney deficiency after living for such a long time. After all, it is easy to live a long life, but it is difficult to keep that thing alive. How do people deal with this? The Ancient One's heart is filled with rage. I didn't expect that the teacher would also wet the bed. I regarded him as a god, but I didn't expect that he has such an ordinary side. Ancient One silently lifted the quilt, and everything from the crotch down was soaked. He stood beside the bed and said seriously, I said there is a madman holding 3 infinite stones to cover my spirit just to pour mineral water into my crotch. Water makes me lose face, do you believe it or not? The Ancient One was forced into the house by Captain Marvel. Who believes this? Ancient One raised his head sadly. Move, I want to leave this planet. It's definitely kidney deficiency. He added angrily, this time he can make Loki pour mineral water. Next time he can pour Dead Soul sea water on my head. Do you think he is joking? He is warning me, warn me with my life. Trust, trust, trust. Even though I am the supreme being, I am forced to this point. Frustrated, angry, unwilling. Who has ever encountered such a dog problem like the boss peeing? This is an extremely complex and fatal problem in social interpersonal communication. Yes, I can still pee so much with a weak kidney. The teacher is also very good. Okay, change. Let's go in and change some pants first. Ancient One was wearing wet pants in the cold wind, feeling extremely angry and aggrieved. Now, immediately change the planet. Stay away from Blue Star. I want to stay away from this B****ch Tony. How could there be something so boring and outrageous in the world? Captain Marvel was shocked but still wanted to laugh a little. Just move if you wet the bed, it won't be a big deal. Wanna die? Captain Marvel, you will not die if you hit the forbidden spell of destruction one after another. The mages below nodded wildly, looking frightened. Commander Cullen looked at the casualty data on the star map and closed his eyes. Bring over the data analysis report. The data analyst on the side hurriedly passed the data report to Cullen. Cullen looked at the report with a gloomy look on his face. There are 9 super beings, each of which has a very strong resurrection ability. After being resurrected many times, the resurrection efficiency has not decreased. The straight-line data model you drew is what's the meaning. The data analyst swallowed, including those dark creatures, their resurrection efficiency is consistent with that of super life forms. Cullen took a deep breath and put down the report. Tell me the conclusion. According to the law of multi-energy motion, these super beings are suspected of possessing super energy and the ability to teleport through space to develop the ability to resurrect. Cullen looked at the dark creatures marked with light outside the battleship. Where are they? The data analyst continued bravely. Behind these super beings, there must be a more powerful super being connecting them. This leader super being preserves their origins and gives them extremely strong resurrection ability. Feeling the increasingly severe low pressure in the hall, the data analyst gritted his teeth and added the rest of his words. Unless we kill the leader's super life form or use up their energy, we will not be able to win this war. Winning percentage. The data analyst opened his mouth and said feebly, Commander, those creatures have been dead for 3 days and 3 nights, and the resurrection efficiency has not dropped by 1 percentage point. This is an unwinnable war. When an individual's power reaches an extremely strong level, it is not an exaggeration for a super being to defeat an interstellar empire. For example, Thanos destroyed countless civilizations. The Interstellar Alliance only dared to open its mouth and condemn. Does anyone dare to go up and encircle Thanos? When Thanos conflicts with interstellar civilization, the Alliance must really adjust. Alliance must die on the spot, because it cannot be killed, because Thanos is constantly evolving. Now it is 9 super beings that are unilaterally defeating the Nova civilization. Moreover, behind these 9 super beings, there seems to be a more powerful leader super being. Cullen's eyes became dim. He had fought in the war for almost 80 years and had killed many beings in various dimensions. He knew very well what kind of monster he was facing. "Commander, are we still fighting?" The data analyst asked hesitantly. He knew he shouldn't ask and couldn't ask, but his children are on the planet behind the Legion. Switch to defense mode and focus on blocking to buy time for people in the rear to escape. Let everyone hold on. The longer we hold on, the greater the hope our families will survive. The data analyst looked happy and saluted. Yes. Cullen paused and said, let all the transport ships arrive to load the people. Commander, if there is no transport ship, what will happen to our logistics? The flickering white flames on the screen illuminated Cullen's determined face. If we can't even protect the people, then you think we are nothing. The data analyst saluted, turned around and left quickly, issuing the general's order. Cullen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, turned on the military channel, picked up the microphone and shouted, "Soldiers of Nova, this is a battle of civilization. This is a battle of national destiny. For the motherland, for our homeland, for ours relatives, for our loved ones, I, Cullen, order you to stick to this place. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat." Cullen turned off the military channel, closed his eyes in pain, covered his face with his hands, bent down slightly, and tears fell on the console. The 3rd Legion is finished. In 3 days, 20% of the troops were defeated. The troops on the opposite side did not suffer any loss. The rear evacuation requires 48 hours as a guarantee. The soldiers of the 3rd Army Corps can no longer see their families. "Mom, where are we going?" The red-skinned mother hugged the child, smiled, and comforted her. "Mom, take you to a fun place where there are many friends to play with you. Let women and children go first. Keep order. Anyone who disturbs order will be killed without mercy." The soldiers shouted with loudspeakers to keep the crowd in order. Suddenly, there was some commotion in part of the crowd. A wealthy businessman ordered his bodyguards to clear the way and brought him to the transport ship. "I have money, I'll go first, I'll give you the money." The soldiers beside the transport ship shot the wealthy businessman and his bodyguard in the head without saying a word. A man who dares to run in front of women and children should be damned. The crowd rioted for a while, and the formation became more regular. Some men fled silently from the team. Most of the men looked sarcastically at the men who joined the queue. The captain shouted loudly, "All men, if you can drive, drive and transport supplies with all your strength. These supplies determine how long we can survive." The scene was somewhat orderly for a while. People knew very well that they were running for their lives, and everyone was holding on to every minute and every second. The red-skinned mother walked onto the boat and asked worriedly, "Captain, how is the 3rd Legion? Is he still alive?" The young mother's questions were very confusing, and she didn't even make it clear who that person was or who he was in the army. The captain fell into silence, his eyes struggling a little. He suddenly sighed and decided to tell the young mother the truth. "The 3rd Army is intercepting from the front. General Cullen ordered to hold on to the front line and let the transport fleet load the people and retreat out of the system." The young mother's eyes trembled. Can he come back? Time is tight, go in quickly." The captain did not dare to look at her eyes anymore and could only urge her to get in quickly. The young mother felt severe pain in her heart, and her eyes instantly turned red. She staggered and carried her child into the transport ship. The captain regained his composure and continued to roar. "Over there, speed up." He participated in this war. It was very clear what kind of monster the Legion was facing. Adjutant Cullen replied loyally, "Fear of death." They summoned 9 huge undead legions to attack the Nova Empire. He can only do his best to protect his people. Hyperion thinks this is good. Everyone has the opportunity and ability to become stronger. Oh, Dacheng, brother doesn't care at all anyway. Those with insufficient energy will also be sent to reincarnation by the soul world to start a new life. The organization of the 3rd Army was also preserved. Adjutant Cullen thought for a while and said, "Sir, retaining their organization and civilization after transformation can improve the stability rate." Good thing, a huge dark sky covered the entire sky, dragging the planet into ultimate darkness. On board, 9 super beings at the same level as Thanos. The commander's order was his last belief, that's enough. The captain's heart felt empty. Hyperion in the sky felt the strong negative power coming from the ground and asked the adjutant in surprise, "What are they afraid of?" Adjutant Cullen lowered his head and stood aside loyally. The child watched his mother cry bitterly and raised his hand to wipe her tears with heartache. "Mom, if you don't cry, I'll give you my sweets. The Third Legion cannot come back." What the bosses want is for these people to breathe and bring energy transformation to the Empire. After turning into a dark creature, you can evolve as long as you diligently absorb the power of darkness. These people in front of him, as well as his family members who have hope of survival, are his final bottom line. Those who surrender will not be killed. The Demon King has an order, and women and children will not be killed. Anyway, the big guys don't care what they develop into under their names. All creatures are treated equally. There is no difference between humans and shadow demons, only their strength. They don't care what the ants think. Weird, why don't we just change our household registration and become the subjects of the Empire where we should eat and drink? We are not bloodthirsty, we don't even have any discrimination, we just ask them to live a down-to-earth life. What are they afraid of? Even if you die, as long as you have enough energy, you can be resurrected on the spot. A loud shout sounded from the sky. The Empire is dead. When the money is already in hand, who cares whether it is packed in a box or a bag? The Empire became stronger and the total energy increased. The young mother cried bitterly, "Husband." The captain of the transport ship looked at the sky in despair. They only need the Dark Empire's territory to expand and its population to grow. When the 8 generals returned to the battlefield, the situation was directly one-sided. At first, the Legion resisted desperately. Later, the 8 generals changed the teleportation planet to a half-and-half teleportation planet with a large population. Well, pass half whole and fry half shredded. Explode your mother and your father. Become reality. After 2 surgery, the Legion surrendered. No one can watch their parents turn into starburst fireworks in the universe. When Loki ran back, the situation was decided. Everyone is drinking celebratory wine. Lazuo Pidian's report. Except for those souls that were not preserved before the war and failed to be resurrected, these transformed creatures will greatly enhance our national power. After receiving a heavy blow to the face, Lazo's brain was enlightened. Be positive and express yourself. He has to say what he wants. If you don't tell me, how would the Demon King know? Let the devil guess. This is just like falling in love. You have to say it. You have to say it seriously. Tony was very satisfied. Not bad, good job. Lazo suddenly smiled and then looked at Tony eagerly. Tony blinked and looked at him. Razor blinked, eyes wide open. What else? Lazo forced a smile on his face. Your Majesty, is there any reward? He found that words need to be spoken very clearly, so clearly that they are very intuitive. Otherwise, Tony wouldn't understand. Tony suddenly realized it and slapped his thigh. Oh, Tilda, you said this. The land you conquered is yours. Razor was so happy that he said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." Mephisto also came over and reported, "Your Majesty, what should we do with the rule of the Nova civilization? Should we retain the original structure, or should we divide it according to the 9 generals? Du Cheng, you decide for yourself. The territory you conquered belongs to you. Otherwise, do you still need me to manage it? As the devil, Tony is very self-conscious. Anyway, I can draw energy just by lying down. Why do you have to work so hard?" Lazo instantly fell into disgrace. Everyone has it, so what's the difference between not giving me a reward? Lazo felt bitter. I just want a unique reward, why isn't there one? Mephisto was very happy and stepped aside. Loki stepped forward and said seriously, "Tony, you can draw the power of faith by ruling those people. There is also the power of finely divided darkness that can be harvested. If you don't care about anything, you can't draw these things." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed. The subtext of this sentence is that as they become stronger, they may have the intention to rebel. He is very loyal to Tony and will not betray him. However, there is no guarantee that others will have careful thoughts. Tony smiled and waved his hand. "I'll give you those things, I don't need them. You only have a few origins. How many origins do I have? Can we be the same? The origin of Shadow, the origin of Cursed Blue, the origin of Dikui, the origin of Bo Gang, the origin of Holy Lord, the source of 12 divine powers, and the origin of 12 core control. The origins of the 9 generals are also constantly providing energy. The origin of the Black Shadow Empire is also constantly providing energy for itself. He really looked down upon these secondary energies. The generals got it and were delighted. He got it and didn't want to waste his time. How can you, who are poor, understand my wealth? Loki wanted to persuade again, but the origin, Tony smiled. I accept your kindness, but I really don't need it. My realm has long surpassed the realm in your common sense. These things are useless to me. Loki frowned. The next realm. Is there really such a realm? Tony smiled and waved. Zaya along, come here. Hyperion had a chicken leg stuffed in his mouth and a pig's trotter in his hand. He ran over and said vaguely, "What's the matter, brother?" Tony smiled and pressed his fingers on Hyperion's head. Boom! Hyperion's brain evaporated instantly, the headless body fell to the ground, and the pig's trotters in his hands fell to the floor. The thick dark thunder tore through the earth, tore apart the space, and completely tore the sky apart to reveal the starry sky. Hyperion's soul floated on the spot blankly. What happened? Why did I die? Why did I get beaten again? Tony smiled and patted Loki on the shoulder. Look, the reason is very simple. Even if someone is strong enough to kill Hyperion, for me it's just a tenth of my strength. It should be 1/10. There was silence in the hall. The general stared at Hyperion's body in stunned silence. When it comes to resisting beatings, Hyperion is the undisputed #1. Mephisto is the second most ancient demon in this region. Even so, Hyperion was immediately killed. Even Hyperion didn't react. No one present reacted. Loki couldn't close his mouth. I finally understand why the Ancient One doesn't dare to fight you. If Tony is serious, Ancient One will really be killed instantly. 1 origin plus the time stone is 2. In origins plus 4 infinite gems, Loki could not imagine what kind of power this was. The corners of Mephisto's mouth twitched wildly. He finally understood. It's not that Tony doesn't care about the infinity stones. He doesn't look down on her from the bottom of his heart. He thought he understood the devil's thinking. Turn out, don't guess what the devil is thinking, because, useless. How can people on the mountainside understand the thoughts of people on the top of the mountain overlooking everything? The generals were frightened. This is so G terrifying. Tony smiled and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. As long as everyone is clear about this matter, don't go out and talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will lose a lot of fun. You said if the Ancient One is so scared that he changes his life on another planet overnight, wouldn't the joy of life be much less? What a fun life it is now. Destroy the Empire, beat the honest ones, and scare the Ancient One. Everyone trembled and said they would never leak it. The truth is, what fate will the devil arrange for himself? I actually think Tony is supreme. The Demon King really dares to let his subordinates carry out 3 infinite gems to do something close to assassination. You just think he is a big devil. Captain Marvel hurriedly blocked Star-Lord's mouth. Assassination, assassination, definitely assassination, we believe it. What about next time? Moved, but not completely. Do this upgraded version of the operation several times. You don't understand how powerful a demon he is. Captain Marvel's face became serious. I understand. This time it was bedwetting. They actually think I wet the bed now. Ancient One shook his head. You don't understand. No one will understand until this disaster is closely related to everyone. This is an extremely powerful and unscrupulous Demon King. Ancient One felt deep despair in his heart. In front of him, I, the Supreme, only have F***K, my winning rate has dropped again. The Ancient One was in great pain, a pain that even if he spoke out, they wouldn't understand. Yesterday, I didn't know how valuable magic power was, but now my magic power is empty and I can only cry. The devil is so terrifying that no one else will believe him when he tells the truth. It's assassination, assassination, assassination. Loki assassinates me. I am looking for hope for the universe in billions of futures. Why haven't you realized it yet? Ancient One rubbed his waist, feeling heartbroken. If it weren't for rescuing Star-Lord, I wouldn't have lost so much magic power. Star-Lord, who woke up, was speechless. I said, does it mean moving overnight if you wet the bed? In this universe, he is the only one who knows the strength of Demon King Tony best. The Ancient One realized something even more desperate. Captain Marvel bared his teeth. You just rescued Star-Lord, you should take a rest. You all know that this is a disaster, but you don't realize that this disaster is a disaster that spreads throughout the universe. Ancient One looked at the string of zeros and no longer wanted to count them. Ancient One, no longer has to plan a confrontation. He can just perform and die on the spot. Only when they experience it themselves will they gradually understand all this. Other people. Ancient One put down the alien space and gasped from exhaustion. Ancient One carried the alien space and moved it to the center of the moon overnight. Ancient One glanced at the 2 pig teammates desperately, turned around and fixed the alien space. Star-Lord's face was still a little pale. Ancient One, how can the Demon King be so strong? While arranging a magic circle to wrap the different space, Ancient One replied, the reason why the Demon King is powerful is because he has multiple origins and because he has multiple worlds as his foundation. Captain Marvel was a little surprised. Multiple origins, isn't he afraid of conflicts? The Ancient One paused for a moment, a little forlornly. I'm afraid he has already turned his origin into the Devil's origin, so he can control multiple origins. It is even very possible that he has transformed most of his power into its origin. Ancient One's heart aches just thinking about it, and it hurts that he doesn't have such a strong body. It hurts like hell to accommodate the origins of two worlds. Star-Lord fell into silence. He is not a pure novice now, and he roughly knows what this means. Captain Marvel frowned. How fast is his progress? Ancient One couldn't help but laugh. Then you go and have a fight with him. My winning rate has dropped like this. Are you telling me that my progress is not fast? He is even willing to give 3 gems to his subordinates. Do you think he is strong? Captain Marvel covered his mouth and laughed dryly but said nothing. Singled out, single-handedly lonely. You don't dare to do it even if you have the time stone in your hand, so you let me do it. Ancient One arranged the magic circle and clapped his hands. But don't worry, we are not without hope. Now that we have Star-Lord, we can achieve greater development. Star-Lord was stunned. How do you say that? Every world can give birth to the origin and provide powerful origin power. Every strong person reaches the end with the power of the world as the foundation. Now with the creation gods, we can create multiple worlds to absorb the origin power, thus improve your confidence against the devil. Captain Marvel's brows relaxed. You mean, we have to unite all forces and send them into the world we created to absorb energy and become stronger? Well, whether it's walking the path of faith in this world, turning the power of all living beings into a furnace, or the path of world evolution, there are countless ways to absorb energy. With energy, everything becomes easier. Ancient One is a bit sad. In the past, as a guardian, although he had the ability to create a world, he never used it. Instead, he focused his time and energy on cultivating Blue Star's magical civilization. This is equivalent to the Ancient One, a top postdoctoral fellow, shrinking into a small village like Blue Star to teach elementary school courses. It is really an abdication of talent. Now Blue Star has become the devil's bait. Without the constraints, the Ancient One can officially begin to plan the path to personal greatness. Captain Marvel smiled. With Star-Lord here, the speed of cultivating the world can be increased countless times. Strictly speaking, her supreme strength is constantly declining, because the super energy she absorbed at the beginning is constantly weakening. In the true sense, she is at the peak at the beginning and then keeps pulling her hips. Of course, because this debilitating cycle was too long, she never cared about it. She won't fall out of the supreme level until she dies, so why does she care? However, if there is a way to continue to improve her strength, she is still very happy. Star-Lord was a little confused. Am I so awesome? Ancient One looked at him and showed a kind smile. You are not awesome, your ability is awesome. Our respective powers are too unique and not compatible. You are different, you are a universal card. Star-Lord was shocked. Am I so powerful? Captain Marvel hugged his shoulders and curled his lips slightly. The creation system works well for everything but doesn't work well for anything else. What's more, Star-Lord is currently a waste and can't do anything. When will it form its own characteristic combat system? Will it officially enter the supreme level of combat effectiveness? Ancient One opened the portal. Come on, come with me. After finishing the chores, it's time to continue planning for the next step. For example, go meet Thanos. Star-Lord thought for a moment and followed. He couldn't wait to take revenge, but he also clearly realized how big the gap was between himself and the devil. Stepping into the realm of gods, I was stunned to be beaten all over the ground. After being beaten once, I gained a dark resistance which was useful but not that useful. The attributes in the dark realm are not only darkness, but also a variety of dark attributes such as decay, death, blood, corruption, evil fall, curse, etc. The power of darkness can also be combined to form stronger lethality. Brushing a single dark resistance is easy. It is difficult to brush up resistance when encountering the combined power of darkness. What's more, won't the Demon King make progress? Won't the Demon King come up with new combinations? If the calculation power of both sides is not on the same level, he will never be able to defeat the devil. Now, the best way is to hold the Ancient One tightly and study. The Ancient One is a well-deserved supreme mage. Even Thanos must be courteous. Beast. You still have the nerve to come see me? Thanos sat on the dark throne, smashed the wine glass in his hand, and glared at the Ancient One. Star-Lord looked at Ancient One dumbfounded. Have you ever tricked him? Logically speaking, wouldn't Thanos not dare to offend the Ancient One? Ancient One looked embarrassed. It can't be said that it was deliberately tricked. I didn't expect it either. In fact, I just deliberately tested the waters with you. I just didn't expect the result to be so tragic. Thanos picked up the tyrant's two blades and smashed them at them. "You're holding the time stone and telling me you didn't know anything." Ancient One's hair stood on end and he teleported out of the way. But now, Star-Lord's face turned pale. He raised his hand and hurriedly used the power of creation to stop the bleeding, covering the wound and starting to heal it. Before Star-Lord could react, his arm was chopped off by the tyrant's double blades, and blood spurted all over the floor. Star-Lord covered his wound with a firm tone and stern eyes. Thanos was silent, looking at his eyes. "What?" Star-Lord smiled a little coldly. "I gave up my life a long time ago. My father lived for me and died in front of me. As long as I can kill the Demon King, any of you can have my life." A long time. To be able to awaken a Hyperion, Thanos felt that all his luck in this life had been spent. As long as he finds another female who can perfectly inherit the bloodline characteristics and allows himself or Hyperion to leave offspring, the Eternal God clan will have a successor. What happened to the damn dad? His only evil thought in the second half of his life is to kill the devil and release all the hatred in his body. There is only hatred in his heart, and his body is filled with hatred. Ancient One smiled brightly. "If you are willing to continue to fight Tony, we have a common ground. The Demon King killed Star-Lord's father and he will help you regain your strength. Not to mention the problem of an explosion in the long run which will lead to the destruction of the universe. No future. I do. If a super divine civilization cannot be born, this is a rare god in the universe. Even he, Thanos, has only met a handful of creative powerhouses so far." Thanos' face changed slightly, and he waved at the tyrant's double blades and said, "Creator God." "Mud," he sighed. "The Demon King is very powerful. If we fight against him, we have no chance of survival. Low-level civilization and intermediate civilization have already exhausted resources to the point of numbness." Thanos sneered. "You want a creator god to be your wet nurse? Are you kidding? Is he happy?" Thanos rubbed the Overlord's double blades and exhaled. "For the great cause of the universe and the balance between life and death, I join. Only the birth of a super divine civilization can save the future of the universe. Only a super divine civilization can take its own civilization and its vassal civilizations to sublime and transcend the reincarnation of the universe, and even take the universe to transcend reincarnation. The super divine civilization has not yet been born. The universe is declining, there is too much life, and it exceeds the capacity of resources. Why was I shot while lying down? I even hacked my entire clan to death. The god of creation goes one step further and is the god of creation. He can create any number of planets or dimensions and become the eternal overlord without any problem. Problems that arise in a short period of time are enough to make all sentient beings feel pain and despair. This universe can support up to 2-3 super divine civilizations. There are only a few marginal lines of eternity left in the world." The Ancient One smiled. Thanos would just join in. Star-Lord stepped forward to treat Thanos and help him regain his lost strength. Facts have proved that the god of creation is indeed a versatile model, and he is perfect as a wet nurse. Within 10 minutes, Thanos' face looked much better. "What are you going to do next? I believe you know how strong Tony is. Picking up a certain dark dimension and smashing it down directly, this operation is simply amazing." Ancient One pondered. "In the infinite future, we have a chance of winning, but I don't know where the chance of winning is. Continue to accumulate strength and fight against the devil." Thanos was suddenly surprised. "Ancient One, I am risking my life with him for the great cause of the universe. What are you doing for?" Ancient One rolled his eyes. "My race. Born as a human being, we must be loyal and righteous." Thanos was silent for a while, then bared his teeth. "Forgot you are still a racist." He exterminated his own clan and didn't think about this for a while. Thanos held his chin. "Why don't you run away? If you run away fast enough, you will never encounter the devil again before you die. It's shameful to run away, but very useful." The Ancient One took off the time stone from his chest and threw it directly at Thanos. Thanos caught the time stone and raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean? Look by yourself." Thanos was confused for a moment, holding the time stone and peering into the future. Endless pictures flashed before his eyes and a large amount of information exploded in his mind. Thanos looked at it for a few seconds and his face turned purple and darkened. Destruction, endless destruction. Swallow, swallow endlessly, darkness, endless darkness. A calm and composed young man stood in the universe with his hands in his pockets and a smile. Behind him, a huge jet-black demonic figure with red eyes was roaring, and countless planets were shattered and destroyed by the demonic figure. The 9 dark generals looked around indifferently, and the undead army gathered around them. In the surrounding starry sky, countless spaces were shattered to reveal dimensional passages, and dimensional creatures screamed and died in the flames of war. Thanos stopped his precognition and silently threw the time stone to the Ancient One. Where to run? Ancient One caught the time stone and asked. You tell me, a demon king who travels across multiple dimensions, a group of generals trying to build a multi-dimensional dark empire. Where to run? Thanos was not afraid to laugh back. I kind of feel how terrifying I am in the eyes of others. Simply the ultimate Mephisto that destroys the universe. Ancient One said seriously, the demon king is not invincible and cannot resist the power of all living beings. We are weak in front of him, but we are still capable of fighting. As long as we screen out enough teammates, we can prevent his expansion. He knows very well how strong the devil is and how to resist. Thanos stroked his chin. Why don't you trap him in a time loop? Ancient One smiled brightly. Here, I'll give you the time stone, you can go sleepy. Guess why I didn't use it before? You guess. I'll tell you if I guess it right. Thanos smiled and stopped interrupting. In the face of justice, Ancient One is not a person who cherishes his life. There is only one reason. Tony has definitely broken through the supreme level and entered the next stage, possessing the time resistance of all worlds to be unified and entering the realm of immortality and immortality. He didn't know much about these things, but he generally knew a few things. Ancient One rolled his eyes and continued. Drax the Destroyer, Apocalypse, the ancestor of mutants, Ultron the future robot, and Adam Warlock. Choose one, we need the assistance of these people. Star-Lord stopped the treatment and threw a space information signature to Ancient One. I have treated Drax. This is the space information I left on him. You can teleport him directly. Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly cast a spell. That's good. A space-time channel was opened, and at the other end of the channel were members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Raccoon Rocket saw Star-Lord and ran out in a hurry. Brother, you're scared to death. Damn it, what's going on with this purple potato spirit? He was so frightened that he pointed his machine light gun at Thanos. When the others ran out and saw Thanos, their expressions changed drastically and they all pointed their weapons at him. Star-Lord raised his hand. Brothers, please be patient. I will explain this later. There is no danger now, no danger. The Guardians of the Galaxy were suspicious for a while but still did not dare to let down their guard. Joke, this is Thanos. The word Thanos is an endorsement of danger. Ancient One observed the Destroyer's condition and was quite satisfied. Not bad, after training for a period of time, he will be another copy of Thanos. Although he is still a little weak, his fighting ability is generally no problem. The Destroyer looked at Thanos and was not in a hurry to take action. Star-Lord, can you give me an explanation? Thanos killed his wife and daughter, which is why he keeps chasing Thanos. Star-Lord had a complicated expression, and then he remembered that his good brother was a mortal enemy of Thanos. I need Thanos for revenge. The Destroyer didn't speak but looked at him quietly. The corners of Star-Lord's mouth moved slightly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. On the side is the camaraderie of brother destroyers. On the side is an opportunity to avenge his father. I am helping my brother's enemy heal. The air fell silent. The Destroyer struggled with his eyes, closed his eyes, took a deep breath and spit out. You are my brother, I don't blame you. I can help you get revenge, but don't let me see Thanos. Things are really funny. He actually wanted to join forces with his enemy to help his brother get revenge. The Destroyer turned and left, walked towards the space channel, and disappeared at the other end of the channel. Star-Lord raised his hand but felt that his mouth weighed 1,000 pounds and he couldn't open it. How to keep it? What to keep it with? I completely broke my brother's heart. The Ancient One sighed. Okay, which one of you is interested in Adam the Warlock? It's not easy for him to interfere in this matter. His wife and daughter are dead, why are you interfering? Thanos' eyes moved slightly. Adam Warlock, the holder of the soul gem. Yes, I found his clue. Where? Sovereigns, the country of the golden race. Loki looked at the report and suggested seriously, Tony, after this war is over, we need to take a rest. Tony held the wine glass. Rest? Do we have any casualties? What do casualties have to do with our dark empire? Is it because the soul world is not functioning? Or am I, Tony, drained of my essence and unable to resurrect my men? Loki was speechless and choked and put down the report. Do you understand social management? Do you think you don't need to worry about it after you fight it? Tony coughed dryly. I understand you can do it. I don't need it myself, but the development of the Dark Empire needs it. Don't the ninjas' equipment need to be upgraded? Yes. Doesn't the system of dark creatures need to be established? Yes. Doesn't it take a lot of effort to upgrade civilization? Yes. Want to continue to enjoy high-quality services? If you think about it, someone has to do these things. Hyperion was dissatisfied. How can we stop the war? Do you understand economics? What's so delicious about Golden Rooster? Shut up. Use your claws and fists to smash the opposite starship as you did before, two backward. Loki's mouth twitched, shameless. Loki looked around. Loki felt tired. Old Mo Billy, and Hyperion your Lieutenant Cullen, let's integrate the Dark Empire. The rest of the generals looked at me and I looked at you and ran away in a hurry. If upgraded to space technology, this battle will end faster. The Golden Kingdom of the Sovereigns, an interstellar empire with extremely advanced technology. He is actually the most proficient in management talent. I'm going to the Golden Kingdom first. Bye, manage. The remaining generals either looked up at the sky or looked down at their toes. The Demon King and the generals decisively left a lot of trouble to their dear Imperial Master. Never mind, the generals applauded even more cheerfully. Loki nodded with satisfaction. It sounded like a human saying, "Okay, do you want some face? What I need is someone to help me share the work." Loki laughed angrily. What the hell, a bunch of useless snacks. What's more, we can't just fight blindly like this in the future, right? Do I lack that energy? What? In this war, the Black Shadow Corps relied purely on manpower to kill the army. Their fighting style was very backward and the efficiency was very low. There are 10 of us, and each of us has 10 CO of the energy source. For Loki's hard work, each of us has given him 1 CO of the energy source to reward him. What do you think? Tony coughed dryly and tried to sound less useless. This technological development cannot be left behind. We must grasp it with both hands, and we must be strong with both hands. After all, it is the Dark Empire. Hyperion obediently lowered his head and continued to chew the pig's trotters. All the generals applauded. Demon King Tony ran away on the spot, including Tony. These are useless snacks. Who knows such a thing? Loki's face suddenly fell. Why don't you leave this tiring work for me and you want to go on a trip? Tony showed a sincere smile and applauded. Now I make Loki the national master. Everyone applauds. Tony put down his wine glass and suggested seriously, "So I suggest, except for those who are busy, who is interested in traveling with me to the country of the sovereigns to recruit talents." After Tony ran out, he saw the generals also running out. "I'll just run away, I really don't know how." Black Panther, Lao Mo, Lazo, you three are a bit too high. Black Panther is a prince, Lao Mo is the lord. Lazo integrated the consciousness of Norman, the president. The generals rolled their eyes. "You are still the president of an arms group." Tony saw everyone's gaze and blushed slightly. Lao Mo and Hyperion are coming with me. You all are busy with your own business. It will take some time to digest the Nova civilization. Dr. Octopus breathed a sigh of relief. "Little Spider-Man, come and study biological evolution with me, how about that?" Spider-Man stretched and said, "Okay, I'll help you." Winter Soldier Bucky shrugged. "I'm going to help Loki. I know something about military management." Lazo said helplessly, Okay, I'll help too." Reed said, "The Nova civilization has a lot of enhanced technologies and I want to study them." Tony was very satisfied. "Not bad, everyone, come on, I'm slipping away." After saying that, he opened the portal and ran away. Hyperion and Mephisto followed. The former does not understand management, and the latter does not want to do those troublesome things at all. I would rather share the energy source with Loki than go. Tony was sitting in the lobby of Hyperion's Emperor aircraft carrier with the shy bionic beauty robot in his arms. Fortunately, it runs fast. If it had run slower, Loki would have dragged her to do hard work. Except when it comes to big things, Loki is still very happy to trick him in the name of brother. Hyperion was a little unhappy. "Hey, it's so difficult for me. I get beaten and scolded every day. Am I stupid? I'm not stupid. I can control the Imperial aircraft carrier. I am the best in the universe." Mephisto crossed his legs on the table, held his head in his hands, and comfortably enjoyed the flamethrower baking. "Oh, look around. This time, sir, take us to the Golden Empire. There are no super beings there. You can enjoy the torture. The joy of cooking." Hyperion was so moved that he almost shed tears. "It's not easy. I was beaten so long that I finally got through it." It is obvious that he is the first-class powerful person in the universe and has the origin of darkness, but he always gets beaten every once in a while. What is this? Tony vaguely remembered something. The Empire of the Sovereigns. Seems to be very technologically advanced. Does it have any special products? Mephisto obediently summoned Skeleton Billy's duplication. Lao Mo explained the problem. Skeleton Billy thought, "Sir, the energy battery over there is very famous." What's your name? "One knot is better than 6. The spaceship is the king of energy sources." Tony understood. So the Sovereign Empire is very powerful. They are very strong. Even the Star Alliance has to look at their faces. Tony smiled and played with the soft bionic beauty in his arms. "What about me? Do I need it?" Skeleton Billy lowered his head respectfully. "They have to look at your face. Star-Lord was taken away by the Ancient One, and the Destroyer should still be roaming the stars. This time, go and ask the sovereigns to help call the destroyer over. Skeleton Billy lowered his head. Follow your orders, my subordinates will make arrangements. Old Mo, please take him there first. Don't start a fight with me then. I'm afraid my hand will slip and destroy their empire, Tony said playfully. He is very aware of his reputation in the main universe. I heard that the Interstellar Alliance is about to form an anti-demon army. As ordered, I will go right now. At the Interstellar Alliance conference, projections of important figures from all major empires were present. Ronan was furious. How much radiation have you put into your brains? The capital star of Nova was occupied in 1 hour and the Legion was defeated within 5 days. In about half a month, they dragged the territory of Nova civilization into the shadow of darkness. You actually want to sue for peace? Are you crazy? Who doesn't know that your accuser, Ronan, is a war maniac? This is a normal civilized war and the winner is the king. Why can't we admit that the Dark Empire is an interstellar empire? Ronan was so angry that his body was shaking. This is the ultimate war, the war between the main universe and the dimensional invaders. Do you want to seek peace? Now that the Nova people have been transformed into dark creatures, are you blind? What's wrong with peace? Do you want us to start a war in the civilization of the universe like you? None of the sovereigns have spoken. When will it be your turn, Ronan, to speak? Ronan punched the podium with his fist and glared. If our Kree Empire perishes, I will hold you back. You are a bunch of idiots. After saying that, he turned off the projection directly, not wanting to waste any more time with these politicians. The deputy commander looked at it with a chill. Lord Ronan, how could these people be so stupid? That is a dark empire, not a civilized empire. Zerg civilization, divine civilization, human civilization, tree civilization, mechanical civilization. These are called civilized empires. The Dark Empire is a group of extremist empires whose purpose is destruction. Ronan sat on the command podium with cold eyes. They are not stupid. Don't you need money to fight? Why do you come all the way here to serve as a gun for us? Are you doing it for a greater cause or because you have more money? Don't they know? An empire was destroyed in half a month. Who dares not to understand it clearly? It is precisely because of the clear understanding that I chose to downplay the nature. The dead person is not theirs, so why should they spend money? The deputy commander was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. A bunch of short-sighted guys just for money. When this disaster spreads before their eyes, they will know the seriousness. Ronan's face was serious. The military agreed to my plan, but what about the political faction? What did the political faction say? The leader has killed a group of people who asked for peace, and everyone agreed to test it out first, and then start a war if it doesn't work. The rest have already contacted the surrounding empires and are working hard to form an anti-demon alliance. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, very good. If we don't hold back, we can control the direction of this matter. Whether it is to successfully stop or run away as a team, it's good that our hearts are together. The Kree Empire relies on its firm belief in unity and has been passed down to this day. Where the belief is, everything is there. The deputy commander asked, Sir, how are the sovereigns doing? Ronan frowned. The sovereigns have approached me privately and said they would pay attention to this matter. If we need support, just say something and they will send an army to assist us. The deputy commander was surprised. They would actually help us. Then why didn't they say this on the Alliance's official page? Those bad-tempered sovereigns would actually come so selflessly to help. This is the most surprising thing. Ronan snorted coldly. How do you think the sovereigns solve the problem of interstellar shipping lanes? Deputy Commander. How to solve it? Ronan opened the star map and drew a line from the sovereign empire. All the empires along the way will be destroyed until the remaining people understand that this is the ultimate war. They will either die at the hands of the Dark Empire or listen to the words of his sovereign empire. The deputy commander was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. What a domineering approach. The deputy commander sneered again. I didn't expect that the people who were willing to help us turned out to be sovereigns. The most arrogant guy is the most sensible at critical moments. Those glamorous guys in the league are actually the nastiest ones. Ronan looked at the red patch on the star map and felt a little tired. This is a group of volunteers. They will not admit it officially. The sovereigns have left themselves a way out. And there is no way out. The sovereigns were sensible, but that was all. Expecting people to travel thousands of miles away and support the whole country is just a dream. Being able to send an army all the way over to help you solve problems is already a very rare teammate. Go prepare a gift and send it to Leader Sovereign to thank her for her support. As commanded. The deputy commander retreated. Ronan looked at the star map and thought about countermeasures in his mind. Is there any excuse to involve Thanos? Mephisto is in a very happy mood. Happiness comes from comparison. Loki is working. Hey tilde Hemo is having fun with the adults. Tilde Loki is at work. Hey tilde Hemo is discussing beauties with adults. Tilde comfortable. He flew towards the sovereign empire openly and without concealing his aura. But he flew too fast. Sovereign's starship spotted him but couldn't catch up. The sovereign border guard's heart was so frightened that he cried on his knees and begged the general to report it through a special quantum information channel. It's so scary, a super life. Just rush towards the capital star in such a bright way. Who can bear this shock? If this is reported late, his head will fall to the ground. This precious news was transmitted through the most advanced information channel and sent to the capital star at the fastest speed. When Mephisto encountered the intercepting army, he used space magic to teleport over and didn't care at all. The Sovereign Legion was frightened and stunned. Depend on, this is a super being with high IQ and high ability. Don't be afraid of super life being awesome. I'm afraid this kind of person has such a bright mind. Information is reported directly layer by layer. The subsequent Inner Ring Defense Corps even took out small black hole bombs and space confinement. Before they could use it, they saw a super energy wave flash past in the defense area, heading straight for the capital star. People were so numb on the spot. UB******D, this is a slap in the face of my sovereign empire. Leader Linda was so angry that she kept fluctuating. Each legion can't even stop a single person. Let them fly all the way over, it's not a shame, what's the use of you? The huge sovereign empire, the advanced sovereign empire. At this moment, not even a dark super being can stop him. Leader, what should we do now? He goes straight to the capital star and will arrive in an hour. Leader Linda gritted her teeth. How long will it take to wake up Adam? The technical dean looked troubled. Leader, it will take at least 3 hours. And in this state of incomplete awakening, Adam's intelligence cannot be guaranteed to be in a semi-sleep state. In other words, in layman's terms, mentally retarded. Linda became even more angry. What's the use of being a fool? Give me the end. I don't care what method you use, whatever you want, the treasury will fully supply it. As you command. Linda suppressed her anger. Awaken all those sleeping strong men, even if it means delaying it, we must delay it until Adam wakes up. Let a super life be so bright and unscrupulous to rush to the capital star. This is simply a slap in the face of the sovereign empire. Leader, the opponent has arrived above the capital star. Linda's expression changed. How could it happen so fast? The data analyst's face changed drastically. Hyperspace technology, he masters hyperspace teleportation technology. A shadow fell over Linda's heart and her face completely darkened. Hyperspace technology, this is a hypertechnological technology that can only be used by the entire interstellar empire. There is a common standard behind every technology. Super energy, star energy. It doesn't matter whether your technology is mature or not. If you don't have enough energy, you won't even be able to take off Zio Bitchai's skirt with hyperspace technology. If you have enough energy, this Bitchai will lift up her skirt to tease you. She puts it on and takes it off now. When the energy is sufficient and the technology is mature, only this Bitchai will really take off her skirt and let you ravage her, making enchanting sounds. A super being uses hyperspace technology. This is equivalent to the other party carrying a white hole with them. Linda gritted her teeth and stood up. Let's go and take a look. Leader, this is too dangerous. Linda glared. The other party is killing people. Aren't my people in danger? If she is here, she can still try to stabilize the situation and rescue him. If she ran away, the pride of the sovereign people would really be thrown to the ground. A loud voice resounded throughout the world. Leader of Sovereign, General of the Dark Empire, Mephisto requests a meeting. Linda's expression changed. Dark Empire, the one Ronan wants to fight for help. If you send out volunteers on your front foot, the other party will run over on your back foot. Equip your own planet with this kind of weapon that can penetrate the dimensional barrier. This kind of weapon has extremely strong locking power, is accurate with one shot, and has the kind of lethality that can penetrate dimensions. Mephisto felt the supersensory weapon locked on him and smiled brightly. No, it's more important to reply to His Majesty the Demon King. Farewell. On the surface, she is personable, friendly, and gentle with a soft voice. The general is really joking. I just need to inform you about this matter. This is a major event between the two countries. How can you let the general inform you personally? Mephisto looked at the energy shield rising in the sky and smiled. His Majesty the Demon King is coming to Sovereign for sightseeing. Please make it convenient for Queen Sovereign to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Mephisto smiled generously. Yes, we expect to arrive in 6 hours. Please ask Queen Sovereign to make preparations. Linda's heart moved. His Majesty the Demon King is already on the way. So what about the Dark Empire? Linda kept cursing in her heart. Supersensory weapons can be researched. The expression on her face could no longer be maintained, and she was furious. Come here, wake up Adam with all your strength, switch all weapons to the ready state, and maintain the ability to launch. Unnecessary misunderstanding. When Mephisto saw it, he dropped down and saluted. Hello, Queen Sovereign. Linda put her hands on her abdomen, smiled warmly, and said with a heroic demeanor, I wonder what happened to General Mephisto. Forgive us sovereigns for our poor etiquette and not preparing for a welcome ceremony. If I stay, I will be crushed by you. How many protective systems have you crashed through along the way and you don't have any points? Crazy, the technology of the Sovereign Empire is outrageous. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Linda saw the Dark General smashing into the planet's energy shield, and pieces of energy fragments fell from the sky. What a joke! The capital star is not without weapons to resist super life forms. We really think our Sovereign Empire is vegetarian. Linda held up her skirt, glared, and the majesty of the royal family erupted. Get out of the way. There is no escaping sovereign royal family. Go activate the planetary shield and space weapons. If I die here, let my sister succeed to the throne and continue the fight. Mephisto doesn't understand technology, but he understands power. The guards on the side looked anxious and stopped in front of Linda. Linda stood on the aircraft and flew directly into the air. The guards did not dare to say anything and hurriedly got out of the way. Just fight here. Even if you force the opponent away, the damage to the capital star will not be low. General, won't you take a break? I'll take my leave now. I still have to reply to the Demon King. His Majesty the Demon King has an impromptu decision, and his subordinates dare not disobey him. A light flashed in Linda's eyes, and her voice was particularly sweet and delicate. Okay, I will give the order to make preparations. This is a big event for the Sovereign Empire. The Sovereign Empire would also be slapped hard in the face. Is this going to start a war? Mephisto came back with a cold sweat on his back. The aircraft carrier of the Nova civilization was bombarded with heavy artillery, and Razor died on the spot. The Sovereign Empire, known as the most technologically advanced empire, was even more ridiculously powerful. Used space weapons as mainstream weapons. Even he couldn't help but panic at the moment he was locked. It's possible to die, it's possible not to die, but it definitely won't feel good. Even if it can be resurrected, who can guarantee that a weapon of this level will not damage the source? Mephisto felt the direction of the resonance of the Dark Mark, and quickly returned to the Imperial aircraft carrier. Mephisto rolled his eyes and appeared in the hall, smiling at Hyperion, who was driving the aircraft carrier. Old Hy, do you want me to help you cover the Emperor's aircraft carrier, so that the Sovereign Empire will not waste time by checking left and right? Hyperion's eyes lit up. Okay. Tony squinted at Mephisto's expression. Why do I feel like you're trying to trick a fool? He has no evidence, but he had intuition. Mephisto had a bright smile on his face. How can there be? Sir, the technology of the Sovereign Empire is indeed advanced. Queen Sovereign also expressed her welcome to visit. Tony smiled. That's right, you know what you're looking for. Sir, you see, this trip is still very important. Why don't you let Hyperion be responsible for the announcement later? I'm shuddering at the sight. Hyperion is so handsome with all his muscles, and he's so sunny and bright. Tony smiled, and he was ready to trick Hyperion. Hyperion is my brother. If you don't trap him to death, who will? You're right. I also think Hyperion is very handsome. Look at these muscles, look at these white teeth, look at this sunny temperament. Let him speak, which will definitely highlight the spiritual outlook of our Dark Empire. You can't die anyway, so it doesn't matter if you die in a trap. Tony's smile was also very bright, and he was almost full of bad humor. Mephisto's smile became even brighter. He clapped his hands and praised Hyperion for being handsome. Hyperion put his hands on his hips, laughed loudly, and said with shining white teeth, Really? You finally discovered how handsome I am. Oh, I wanted to keep a low profile with you, but who knew that my handsomeness can't be concealed? Mephisto applauded desperately. Yes, you are right, you are the most handsome. Tony smiled brightly and applauded. Okay. I will appoint you to speak out and be responsible for demonstrating the domineering power of our Dark Empire. Hyperion felt a sense of pride in his heart. That's not true. What's the point of opening up new territories and establishing hegemony? It's just for this moment. Brother, believe me, I will definitely do a great job for you. Tony's smile was particularly bright when he saw the fool being deceived. He lowered his voice. What's going on? Why do you ask Lao Hai to shout? Mephisto kept the smile on his face, applauded desperately, and said privately, Sir, the weapons of the Sovereign Empire are very good. I feel that the power is outrageous. Let Lao Hai resist so that we can dodge. Tony suddenly realized. Of course, Hyperion needs to be able to resist damage. If he doesn't resist, who will? Do I resist? I'm not a human being, so why should I resist? Linda was furious and looked at the report. Are all planet-level weapons ready for launch? It's ready, leader. The cost of maintaining the launch state is not low. These sluts have to pay a fortune to take off their skirts. Linda's eyes squinted. The treasury has full support. When will it be used at this time? Are you waiting for me to die? None of our 10 legions and the Inner Ring Defense Legion can stop him. The commander swallowed. Then, should we just fire the cannon when we meet? Linda pondered for a while. Go on, hit only one. Hit the one at the front. Give our sovereign empire a prestige. Can't hit them all. Beating one to death is called showing off your fist. Beat them all to death as long as this dark empire wants to save face and kill her to death. There are 10 super beings in the Dark Empire. If one dies, it's not a big problem. Leader Adam has also successfully awakened and is already charging. Linda waved her hand. Let Adam be ready to attack at any time, as you command. Linda exhaled. Very good, now just wait for the devil to arrive. Everything is ready, now just wait to show the majesty of our sovereign empire. The Imperial aircraft carrier was collected when it flew to the sovereign galaxy. Tony clicked his tongue. The sovereign empire still has something, and it almost discovered Hyperion's aircraft carrier. Mephisto, who had just gone to destroy the opponent's reconnaissance system, clapped his hands and nodded in agreement. Yes, the Nova civilization can't even be swept away, and their sovereign almost hit our faces with the space-heavy cannon. It has to be said that the sovereign empire still has two brushes. Hyperion's face also became solemn. The Inner Ring defense is so strong, how strong should their capital star be? Mephisto and Tony looked at each other. It's going to happen, Hyperion needs to think. Mephisto's smile was particularly bright. Lauhai, since the sovereign empire doesn't have super beings, it's not at our mercy. Tony's smile was equally bright. That's right, look, if we take over the aircraft carrier and fly by ourselves, they still can't intercept it. Maybe it was discovered, maybe not. Damn it, Hyperion's attention was diverted. That's right, it's useless, it's all in vain. They are considered very awesome at the level of super beings. An extremely strong beam of white light, hundreds of meters thick, erupted from the ground, tearing apart the atmosphere, stirring up the entire planet, and countless storms rising inside the planet. Mephisto also smiled sincerely. Hyperion smiled brightly, mustered up all his energy, and flew to the front. I am General of the Dark Empire. Hi. Mephisto's liver trembled. Sir, this lethality is a bit outrageous. The two shameless old thieves coaxed Hyperion from ear to ear by talking to each other. Before Hyperion could finish speaking, his eyes turned white and he died on the spot. But there is absolutely no way to intercept it. What matters is her mother. You still can't look down on others. Whether it is important or not is not a matter of your own words. Mephisto helped. Yes, I am optimistic about you. Come on, Lauhai. While sucking the cold skin, Tony patted Mephisto on the shoulder with emotion. Old Mo, you are so considerate. This sovereign empire still has two brushes. Damn it, how many times has this been beaten? However, there is still hope of injuring him. He knew it would be very lethal, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Maybe you need to use horse charms to treat skin injuries, Tony said earnestly. Be prepared. This is the first time we have established diplomatic relations with the sovereign empire. It is very important. This shot can't kill him, cannot. The three people had no cover and soon arrived near Sovereign's capital star. Impossible, it's almost breaking the defense. Is it okay to take a cannon in your own face? His soul was floating in space blankly, looking at the beam of light and lost in thought. Tony showed a harmless smile. Yes, I believe you. What an awesome killing power. Tony and Mephisto both gasped. Hyperion's chest beat loudly and his smile was bright. Brother, look at me, I can definitely do it. Is it okay to let the boss catch the cannon with his face? Is it important? Look. Tony nodded in agreement. Yes, it can penetrate more than 2 Cs, which is awesome. Linda watched the marked super being die on the spot with a smile on her face. I believe the Demon King will understand how to treat us. This is an above-board demonstration. The observer looked at the data on the panel, sweating profusely, and hurriedly zoomed in on the screen. Leader, the opponent seems to have the ability to be resurrected. The smile on Linda's face suddenly disappeared and she looked serious. What's going on? The smart panel appeared in front of her, and she saw a translucent floating soul, a cynical young man and the gentleman general from before. The young man playfully smiled at their surveillance camera and a little at the translucent soul. The translucent soul is reborn with flesh and blood in the blink of an eye and returns to a healthy state. The muscular man shook his head as if his head was buzzing. A small black ball lit up on the young man's fingertip, and red warnings began to pop up on the monitoring panel. The young man pointed in the direction of the cannon with a half-smile. Linda took a deep breath, close the launch panel, keep the cannon activated, and order Adam to intercept. This thing is extremely powerful. If it generates a pulse, it can impact and bombard it, especially within the atmosphere. The lethality against sovereigns is not low at all. A ray of light rose from the horizon and Zunzi flew towards the sky. Hyperion's head was buzzing and the world in front of him was somewhat ghosted. This cannon is so powerful, my very being was shocked. Even if he was in his soul state just now, he was still hurt. Tony nodded in agreement. Yes. Mephisto was afraid. Thankfully, Yu Laohai walked in front, otherwise I would have died. Hyperion turned his head and looked at the two shameless old thieves who were overlapped in front of him. I am stupid, I am not stupid. You two are such good dogs. If he doesn't understand now that this is a despicable plot by two dogs, he's going to pronounce Hyperion's name backwards. Tony felt a powerful source of life approaching, covered his mouth and coughed dryly. Ahem, you go and feign attack and then try to defend. Hyperion rubbed his buzzing head and looked at Adam. Attack with force and then give it a try. Okay, brother, be tough. After saying that, he rushed directly to Adam. Tony, is he deaf? When did I say forceful attack? The corners of Mephisto's mouth twitched crazily. Can this gun also lower IQ? This made Hyperion's already thin IQ even worse. Hyperion glared angrily, aimed at Adam and shouted, come on, let's fight to the death. The momentum is majestic, the fighting spirit is soaring. Adam's face is serious. The person who came here is not weak and has the ability to be resurrected. He should be serious. Whoosh! Adam just watched helplessly as he flew past him and crashed into the energy reactor on the ground. Boom. A large hole opened in the energy reactor and the violent explosion turned Hyperion into ashes. Even Adam couldn't react for a while. Is this, for a joke, or are you here to commit suicide? Adam was stunned. What the hell is this? I have seen people seeking death, but I have never seen anyone seeking death like this. Who doesn't know that the Sovereign Empire's energy technology is extremely advanced, and it's such a trick to seek death by directly hitting the energy reactor? It's stupid. Tony looked numb. Could it be that he was bombarded by super energy just now, which caused the soul to vibrate and the soul body to integrate incorrectly? Mephisto was speechless and choked. 80% of it is. I have never seen a general commit suicide in battle. Hyperion is on. Hyperion exploded. Adam flew up with some surprise. Will your dark empire let generals who do not do things well go to death? This is too cruel. Fortunately, his face hit the energy reactor. If this hits the palace, the queen will not die on the spot. Tony said seriously, please don't elevate your personal behavior to the level of our empire. His IQ is the lowest in our empire. Mephisto also hurriedly explained, that's right. We don't know him, he is just a passerby from our empire. You don't have to take your life because you can be resurrected, but you can't lose your face. Adam was a little at a loss for a moment. What should we do? I've seen cruel people, I've seen crazy people, I've seen people desperate for my life. I've never seen anyone stupid. If he can't handle this, how can he establish his authority? Tony covered his mouth. Then who are you? What's going on? Adam calmed down his messy mood and said, I am Adam. I came here this time to exchange combat experience with His Majesty the Demon King. Tony suddenly realized, oh, tilde, show your fist, tilde, you can understand it that way. Adam could feel that the young man in front of him was strong, but he didn't know what level it was and only had a vague perception. Tony laughed. There is an interesting fighting mode in my hometown. Each person takes turns punching until one party admits defeat. Adam pressed his cochlea. Queen, how do you do? Linda took a deep breath. Promise him we will broadcast live around the world and I will let sovereign people see our bravery. Adam, artificial super life form. It is a powerful life conceived after the Sovereign Empire stripped away super energy, super genes, super space, etc. Zio bitchai skirt. Even if Thanos comes, Linda dares to let Adam step forward to fight. Strong, so tough. The live broadcast software in the Sovereign Shelter was opened, and the figures of Adam and Tony were projected on the big screen. Well, it's just you and the general, so I don't have much choice. Is that $500,000 upstairs? Attention was paid. Adam was lying in the pit, his face was burning with pain, and he couldn't help spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Adam covered his red and swollen face and staggered into the sky, blood dripping from midair. Your path is narrow. Adam stood in front of Tony with a serious face. Okay, Demon King, you are a guest, you come first. If it weren't for the Sovereign Legion being so powerful, Adam could have completely destroyed a huge interstellar empire by relying on time. Tony was a little surprised. You come to me directly, are you sure? Tony looked at his miserable appearance, smiled, patted his shoulder and gave a thumbs up. I admit defeat, you win. He held his breath and concentrated, preparing to accept. Damn it, you slapped me in the face. Tony smiled with a bright smile. Okay, stand still, I'll punch you first. Adam felt the burning pain in his cheek. Huh? Wow, is this Adam so handsome? Adam had participated in several interstellar wars before. It was simply a one-man show where he defeated a group of warships by himself. His Majesty the Demon King is so powerful, he could seriously injure me with just one punch. You are a dog. Adam spit out a mouthful of blood, smiled, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Mephisto was stunned. Are you sure? Adam stood upright, his muscles firm and energy forming a shield. At this moment, everything was silent. Young man, I advise you not to seek death. Adam is the imperial god of war. This outsider is really asking for his own death. Are you a human? This demon king is very powerful. He gritted his teeth. Ouch, it hurts. Boom. Adam watched helplessly as the fist hit his face, his facial muscles deformed, severe pain swept through his brain, and his whole body quickly flew backwards to the ground. As for the one who hit the energy reactor and died on the spot, everyone tacitly ignored the fool. Changing local wars is as easy as drinking water. It's my turn next. At this moment, the whole world is silent. But these outsiders are also very powerful and they can actually come back from the dead. You have no moral ethics. Everyone still has full confidence in Adam. Adam felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, and the raging murderous intention that had just appeared now turned into a sharp knife cutting his soul. Just now he wanted to punch Tony to death, and now he was vomiting blood. I have never seen such a shameless person, so shameless. His blood boiled and he felt extremely depressed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood spread across the sky, especially bright. Tony smiled brightly and said without sincerity, "Congratulations to Lord Adam on your victory, congratulations." Mephisto also smiled. Adam Supreme, you can count on one hand the number of people who can defeat me in this universe. You are going to be famous. Adam was so angry that he had a cerebral hemorrhage and pressed his cochlea. Queen, what should we do next? Establish authority. Is this really considered establishing authority? Anyone with eyes can see that they have suffered a big loss. He punched the opponent forcefully and was seriously injured. Didn't get anything cheap. Let's just say we won. Won, but not completely. Linda on the ground looked at the live broadcast in front of her and fell into deep speechlessness. Is the leader of the Dark Empire so shameless? Strong and shameless. The data analyst came over with the report. Queen, we calculated the power just now. If Adam is hit by 3 punches, his combat effectiveness will be weakened. If he is hit by 12 to 24 punches, there is a high probability that he will be completely damaged. Linda made an estimate. Will you die with 12 to 24 punches? This devil's fighting power is really strong. If we get the full support of the treasury, Adam can withstand more than 100 punches. Linda sighed. We will definitely lose, right? The data analyst nodded hard. What's the use of resisting 100 punches? This is just a demon king, a leader-level superpowerful being. Like the super being who died on the spot in one shot, he still had 8 more to his name. Get ready for it. The data analyst felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Queen, how can he be so shameless? Linda looked at the seriously injured Adam and felt a headache. He is shameless, but he is very effective. In a short period of time, Adam's combat effectiveness was weakened. Facing 2 super beings and a soul body, he had no advantage at all. The sovereign empire was suppressed at the beginning. Very bad. It's all this shameless dog's fault. The sovereign people watched the live broadcast and were all numb. Is the traditional culture of this dark empire shameless? This is too dirty. There is no loss at all, and our god of war was seriously injured for no reason. Those who play tactics are dirty, dirty, so dirty. The sovereigns were extremely angry. A majestic leader of the empire could be so shameless. Don't talk about martial arts, sneak attack on Adam. What a slap in the face. The sovereign's senses of the Dark Empire plummeted, from being a suspected powerful enemy at the beginning to now they are all dogs. Linda watched the Demon King fall into the hall with a smile on her face. I wonder why the Demon King came to our sovereign empire. Tony's eyes lit up when he looked at the sassy woman on the throne. Linda is very beautiful and has a heroic temperament like a sunny and heroic female general. Her figure is very healthy and plump, and her thin muscle lines add to her sunshine and beauty. Let's put it that way. Her flesh is organized and disciplined. It should be as big as it should be, as thin as it should be, as soft as it should be, and as smooth as it should be. It can be said to be the beauty of the universe. Tony couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Sightseeing, purely sightseeing. I can't tell you that I'm avoiding work, right? Duh. Adam walked in holding onto Hyperion's dizzy soul, his mouth slightly twitching. This guy crashed directly into the reactor, and his soul was shaken. Each super life can be regarded as an energy pile. The effect of this idiot crashing into it is almost the same as jumping into the crater of an active volcano. Generally, strong people with brains would not do this. This seems mindless. Thanos wouldn't be that stupid. Tony laughed heartily and waved his hand to attract Hyperion's soul. It's okay, it'll be fine soon. He used the power of darkness to resurrect Hyperion again. After Hyperion was resurrected, he felt dizzy and lay on the ground retching, I hit something. Adam was speechless. It should be deep energy repulsion. It will be fine after a while. It's like if you don't like sour food, then you pick up the vinegar bottle and put it in your mouth. Who in the right mind would do this? When Tony saw Hyperion's miserable state, he laughed so hard that he was out of breath. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard, this kid actually crashed into it. What's the difference between this and jumping into a manure pit? One sentence fell. The atmosphere in the hall changed slightly. Linda showed a slightly disgusted expression. Adam silently took a few steps back. Mephisto pushed Hyperion 10 meters away without leaving a trace. Tony covered his mouth and coughed twice. Let's get down to business. Linda's expression turned serious. Are you finally going to show your fangs, Demon King? Adam silently stood beside the Queen and took on the responsibility of guarding her. Linda was stunned. That's it, as commanded. The consumption will definitely not be small, but for this leader's super life, the consumption will definitely be less than 20 CO of the total energy. Linda's face turned red and she clutched the armrest tightly. Only a fool would believe you. Yes, just like I want to come here for sightseeing. The natural environment of the capital star will take 3 to 5 years to repair. Tony looked at the hall. I said, don't you have anything good to eat here? I'm really here to have fun. Tony smiled. The Dark Empire has just come here and the intelligence organization is naturally not as good as you old fools. As for why the destroyer is captured, it's just for fun. Countless defense systems have been penetrated. This is a shame. Tony blinked. Really, it's just for fun. You've done so many outrageous things. Linda's perception told her that this man was telling the truth. Resurrecting a super being seems easy. Defeating the destroyer will give you a chance to win a lottery. Superlife Adam was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Tony said seriously, Drax the Destroyer, I need the Sovereign Empire to help me lure him here. If I hadn't been able to beat you, I would have turned against you right now. The Capital Star super weapon consumes most of its energy. You are so powerful, why don't you do it yourself? Adam was stunned. Can you reveal that the Destroyer has a grudge against you? Linda felt a little confused. I will send millions of troops out to attack your home. Very true. Linda felt her breath being held in her chest, which was very uncomfortable. Come on back and demonstrate. For this man's bad taste, she took advantage of an energy star for more than half a year. Linda smiled. Of course there is, come and have a banquet. Just for fun, you tortured our sovereign empire into this, just for us to seduce a super being. The Dark Empire is really powerful. Linda smiled kindly and said, okay, this is not a difficult task. Come here and give us the designated task. Let the destroyer come to our place to eradicate an interstellar monster that likes to steal food. There's something wrong with your mind. Ronan thought for a long time and couldn't think of a good way to trap Thanos. When Thanos fights civilized wars, he likes to kill half and leave the other half. But he is not a fool and will kill everything. Do you think he dares to fight against the Sovereign Empire? He doesn't dare. If Thanos dares to fight, the Sovereign Empire will seriously injure him even if it kills 2 legions. The super beings were strong, but the technology of the Sovereign Empire was not achieved by being a vegetarian. Its star map was created by killing people, one by one. Today's Dark Empire is quite similar to the one in the early days of Sovereign's fortune. A technological explosion instantly killed an interstellar empire and established its power. After the instant kill, the Sovereign Empire did not expand, but quickly consolidated its foundation and developed. After growing up, relying on a solid foundation, he became a younger brother in the country. Ronan felt that he had vaguely grasped something. Consolidate the foundation and develop one shot at a time. Wait, where is the energy source of these guys? Even dimensional creatures that can be resurrected must rely on energy to be resurrected, right? Ronan hurriedly opened the video and data and started to calculate it himself. The Nova civilization must not have a huge energy source, otherwise they would have been my father long ago. If calculated according to these energy traces, the Dark Empire must have multiple dimensions energy source as supply. Ronan's eyes lit up. A sneak attack on their energy source can definitely curb their expansion. He looked at the enemy's resurrection in the video and suddenly had some inexplicable thoughts. Such a strong consumption. Could it be that he got the infinite gems? Infinity stones are said to possess unlimited energy. Even dimensional energy cannot help consuming it so lavishly. It's not like the Kree Empire has never beaten up the Dimension Lords. It's just that the dimensional dimensions are not suitable for life in the main universe to survive, so they didn't start a war. At most, the dimensional dimension is used as an energy collection place. Ronan suddenly thought of a good idea. I'll just say that the Infinity Stones are in the hands of the Dark Empire. Is there a problem with that? There's no problem with that. Even if the Infinity Stones are not in the hands of the Dark Empire definitely has extremely powerful civilized means. Wonderful, you can trick Thanos like this. What? As for the subsequent revenge, my life is almost gone, you tell me this. Next door, Nova died suddenly in 15 days. It's a question of whether the Kree Empire can survive until next month. Thanos looked at Ronan's projection and frowned. Except for the Soul Gem and the Time Gem, the other gems have always been in the hands of the Dark Empire. You don't need to remind me. Ronan was paralyzed on the spot. Wait a minute. The 4 Infinity Stones are in the hands of the Dark Empire. I was just talking about it for fun. This is so G true, Thanos snorted. To be precise, the Reality Stone and the Power Stone are in the hands of the Demon King Tony. The Space Stone and the Mind Stone are in the hands of the evil god Loki. If you have no other news, get out. Ronan was horrified. Wait a minute, I know where the Soul Gem is. Oh, I know that too. Ronan was dumbfounded. No, since you know it, why don't you go and get it? Doesn't Thanos regard the Infinity Stones as the foundation of his greatness? Thanos stroked the double blades of the tyrant, snorted coldly, and said nothing. Ronan looked at Thanos' reaction and thought quickly. An idea that I had never dared to think about before came up. This is an enemy that Thanos cannot defeat. It is even possible that Thanos himself tried it and was beaten so badly that he had to give up. Otherwise, with Thanos' temperament, there is no reason why he would remain silent. If there is a chance of winning, Thanos will definitely open his mouth and ask for Legion's help. The more Ronan thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became, so he could only show his cards. Thanos, the Dark Empire is right next to the Kree Empire. I need help to stop the Dark Empire's help. Thanos snorted disdainfully and said nothing. Why should I sacrifice my life for you? What kind of onion are you? The Demon King has gone to the Sovereign Empire. The Ancient One stepped out of the shadows, the Infinity Stone on his chest emitting green fluorescence. Thanos' face changed slightly. Already arrived. Ancient One nodded. It's already here. Now I can't see the scene of Sovereign's capital star. He could not see the Demon King directly, but so be it. The whole picture is bright except for Sovereign's capital star, which is completely black. Everyone knows that the devil is in Sovereign. Ronan's face instantly turned green. The Sovereign Legion just set out to support us a few days ago. What is this? Just copy your hometown. How to fight like this? If the Sovereign Army knew this news, they would definitely send back support with all hands and feet. So what should I do? How can I, a platinum player, compete with this king? The Alliance is a piece of shit. The few nearby are not very good at fighting. Depend on, Ancient One looked at him sympathetically. I wish you good luck. Thanos muttered, what do you think if we go over and steal the house now? The devil is the biggest threat. The devil is not at home now. Ancient One's eyes lit up. Hyperon and Mephisto followed the Demon King out, and now there are only 7 generals left. Ronan gritted his teeth. The Kree Empire can provide full support. We can hold back their army. Ancient One hurriedly added, with the Demon King here, the Dark Generals will not die. We can capture the Dark Generals alive and study their resurrection mechanism and energy attributes. The Dark General's origin is connected to the Demon King. The Demon King will not die and the Dark General will not die. Thanos showed a cruel smile. Ancient One, you can notify the Sovereign Volunteer Army and ask them to join the encirclement and suppression. I can't defeat the Demon King and I can't defeat their bunch of bastards. I will definitely avenge the humiliation last time. The Mind Stone in Loki's arms flashed a bright light, and his spiritual sense was triggered, giving him a vague glimpse of a blurry scene in the future. If Tony is allowed to get the 5 gems, he will be in a good mood one day and come over to snatch the Time Gem. We also need to work on the backup plan. The Demon King is already in the inner circle of the Sovereign Empire galaxy, and the Soul Stone is definitely out of reach. Without integration, how to improve the combat effectiveness of the Ghost Core? The devil is not at home, but there is some hope for other gems. Ancient One was a little unwilling again. In this operation, we must get back an infinite stone. Otherwise, we will lose. Now that he defeated Nova Civilization, he felt the huge difference between the two sides. Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell? The battle must be fought. Who the hell did I provoke? The longer time passes, the Kree Empire will be able to launch enough civilization escape fleets towards the infinite universe. It's like a troll integrating that potion and turning into a lava troll. His expression changed drastically. No, my life is really miserable. Hey, my life is so miserable. The Nova civilization also has a bunch of technologies that can be used on the Ghost Core, then the whole universe is doomed. Now the Spark project has been launched in the Empire. Loki looked at the astronomical number of documents in front of him and asked, "Where are the Dark Generals? What are they doing?" etc. I didn't feel anything before. Integration is definitely necessary. These people want to take advantage of the opportunity to steal the house. Skeleton Billy's soul fire was a little sluggish. Sir, except for the good order of the Black Shadow Corps, it will take a lot of time to rebuild the order of the known civilization. Skeleton Billy sighed, "Sir, it's actually quite good. You're not like Master Hyperion who has a miserable life and gets beaten. Inform the generals and let them go to the planets of Nova civilization one by one. Rely on coercion to establish order even if it is short-term." Okay, let's do it. Loki couldn't help complaining, why is the order of the Ghost Corps so excellent but these dark creatures are like fools? Depend on, Loki's face changed greatly. Go and call the Dark Generals to assemble and notify the Demon King to come to help. The Ancient One, Thanos, Star-Lord, and the Kree Empire's battleships all stuck in my face regardless. The Kree Empire should survive until next month. The Dark Generals gathered quickly. Loki made a long story short. Thanos is coming to steal your home with his army. We can't defeat him. Hurry up and ask the boss for help. The generals' faces all twitched, remembering the last time they were beaten by Thanos. They are just entering the supreme level for the first time, and they are still slightly lacking in accumulation, and their fighting skills are not as good as those of veterans like Thanos. The only people who can steadily suppress Thanos are the Ancient One and Tony. Without saying a word, everyone began to call out the Demon King through the resonance of the Dark Mark. Tony crossed his legs and enjoyed the high-quality massage service. As expected of the Sovereign Empire, this girl's massage skills are really superb. I wonder how good her writing skills are. Linda frowned slightly and said in a clear voice, "Every sovereign has a long life and the potential for all-round development, and his writing skills are naturally above the excellent level." Tony looked at Queen Linda frowning slightly and looking a little heroic, and raised the corners of her mouth. She is really a girl who doesn't understand the subtleties of writing. Linda's head was full of questions, wondering what weird thing this devil was talking about. Adam on the side coughed twice, signaling the Queen to drop the topic. Adam, who is a civilized database, certainly understands what Tony is talking about. Only women know how to ride. Tony felt a wave of fluctuation, raised his eyebrows slightly, waved his hand to tear apart time and space, and projected the time and space where Loki was. "Boss, it's bad. Thanos is planning to attack us while you're not at home." Loki said hurriedly, "They are definitely coming for the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. I will definitely not be able to guard them. Last time, 9 generals plus Lazuo worked hard. Lazuo worked a miracle and the plot was successful. This time without Hyperion, who is resistant to damage, and without Mephisto, who is the main output, they will be in trouble." Tony smiled. "Only Thanos is there an Ancient One." Loki recalled, "Through the revelation of the Mind Stone, there were Ancient One, Captain Marvel, Thanos, Star-Lord, Ronan and his army, the alliance armies of several nearby empires, and Sovereign Volunteer Army. What the hell is this? The first few are fine, but what about the latter one? Are you afraid that Tony will blow up your house?" Tony didn't care. He touched his chin and smiled strangely. "You guys fight first. If you can't fight, you will give up the space gem to the Ancient One." Loki blinked. "What other inappropriate thoughts have you had?" Every time Tony smiles weirdly, he is definitely trying to trick people. Tony didn't care very much. Unless the 6 Infinity Stones are gathered together, they can command the origin of the universe. Otherwise, it is of little use to me. However, the Space Stone can play a greater role in the hands of Ancient One. So what if you can command the origin of the universe? The Demon King's origin, wouldn't it taste good if I swallowed them one by one? Loki didn't panic now. The Ancient One is good at time and space magic. Do you want the Ancient One to be a tool? Or even let him summon powerful people from multiple dimensions in the universe? Time and space magic is very difficult to learn and can even cost your life. In the universe, when it comes to time and space magic, only the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One, is good at it. The rest are noobs. Tony leaned on the chair, holding his cheeks, and said leisurely, "I have 3 generations of body protection, and you are connected to my origin, so you don't have to worry about being killed by the forbidden time and space technique. Since you can't die, why not let Ancient One act as a tool, get his alliance army ready? After beating Thanos once, he absorbed a lot of energy. After beating Star-Lord once, he absorbed a lot of energy. Rather than letting yourself and others find them one by one, it is better to let the Ancient One gather these powerful people who have absorbed the vast power of the universe. Loki glanced at the red alarm screaming crazily next to him. Aren't you afraid of the car flipping over? Is it really okay to be so arrogant? Be careful with the fragrance. You think after getting the 2 gems, can the Ancient One stop the 9 generals from expanding the territory of the Dark Empire? Loki smiled. No way, Tony smiled playfully. So what if I gave him 6 Infinity Stones? Does he dare to use them? Does he dare to kill me? Once it comes to time, I'm not the only one who took action. Tony in the past and Tony in the future will tear apart the river of time and emerge, directly lifting the skull of the Ancient One. So what if you kill me now? As long as there is 1/3 incarnation, the devil's origin will exist, and he will still be resurrected from the darkness. So what if you die a few times? Is it important? Unimportant. The Ancient One only has one life, and if he doesn't cherish it, Tony doesn't mind using his own life in exchange for his. Being able to be resurrected is so tough. It's just bullying that Ancient One can't be resurrected at will. Cheating is so arrogant. Loki was speechless. Your smile is so arrogant. Anyway, as long as the Ancient One is not allowed to collect the 6 Infinity Stones, then I will try my best to keep the Infinity Stones and you will come back soon. The Demon King doesn't mind, so what can their subordinates, say? Tony picked his nose. It's impossible to go to work. I have to live on holidays for the rest of my life. Loki, your conscience is so bad that you actually want me to go back to work. Loki, how much water has gone into your brain? I'm here to die and you're going on vacation. Be a human being, but occupation is very troublesome. You can definitely beat it. At the last party, everyone was drinking and talking while Hyperion was eating. Of course, whether you will be resurrected after dying once is another matter. This thing in the soul world, it needs to be recharged. Once the energy is used up, it will cool down. Find me delicious rations. Stimulating points are more interesting. Adam stood in front of the Queen with a serious look on his face. That was done by the liberals of the Empire and has nothing to do with our Queen. But, Ancient One, look how nice I am to you, letting you use the Time Stone and giving you the Space Stone to be my tool. Even while he was massaging, he was still eating. I didn't even let go of a blade of grass and moved them all into the Dark Empire. Tony turned off the time and space projection and looked at Linda and Adam. Be the devil. Loki was speechless. Okay, that's it. Just remember to save me before I die. I'm okay with being resurrected a few times, but if I'm resurrected more than 6 times, the origin of my soul will be injured. Tony waved his hand casually. It's not like they can break into the Dark Empire, so whatever, they can hit those street vendors if they want, it doesn't matter. Can you call me a devil for cheating? The main thing is that the Demon King is not around, otherwise they will be resurrected with full health and mana. Tony waved his hands lazily. It doesn't matter, just look at it. I'm not planning to fight the Sovereign Empire for the time being. I just want to kill the Destroyer. That little thing in the main universe is sprinkled with water. Tony was silent for a while. Why are you always eating? Tony smiled. One Destroyer is not a big concern, but if the Ancient One gathers heroes and uses the power of all living beings, they may not be able to kill me. Are the desolate stars you have captured useful? Dark Empire is the core. The Sovereigns completely crushed the middle and lower levels of the Dark Empire. Hyperion raised his head with a large piece of meat stuffed in his mouth and spoke vaguely. Ooh. Okay, you have to work hard. Linda was facing a formidable enemy and was very nervous. You didn't know about the volunteer army before. Tony waved his hand. I know, I will rescue you after I finish defeating the Destroyer. Hyperion, you go back first to resist the damage and give Loki and the others time to recover their mana. Linda was a little confused and couldn't help but wonder. The Destroyer is more important than the Nova Sector. The Demon King doesn't need it. Hyperion chuckled, wiped his hands and mouth, turned around and flew out of the hall, opened the Dark Empire plane, and quickly returned to the Nova Sector with the help of the Dark Empire. Last time, everyone was talking about how beautiful women are moisturized, and Hyperion was eating it. Since the Demon King is not here, they can only use the power of the soul world to resurrect. Tony licked his lips, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Linda looked confused. Putting aside whether you want to die or not, why are you going to such trouble? What's the point, especially if you want to target the Destroyer? Adam can't even withstand your 10 critical punches. The Destroyer, who is about as powerful as Thanos, is also a novice in front of you. Is it interesting for a dignified devil to target the weak? Tony stretched out a finger and shook it. No, you don't understand. He snapped his fingers and teleported a refrigerator from the Dark Empire. Then Tony took out a piece of frozen meat from the refrigerator. Then Tony slightly heated his palms, the ice on the frozen meat began to melt, and his palms became wet. Then Tony put the frozen meat in the refrigerator. He pointed his palm at Linda. "Look what's left in my hand." Linda looked at his palm and was speechless. Oil and water. Tony smiled brightly. "If you give it a try, your hands will be covered with oil and water. If the Ancient One is not given the time stone and the space stone, he will not bother with them. Where can I get involved? You have to work hard on this matter, and the more you work on it, the more profitable it will be. If you don't bother, nothing will happen. How come your mouth is full of oil after eating?" Linda felt speechless. "You don't look like a devil at all, you look like a shameless businessman. To be precise, he is a shameless shit stirrer." Tony smiled and blinked. "Would you like to do a business deal?" Linda felt like she was being targeted by a demon and twisted her body unconsciously. "What business?" "The Anti-Devil Alliance Army has the courage to fight against the Dark Empire. The Stark Group specially sells arms at a discount to support the Anti-Demon Alliance Army and the Sovereign Legion from afar. By the way, my surname is Stark." Linda's mouth opened slightly. "Are you crazy? Sell arms to us to fight you." Tony raised his fingers and waggled, making a tut-tusk sound. "After the Nova civilization was occupied by me, internal conflicts were fierce. If there are fierce external conflicts at this time, the internal culture will quickly become unified, and the Dark Empire will also enter a stage of rapid development. The fastest way to develop life in the Dark Empire is through fighting and fighting. All beings in the Dark Empire can gain the favor of the power of darkness and evolve as long as they actively participate in battles and actively build a war culture. Other civilizations are afraid of war and consumption. The Dark Empire, the mudslide in the civilization of the universe. The cosmic civilization war is a turmoil." Linda felt very troubled. "Aren't you afraid of being destroyed?" Tony's eyes lit up. "Is there such a good thing?" Linda was confused. Tony said with a bad smile. "Do you think the news that 10 super beings set off the ultimate darkness and engulfed the first civilization of the Anti-Demon Alliance is exciting enough? Select the strongest ones and then engulf them with ultimate darkness. What a great thing." Linda felt that the Demon King was particularly arrogant. "Where are you raising the goo? Either the Dark Empire will unite to the outside world. Either the Dark Empire will perish and then you will create another Dark Empire." Linda took a deep breath. "Why should I agree? What can I get?" Tony smiled evilly and took out a dark mark and placed it on the table. "Eternal life, authority of resurrection, infinite energy." Tony stood up. "I'll leave it here. I'll go sightseeing and you can think about it." Mephisto followed Tony and obediently led the way to the scenic spot. Linda looked at the dark mark on the table and fell into deep thought. "Adam, tell me, should I agree?" Adam looked at his mouth with his eyes and his heart with his mouth. "Queen, his family has 4 infinity stones and the energy is richer than ours. What does civilization need most? Energy. With energy, there is the capital to take off the little b***** ch's skirt. No empire can refuse the enchanting and graceful technological curve." Linda stretched out her hand, her eyes clear. "I will try. If I am controlled by the dark mark and betray the empire, let my sister kill me and succeed to the throne." Adam sighed. "Yes." Loki and the generals looked at each other. Loki opened the alarm message and muttered, "Ronan's army and Sovereign's volunteers are approaching the border of the sector. Of course, these are not the main problem. The main problem is, how do we survive until the boss comes back?" Lazo was very confident. "How about we run away? Anyway, most of the things have been moved away, so it doesn't matter if the remaining things are thrown away. If the strength is divided at the supreme level. The Ancient One is the top of the supreme level, the god of learning among the gods, a hexagonal warrior. He can win half of the battle at the same level starting from the beginning, and he also has some forbidden spells that are beyond this level. Thanos is a top-notch strongman, a god of learning, a master of magic and martial arts, and he can use forbidden magic just like eating and drinking. The Destroyer is the lowest among the first class. He is a top student. He is not bad at learning, but his progress is not as fast as Thanos. Hyperion is a waste stream in the supreme level. His single attribute breaks the limit of the chart. He cannot be said to be weak in other aspects, but he is a mentally retarded player in the same level. Razo and other generals were primary school students who had just entered the Supreme Being. It can withstand violent beatings, but if you want to fight back. Just dream, the Supreme level does not mean that the energy is almost the same, but everyone's strength is about the same. Comparing strength does not mean winning or losing based on energy. This involves many factors such as energy control, precision of operation, usage methods, new energy styles, and combat experience. In fact, Thanos is still you Thanos. Thanos just can't beat Tony, but it's not like he can't beat them. In a one-on-one duel at the same level, apart from the Ancient One, Thanos is really worthy of anyone. If it's a group fight, Thanos is not unworthy. Last time it was just an accident. Loki shook his head. No, the boss said we have to give the space gem to the Ancient One. Black Panther raised his hand weakly. Can't you just throw it to me? Hyperion is not here now and Mephisto is not here either. It's not that I look down on everyone, but we really can't beat them. The other generals nodded in agreement. When the boss is here, they have the courage to go up, because Thanos is afraid of the boss. The problem boss is not here. If they really want to fight, it is normal for them to cry for father and mother after being beaten by Thanos. In the last fight, except for Lazo who worked a miracle with his strength, the others really didn't take advantage. Loki was speechless. We have to act realistically. We have to be unyielding, we have to be strong and brave, and we have to fight unswervingly. Actually, I don't want to be beaten either, but the boss said he would give the space gem to Ancient One. Spider-Man interrupted directly. Just tell me how long it will take before you give up the space stone. Everyone looked at IQ Heights, waiting for his advice. Loki pressed his hands on the table, leaned forward, and said seriously, after dying 3 or 4 times. By the way, who of you wants to take the space stone? This is the famous Infinity Stone. The generals looked at Loki without saying a word. At this time, whoever takes it will be beaten. No one likes to get spanked. Loki's face darkened. Damn, what a bunch of bastards. The heart is black, no one goes out of his way to protect his friends. I'm finally back. I'm exhausted. I traveled through the dark dimension many times and sacrificed my life force to get back. Wonderful, here comes the victim who can stab his friend. Loki looked at Hyperion, who was sweating profusely, and suddenly smiled brightly. Lao Hai, do you want to dedicate your loyalty to the Empire's hegemony? Do you want to expand the territory for the Empire? Do you want your elder brother to praise you? Hyperion's eyes suddenly lit up. Think about it, how to fix it. Here, I'll give you this gem. It can help you realize your ideal of domination. The generals looked at Loki, who was not a son of a man, and expressed their deepest condemnation in their hearts. Hyperion laughed loudly. Loki, even though I thought you were a B****ch before, now I think you are still very discerning. You understand me very well. Yes, as long as you hold the infinite gems, no one can defeat you. Not including the Ancient One who is good at time and space magic, not including Thanos who is a top student, not including our boss. Hyperion was filled with great pride. I have the gem and I am invincible in the world. The generals silently sympathized with this fool. He's about to be beaten and yet he still claims to be invincible. This fool never stood up. Loki began to arrange a defense plan, delaying it as long as he could. Everyone, our goal is to defend with all our strength. Hyperion nodded vigorously. That's right, we need to bring out the domineering spirit of our general. Loki vaguely felt something was wrong but didn't think much about it. As long as we wait until the boss comes back, we will be safe. Hyperion's white teeth shine particularly brightly. I want the boss to see the loyalty and strength of Hyperion. I, Hyperion, am the #1 general. Loki suddenly realized something was wrong. Generals, let's drag them down, find an opportunity to give the space gem to Ancient One and others, and then run away. Hyperion, fight battles that others dare not fight, fight against people that others dare not fight against, and do things that others cannot do. Create supreme domineering power. The generals looked at this guy whose painting style was obviously different from everyone else's and felt something bad. Loki secretly looked at each other and signaled whether he should tell Hyperion the truth. The generals shook their heads wildly. Are you kidding me? If I know how to act, can I still be called an IQ depression? Hyperion looked at everyone who suddenly acted in unison, confused. What's wrong with you? Loki patted his shoulder and smiled kindly. It's okay, Lao Hai, when it comes to expanding the territory, it has to be you. When it comes to getting beaten, you are still the professional. Hyperion said proudly, I wanted to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect that you would see such insignificant advantages in me. Okay, come on, we support you. All the generals showed kind smiles. Hyperion is mighty, come on, we Lao Hai are still the best. That's right, everyone tacitly put the blame on Hyperion's head, coaxing Hyperion so much that he couldn't find Bay. Hyperion was in a surging mood, and all the fatigue from the journey had turned into clouds. He was filled with great pride and ambition that shook the world. I was kidnapped by the Ancient One. I did the right thing, I found the organization. This is the organization I want. Unity, friendship, and full of positive energy. Let's all be positive and work together to create hegemony. Loki looked at the alarm and smiled brightly. Brothers, if the Demon King is not here, can't we succeed? Today, we want to let these bastards know the illustrious reputation of our 9 generals. Nonsense, of course you have to be more cowardly when the boss is not here. However, all the generals shouted in cooperation, promote the reputation of our empire. Hyperion's blood was boiling and he wanted to fight Thanos now. Go, go, go. Loki arranged the defensive sector, and then the generals began to go to the battlefield. 8 billion troops gathered at the border of Nova sector. The mighty army covers the stars, rolling in like a vast star tide. For this war, Ronan spent all his money, plus the royal legion supported by the leader, and hastily summoned legions from several nearby empires. Several nearby empires are very sensible. If the Dark Empire cannot be stopped, the next interstellar civilization to be destroyed may be them. This time, they desperately support Ronan in the war. Ancient One and others are sitting on the Dark Star. Ancient One uses time stones to predict the future and plan with infinite future scenes. He stared at the future scene but always felt weird. Why in 100,000 futures Loki and others sit back and watch Hyperion get beaten? It's not obvious, but Loki and others look like they are stalling for time. When Thanos heard this, he snorted. Except Hyperion and Mephisto, can anyone else fight with me? Ancient One nodded, temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart. In this operation, we can at least get 1 infinite stone. Is the probability of winning 2 medals high? Ancient One shook his head. Impossible, we don't have enough time. After we grabbed an infinity stone, Tony is almost on the way back. If we get entangled, the gain outweighs the loss. Thanos pondered, quick fight, grab one and run away. Ancient One looked solemn. Yes, it's such a weird feeling. I always feel like I'm being calculated. What exactly went wrong? Tony is in Sovereign, Mephisto is also in Sovereign Hyperion. Hyperion is back, how could it happen so soon? Ancient One looked forward in surprise. Thanos' face turned gloomy, and the tyrant's double blades in his hands buzzed. Hyperion was suspended in space, flying at the front, looking at the billions of warships that could not be seen through at a glance and felt bad. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. I absolutely love fighting, but I really don't like being beaten by billions of legions. Loki encouraged from the side, be brave, don't be afraid of difficulties. Laz also strongly encouraged, no matter how difficult it is, there will be great rewards. You see, we also have 900 million battleships. As long as you persist until the moment the boss comes back, you will be the most handsome boy. When Hyperion heard that there were only 900 million left, his face suddenly turned green. He had been the leader of the Empire and knew with his toes that he would lose this battle. Hyperion turned his head stiffly. I said, even if we can be resurrected. How can we win with such a huge disparity in strength? All down, 9 firepower bombarded one of them. This formed a fire suppression, and expecting the people of the Dark Empire to fight back was completely futile. How can we make up for the remaining firepower gap? Of course they are generals. The Nova civilization was completely beaten because the strategic planet was captured by them in a surprise attack, and the planet was directly invaded by them with ultimate darkness. But things are different now. This is a pure beating battle. Loki's face was serious and his eyes were firm. If you endure hardships, you will achieve success. Do you want to be famous in the entire universe and shock all the creatures in the universe? Go ahead, go create miracles. Believe in yourself, you can do it, create a miracle. Only when you are beaten within a span of a dozen times will you be able to achieve success. Lazo followed the encouragement with a determined look on his face. It's difficult to kill 8 billion star battleships. It's easy, you are Hyperion. You are the invincible general who is valued by the king. You are the invincible who wants to dominate the universe. Strong. Spider-Man condemned these 2 shameless guys and then encouraged Hyperion passionately. Hyperon, this is your first step to dominate the universe. You want future generations to think of the Dark Empire when they mention it. An invincible general named Hyperion, he is not afraid of hardships and dangers. He has reversed the crisis several times and saved the Dark Empire. Hyperion felt that his blood was boiling. The whole person is on fire. Is this the trust of companions? I, Hyperion, received it. I will use my life to defend the Dark Empire. Defend the absolute trust of your companions. He roared and the muscles on his chest bulged with excitement. I am the strongest general in the Dark Empire. Loki pointed at Thanos, secretly said, pull hatred, just pull him. Hyperion's blood was boiling. He directly pressed the space gem onto his belt to amplify himself. Then he took out the bloody staff blade and pointed it at Thanos. He used the maximum strength to resonate and taunted Thanos on the whole channel. Eliminate, purple sweet potato that has been exploded, how dare you, fight with me. The generals gasped and distanced themselves one after another. When it comes to attracting hatred, you are still the expert. The anti-demon alliance army fell silent instantly. Sitting on the dark star, Thanos felt like countless beings were looking at him, seeming to be questioning him with their eyes. Have the chrysanthemums ever been exploded? Invincible in the universe, traverse the universe, dominate a galaxy, and be the overlord of Thanos. His anus was exploded. The fire of gossip ignited in an instant. Thanos felt that he was on the edge of social death and his whole head was buzzing. Go out and admit that you were bombed. If I don't go out, I can't suppress the hatred in my heart. What? Didn't it feel good enough that these stick blades exploded last time? This blood is still yours. Thanos went berserk in an instant, splitting the space and flying out of the battleship, rushing towards Hyperion. I am going to kill you. He didn't know who exploded his anus, but he knew who kicked the cane blade into the anus. Go to hell. Ronan couldn't close his mouth and was stunned. No, his anus was exploded. It's so exciting. Thanos got his anus exploded. Ancient One covered his face. Don't ask me, I don't know. Captain Marvel looked at the ground silently and said nothing. Star-Lord looked confused. Ronan turned his head, looked at the crazy Thanos in space and swallowed his saliva. This must have been exploded. Ronan's head was buzzing. How could he get the advantage of Thanos in this fight? Forget it. Fire, attack the Dark Empire. Hyperion pulled the hatred steadily, used the space gem to accelerate, and then flew around in the starry sky. Thanos was like crazy, chasing after him. His eyes were red, like a madman. The Ancient One was determined to arrange tactics, but when he saw Thanos' red eyes, he silently gave up on the arrangement for him. The fleets of both sides began to bombard each other. Lasers were flying all over the sky, and the battlefield became intense from the beginning. Commander Dill of the Soviet Volunteer Army directly ordered the fleet to target the area where the enemy commander was located and cover it with artillery fire. After a round of bombing, it was revealed that 3 super beings died on the spot. Commander Dill laughed loudly in the channel. These super beings are really looking for death. They stand so boldly in front of the fleet without any protection. Ancient One covered his face. Get ready to rescue Commander Dill's main ship. Can the Ancient One kill the Dark General? It kills you, then why doesn't he do it? Because unless their resurrection ability can be eradicated, it is useless. Before the decisive battle, consuming the life of the Dark General will only anger the other party more. Dill said very convincingly, don't worry, we have very convenient teleportation technology. Nolan, take me to the transfer quickly. I'm afraid the other side will beat me to death. A true commander must know how to survive. He attaches great importance to intelligence and good advice from friendly forces. Dill had just transferred and laughed in the channel. However, I still want to say, this friendly army, you are too careful. Even if it is a super life, as long as one more round of bombing continues, won't this battle be won? The most technologically advanced empire in the Star Alliance, he led the army to kill many dimension lords and super beings. Experience is called enrichment. Boom! 7 thick pillars of dark light tore through the Sovereign Volunteer Army command ship. Dill looked at the 7 dark generals flying in space and swallowed silently. Well, could you please give me some information about the dark generals? The war was in a hurry, but he had read all the information on the Dark Empire. He hadn't had time to read the super life form yet, but he just thought it might be similar to those dimension lords. Now he felt that he had underestimated him. Ronan reminded heartily, the evil god Loki, formerly the Prince of Asgard, is a Protoss and very powerful. The others are not weak either. Asgard's population is much sparser than that of the Kree Empire, and its civilization level is also much weaker. But Asgard is a god, there is a heavenly father, the kind where one father supports an empire. As one of the 3 great empires in the universe, the Kree Empire has the guidance of supreme wisdom, a population of hundreds of billions, and advanced technology. But even so, the Kree Empire did not destroy the Nova civilization. The Dark Empire led by the Demon King did it. 1 hour to occupy the capital star, half a month to bring Nova civilization to its demise. This incident scared the supreme wisdom into giving full support to Ronan. You are not afraid of the existence of a heavenly father, but you are afraid of this father sleeping next door to you. Commander Dill was stunned. Asgard, that kingdom of gods that was rumored to be devoured by mysterious creatures some time ago. Despite the distance, he knew how difficult Asgard was to be trifled with. Ancient One added with a solemn expression, their origins are all linked to Demon King Tony. If the Demon King does not die, they will be resurrected again. Commander Dill had an unpleasant feeling in his heart. Wait a minute, could this Demon King be the Heavenly Father level? Is your Kree Empire so unlucky? I am trying to be civilized as a younger brother, but I actually encounter the rise of my Heavenly Father. The Ancient One sighed. The heavenly father of Asgard was devoured by Demon King Tony. Commander Dill's heart was trembling, his hands were trembling, and his voice was trembling. F***K, Ronan, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, I would have brought Adam here to protect me. Joke, I thought it was an intrusion from the dark dimension that was cleaning up the daily routine. As a result, you told me that there was a big prize. Ronan remained silent. Good fellow, it turns out that the arrogant sovereigns didn't know. Very nice. Another one has been tricked. If you can trick anyone, that's one. The population of the sovereign empire is smaller than that of the Kree Empire, but every sovereign is an extremely optimized life form with highly developed technology and strong combat effectiveness. Such good teammates are so hard to find. Commander Dill looked at the super beings trapped in rage and cried directly, I was so wrong. How great it was to be bombarded just now. Now my intestines are so green with regret. What the hell are you doing? Provoked a father out. Asgard was hammered to pieces. Sovereign's fleet cannot withstand such a father. Ancient One comforted, don't cry, Demon King Tony went out to play, only these super life guardians are left to win. Commander Dill stopped crying and turned on the projection, where are you going, where are you going? Fortunately, I can still fight, run after this wave. Yes, the Demon King went to Sovereign's capital star to play, he should still be at, the capital star of your empire at the moment. Ancient One wanted to slap himself in the face. Fortunately, my supreme intelligence is a supercomputer which makes traveling easy. I won by the asterisk. Commander Dill was very sad. He was so good, why did he end up on a pirate ship? Fortunately, the devil just left. The projection hung up and Dill felt that life was unpredictable and hopeless, so what was he doing with his life? My mother exploded. The concern on Commander Dill's face solidified instantly. I'm so depressed. There is really no going back now. The home was stolen and the queen was also hacked. What nonsense are you talking about? The devil went directly to steal the house. Who would have thought of this? The home was stolen. Commander Dill rolled his eyes and jerked away, falling directly to the floor of the ship. This is the future of the Kree Empire. He quickly dialed the leader's emergency line. Who can withstand this? Adjutant Nolan hurriedly helped the commander up and pinched him with all his strength. Sir, wake up. Ronan felt heartbroken after hearing this. Commander Dill burst into tears on the spot. Ouch, I'm so surprised. Commander Dill's voice echoed across the dark star. Dill's command podium was heartbroken and opened the army command channel. Hit me hard, use all your strength, the Dark Empire has sneaked into our homeland. Fortunately, Sovereign's output will not be affected if his mother explodes. People are kind enough to help you make a copy and look back. Commander Dill wiped his tears. Is it too late for me to surrender now? Ancient One didn't know what to comfort him. Commander Dill woke up, sat on the floor and cried bitterly. I just went out to clean up the darkness, it was fine, why is my home gone? Ancient One looked at the floor silently. I think it's too late. How about you go ask for help? It was fine when I came out, but in the end I couldn't go back. Those who hear it are sad and those who hear it shed tears. Queen, are you okay? On the projection, Linda looked over with a dark aura all over her body. Ancient One and others breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, it adds a violent state. The destroyer is coming soon and the Sovereign Empire's mission rewards are the most generous. Linda sat in the hall, restrained the fluctuations of the dark mark, and her eyes were clear. Adam, has my mental state been affected? Adam shook his head. Apart from the improvement in mental state brought about by the increase in energy, there is no other impact. Linda was stunned. No influence, isn't this a dark mark? Adam pondered. I don't know, maybe the energy is very pure so it doesn't have much impact. Tony walked in with a beautiful woman in his arms, his face flushed. I used to think that artificial ones understood user needs. Now I think they are still purely natural and comfortable. With a blush on her face, the beauty half walked and half leaned against Tony, and her slightly lingering fragrance breathed on Tony's chest. Linda frowned. Vulgar. Tony sat on the chair and smiled. Humans are inherently vulgar. I have ability and we are in love, how can I call it vulgar? Linda didn't want to talk about this topic anymore but asked seriously, Devil, doesn't your dark mark have the function of controlling thoughts? Tony shrugged. It used to be able to influence people's thinking, but later I found it cumbersome and removed it, leaving only the pure energy transmission function. Linda was stunned. Why? Oh, because later on I can punch my little heavenly father, and whoever I hit is my younger brother, so naturally it feels like a burden. As long as the fist is hard enough, who cares whether the mind is controlled or not? Anyone who is not convinced will be beaten to death. Linda was speechless. Did you destroy Asgard? Tony was slightly surprised. How do you know? The demise of Asgard is of concern to all cosmic empires. It is the civilization where one of the few Heavenly Father-level powerful people in the known universe belongs. Linda's heart skipped a beat. Let me ask one more question. Why didn't you choose to attack the sovereign empire? Tony played with the beauty in his arms and smiled. Only when you are alive can you create a bigger stage. It would be boring to beat you all to death. When these people are alive, they will definitely find ways to make progress and absorb higher dimensional energy. If they were all killed, would it be possible for him to do such a thing? Linda frowned slightly. You are very arrogant, and you also have the capital to be arrogant. Your arrogance is exactly the same as the arrogance of us sovereigns. The sovereigns are also so arrogant. The territory of the sovereign empire is not at the level of a space empire, but its technology is indeed extremely developed. Linda didn't want to talk more with this arrogant guy. I will increase my investment in volunteer forces to promote your business. Drax the Destroyer has also arrived near the energy processing plant of the capital star. Tony heard this and smiled. Mephisto, go and destroy the destroyer and then seal it in sovereign capital star. Mephisto accepted the order and retreated. After a while, there was a violent explosion from the horizon. A magnificent black curtain rose, and the next second turned into a five-pointed star formation and fell. The task is completed and a lucky draw opportunity will be awarded. Acquire thunder and lightning magic. Jiangsu. A flash of lightning flashed in Tony's eyes, and the source of demonic energy in his body suddenly increased. Jiangsu's thunder demon energy is the most powerful among the 8 demonic energies. By the way, you can also use the power of laws such as heavy rain and floods. Adam's eyelids twitched. Queen, his energy level has gone up a notch. Linda felt the sudden expansion of dark energy in her body and her voice trembled slightly. I feel it. What's going on? Why do you become stronger just by chatting? Tony felt the surge of power in his body with some fascination. He waited for the aftertaste of this feeling to dissipate, then opened his eyes and said, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. I'm leaving. Don't forget to ask the volunteers to increase their attack intensity. Linda was silent for a moment, then nodded. Tony transformed the beautiful woman in his arms into a dark creature and put it into the Dark Empire. By Tilda, I hope you know how to ride when I see you next time. Tony's figure quickly faded and disappeared. Linda frowned. She found that she had frowned more today than in the entire previous half of her life. What riding skills? What on earth is this arrogant lunatic talking about? Do we, the sovereigns, have any skills? I know riding skills very well. Adam was silent for a while, then raised his index finger with his right hand and pointed at the sky, and then made a circle with the thumb and index finger of his left hand. Then the circle reaches the top of the index finger, and it keeps falling down and lifting up. Queen Linda's face instantly turned red and her hair became shaggy. Shameless person. Adam retracted his fingers and looked at the sky silently. So the riding skills he talked about last time are not the kind of riding skills you thought. But I know nothing about his plans. However, the space gem was not on Loki, but on Hyperion, who least understood space ability. Doesn't Loki know that Hyperion doesn't understand spatial abilities? No, he does. Thanos thought for a moment and asked curiously. Of the 9 generals, the ones who are good at space magic are Loki and Mephisto. Why is the space gem on Hyperion? Does Loki want to betray the Demon King? Impossible. No, there must have been a few points that I saw, but I didn't notice. The Ancient One looked at the war in the vast ocean and sighed slightly. But when you face a group of enemy leaders who are constantly resurrected, the beheading effect seems to have only a deterrent effect. He has a plan. A faint flash of light flashed through him, and he felt like he was about to catch it. There is only one reason. Thanos teleported in covered in blood and asked the crew for a gauze to wipe the tyrant's double blades. His tone was cold. We have obtained the space gem. Do you want to leave now? Things are going in the direction you want, but there's something vaguely too smooth about it. I always feel like I'm being set up. Thanos defeated Hyperion alive and obtained the space stone. The devil doesn't want to come back. Star-Lord curled his lips. If you are tricked once, you can get an infinite gem. If it were me, I would rather be tricked a few more times. If Loki holds the space stone and the mind stone, he and the others will definitely have to target him alone to have any hope of taking them down. A fierce tug of war. Even if he is the supreme, the only role he can play in a war of this scale is to behead people. The confrontation between billions of armies, especially when one side can continue to resurrect, will become a white-hot war. Ancient One suddenly realized. Hyperon was with the Demon King before. Hyperion did not have super travel technology, but he relied on the Dark Mark to rush back before the war started. The Demon King deliberately let himself get the Space Stone. Among the 9 generals, Loki and Mephisto are the most adept at space magic. At the expense of a huge amount of energy, Hyperion can come back. He noticed something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong, and he didn't know where he was being plotted. Ancient One got the space gem but felt a little heavy. Ancient One was silent, recalling the whole process, always feeling weird. But a flash of inspiration flashed by, and then she started posing through the white gauze like a sexy bee **ch, tickling his heart. There is only one reason. Ancient One frowned. Thanos, do you feel something is wrong? I always feel that I am being calculated. The mentally retarded Hyperion player finally fell flat in front of a nearly omnipotent player like Thanos. Thanos raised his eyebrows. Yes, the other generals are stalling for time. Ancient One's expression changed drastically. Why can't the Demon King do it? The Dark Mark was given to the 9 generals by him. Thanos' expression was also ugly. The devil plots against us. What kind of calculation is this? At what level is this calculation done? Ancient One nodded with a heavy face. They must have plotted against us, it's just that we don't know. Star-Lord was confused. How could there be any plan to give away the artifact? Thanos said seriously, then can we leave now? The Ancient One thought for a while. Let the army retreat. We will wait for the Demon King to come back and test it before leaving. That's fine. Ronan ordered a retreat and the army began to retreat. This is the first war of the Anti-Demon Alliance and the results are numerous. What the hell? It seemed that the army was pressing forward and it once approached Nova's inner defense zone. But after the opponent's formation shrank, their defensive strength skyrocketed. After spending most of the day, everyone looked at half of the light elements displayed on the brain and fell into deep thought. It cannot be said that there is no achievement. It can only be said that there is no achievement. The only result was to infect the Dark Empire core with half the light element. Generally speaking, like a single dog without a partner, eggs are useless. Only Commander Dill, who was above, expressed his intention to fight to the death. We would not retreat until the enemy retreated, and the fight would last until the last moment. Then the Anti-Demon Alliance forces retreated, leaving an army of several million sovereigns facing a fleet of 900 million battleships and 9 super beings. Commander Dill said that we must advance and retreat together with the comrades of the Anti-Devil Alliance army, and we must follow military orders and set an example. It's not that we won't retreat, but that we want to give everyone a break. Facts have proved that the quality of Sovereign's volunteer army is extremely high, with several million and 900 million fighting, but they are fighting with great success and have not fallen behind in a short period of time. Loki stopped the newly resurrected Hyperion. Hyperion was in a state of rage. What AB*******D Thanos, he chopped my butt with a knife. A scholar can be killed and cannot be humiliated. I will fight him to the death. Thanos chopped off his butt and butt several hundred times, starting from his butt and chopped him to death. The effect is extremely brutal. Loki coughed twice and stopped him. Hey, stop it. Have you forgotten our mission? Hyperion raised his eyebrows. Mission. What mission? The space gem was snatched away by Thanos. Why are you stopping me? Go and stop Thanos. Have you forgotten what the boss said in Sovereign's capital planet? Hyperion recalled. Well, the boss said in Sovereign that he wanted to give the space gem to the Ancient One. Wait a minute, Loki, you be *****D. After thinking about it, he came back to his senses. I was deceived. Loki wants to take the blame. Loki hurriedly defended. Look, if you successfully completed the boss's task, the boss will definitely be impressed by you. Hyperion always felt that something was wrong, but he felt that Loki was right. He frowned and nodded. You make sense. Loki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was a fool and easy to coax, so he quickly ignored the fact that he got beaten because of me. Razor flew over. They left the Sovereign army behind, but the Dark Star didn't leave. What do you mean? Loki shrugged. With the time and space gems, it's expanded. Our army doesn't have to fight so fiercely. The soul world is overloaded and consumes a lot of energy. In a war, it is impossible to resurrect the ability of a dark creature based on its original ability. High-frequency resurrection requires the support of generals and the support of the soul world. A dark portal opens. Tony and Mephisto walked out of it. Tony patted the energy flames on his body. Damn, the problem of super long-distance transmission is really big. If it weren't for my strong body, my life would have been saved. Mephisto vomited blood and his eyes flashed. Sir, you insist on trying it. Poof. There is no Hyperion Emperor aircraft carrier and there is no bionic beauty robot. Tony insists on using super long-distance teleportation to get on his way. Mephisto has half his life depended on it. He remembered an important experience this time. Next time he travels, he must prepare beautiful women for the devil. Otherwise, you will easily become a tool for super long-distance teleportation. Tony clicked his tongue. Loki, has the Ancient One gotten the space stone? Loki smiled broadly. I got it. Tony saw Hyperion frowning and thinking and was surprised. Lao Hai, what are you thinking about? Hyperion was puzzled. Brother, after I came back, Loki gave me the space stone to taunt Thanos, and then I was blown up and the space stone fell into the hands of the Ancient One. I think this is well done, right? Tony glared at Loki, then turned around and smiled. Forget it, very good, but I always feel like something is wrong, but I don't know what to say. Tony patted Hyperion on the shoulder sympathetically. Don't think about it, you are in a bad mood. Just look at it, life is so beautiful. Commander Dill was stunned. Ancient One looked at Commander Dill in surprise. You said you have experimental multi-dimensional energy weapons over there. But after Nolan's calculations, he discovered that the fission reaction caused by tearing apart the Demon King would cause a devastating blow to half the galaxy. The height is a bit inappropriate. Commander Dill nodded solemnly. Yes, this is the result of one of the Empire's secret weapons research programs. Commander Dill's expression changed. What do you mean? Or we can only rely on ourselves to gather the heroes and let the heroes use their power to have any hope. Explain. A large army had to be drawn out to accompany the Demon King before it could be launched successfully. Nolan explained seriously. Our weapons can tear apart energy structures and carry out energy bombardment, thus causing fatal injuries. However, because the density and hardness of the Demon King's body is too high, the effect will be counterproductive. Razo asked curiously, Your Majesty, why did you give the space gem to Ancient One? Adjutant Nolan raised his hand weakly. Commander, I have some data to report. Of course, the level of power is less certain. Loki whistled and looked at the sky. I'll do it next time, I'll do it next time. Simply say. Hyperion thought about it for a while, and if he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. The generals understood. Nolan was about to cry but had no tears. If we tear apart the Demon King's defense, we will die first. This is because I don't want to work hard on research, so I let Ancient One do the research and then take advantage of it. The attack range of experimental weapons is 800 million kilometers, which is usually no problem. Ancient One's face was expressionless. I finally understand why it is an experimental weapon. Adjutant Nolan swallowed. This data came from Capital Star and was signed by the Queen herself. The strong one can't beat it, the weak one can't use it. Nolan said weakly. Ordinary super beings have one super energy source, but the devil has multiple super energy sources and has undergone multiple levels of qualitative changes. The density, hardness, and energy levels of the body cannot be viewed simply. We are not recommended to use experimental weapons. Tony thought about it and kicked Loki. Don't bully honest people all day long. Should honest people be pointed at guns? Tony smiled. With the Space Stone, Ancient One can assemble heroes more effectively and then complete the goal of power of all living beings. This compound energy attack method helps me further understand the origin. The one who fires the cannon will die first, and then the devil will die. Thanos was curious. Is it very powerful? A useless weapon. Commander Dill explained seriously. It's no problem to kill a super life form with one shot, but we need you to help us create opportunities. Speak English. This is well beyond the shooting range of 800 million kilometers. The attack range is 8 meters, and the explosion range is 80 meters. Ancient One interjected and explained. The principle of the power of all beings that I want to combine is the same as the principle of this multi-dimensional energy weapon. Ancient One felt deeply speechless towards Commander Dill and waved his hand. Come, let's discuss how to deal with the Demon King. Star-Lord and others no longer had hope for Commander Dill's unreliable weapon and gathered around the Ancient One to discuss countermeasures. Whether or not you can hit the Demon King is one thing, whether it can be killed after being hit is another matter. There is no telling whether he will be resurrected after death. Tell me, what's the use of this thing? It's still not as good as the model of the power of all beings proposed by Ancient One. Commander Dill felt that he was being despised and had no choice but to shrink aside in frustration. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed and a handsome, mature man stood in front of Commander Dill. Commander Dill was stunned. Who are you? How can you use the teleportation function casually in the hall? Nolan hurriedly covered his commander's mouth, the smart detector on his wrist glowing red. He smiled naively at the mature and handsome man in front of him. He had his brain caught in a door when he was a child, don't mind. The mature and handsome man smiled faintly, put his hands in his pockets, and didn't pay attention. Instead, he looked at the Ancient One who was gathered in a circle and discussing how to deal with him and others. Commander Dill's face suddenly turned green when he saw the red light of the detector on Nolan's wrist. Master Ancient One, that Demon King you are talking about, what does he look like? Ancient One and others lowered their heads and gestured on the model. He said without raising his head, white skin, mature middle-aged handsome guy with beard. If he doesn't speak, he looks like a handsome guy with great temperament. Commander Dill looked at the handsome, white-skinned guy who was smiling in front of him and was about to burst into tears. That demon king you mentioned, is he strong? He is not the kind of person who is strong or not, he is the kind of person that you can't beat alone. If we gather the power of all living beings, just like your experimental weapon, we can still beat him. Nalan said weakly, yes, I also think that the Demon King is invincible in the universe, the only one in the universe, the strongest in the universe, and everyone in the universe surrenders. When the Ancient One was constructing the case spell, he didn't even look up. He frowned and nodded. In general, that's right. Everyone looked very seriously at the model of the Demon King on the ground and the structure of the power of all living beings. Commander Dill burst into tears. How do you think we should get along with the Demon King? If you can't beat me, call me Daddy. If you can't beat me, just run away. Commander Dill looked at the strong red light displayed on his armor system with tears in his eyes and shouted very sincerely, Dad. Adjutant Nalan knelt down immediately with tears in his eyes. Dad, the devil stands in front of you and looks at you with a smile. They were so moved that they didn't dare to move at all. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One raised his head strangely, and the next second he grabbed 2 gems and jumped up like a rabbit, shrinking to the edge of the hall with a look of horror on his face. Thanos reacted faster. Perception swept behind him and everything behind him was pitch black. He released purple mist directly behind him and he rolled forward. Captain Marvel instantly activated the binary mode and flew directly to the Ancient One. Her perception ability is not strong, but she believes in the Ancient One. Star-Lord reacted the slowest and turned his head curiously. What's wrong with you? He saw the smiling Demon King Tony. Star-Lord's eyes exploded red on the spot and he rushed towards him with all his strength. Tony. Tony punched him directly in the face, so fast and with such force that no one could see him clearly. Boom! Star-Lord was directly hit with a concussion, his head was hit by the power of darkness and fell into a coma. His whole body broke through the protective layer and flew out of the battleship. Ancient One quietly fixed the loopholes. Commander Dill and Nalan hugged each other, huddled in the corner and shivered. They really wanted to escape, but they couldn't. The Demon King was blocking the only exit. As for the space teleportation function, they dare not use it casually. If the devil interferes, the 2 of them will become sandwich biscuits. Tony summoned the Dark Throne, sat down, and looked at the Ancient One with a half-smile. After getting the space gem, you didn't run away. This is a bit surprising to me. Ancient One held 2 gems with a serious face. I know you are plotting against me, but I don't understand why you gave these 2 gems to me. Tony smiled gently. The power of all beings model is divided into 2 sets. One is positive and the other is negative. These 2 sets are mutually reinforcing. You can rest assured and build the power of all beings well, and then I can comfortably create it. Upgraded version of Ultimate Darkness. The ultimate darkness that spreads across a planet or even an area can no longer satisfy Tony's appetite. The model of the power of living beings studied by Ancient One is exactly what Tony wants. The power of all beings requires the separation of particle-level energy, half of which is what the Ancient One wants, and the other half is what Tony wants. Tony looked at him and smiled. Why, if you can't bear to part with it, you can give it back to me. Moreover, Ancient One is good at time and space-forbidden spells, where necessary, can awaken multi-dimensional wars in multi-parallel universes. Ancient One uses the power of calling all beings normally. If there is some interference, it might be possible to break the multi-universe barrier. Ancient One's expression was ugly. Get ready to retreat. There is still 1 person left before it can be used initially. He directly used the time and space gems to take everyone away. A dark blue light suddenly seeped out from the cracks in the space, and Ancient One's expression changed drastically. He sealed time and space. Everyone run. Tony smiled brightly. Ancient One, I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. You didn't run when I asked you to run. Now you want to run? It's too late. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly broke the battleship's protective layer and ran away. Tony smiled softly. Randomly select 1 lucky audience member and beat him to death. Let me see who is the lucky one. He stirred up the power of darkness around him and formed a storm. In an instant, the surrounding space was shrouded in a thunderstorm. The nearby Sovereign Fleet group was attacked by high energy. The shield exploded in red and then shattered in an instant, revealing the fragile main battleship. The battleship group was quickly shattered in the thunderstorm, and the Sovereigns screamed and were swallowed up by the thunder. Tony smiled and started to order people. Whoever the little rooster clicks will be chosen. Captain Marvel was trapped in the thunderstorm, vomiting blood, and was in a state of embarrassment, unable to break through the thunderstorm. Tony raised his hand and pointed it at Captain Marvel. Boom. With Captain Marvel as the center, the space began to be broken and compressed. Countless thunders turned into long snakes and poured into the center of the broken space. The twisted power of darkness shattered everything like a shadow. Captain Marvel screamed, parts of her body began to expand, parts began to collapse, and a violent tearing sensation filled every inch of her body. No, the next second the energy in Captain Marvel's body suddenly exploded. The whole person turned into a brilliant golden shock wave, blasting away the broken space, tearing apart the thunderstorm, and even the power of darkness was briefly driven away. Tony smiled faintly, and the dimension of the Shadow Empire descended, quickly swallowing up Captain Marvel's energy. An unparalleled sense of satisfaction rose in my heart. Tony closed his eyes in fascination, comfortable, pure energy, and there are signs of upgrading. More, the Ancient One in the starry sky took this opportunity to cast a teleportation spell, Go Quickly. A blue light swept across the starry sky and Star-Lord and others were taken away. Tony slowly opened his eyes and Captain Marvel's recent memories flashed across his eyes, more complete memories. The model of the power of all beings is available. Tony opened the model, glanced at it, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Ancient One is really a talent. A complex three-dimensional mobile formation. For each formation area, Ancient One has carefully designed the transformation mode and control mode corresponding to different people. The more people there are, the stronger the formation's lethality, penetration power, and the higher the real damage it can do regardless of defense. Because the more people there are, the more complex the energy attributes are, and the more difficult it is to defend. To be able to design such a magic circle, one has to marvel at Ancient One's erudition and extraordinary skills. Tony closed the model, opened the portal with satisfaction and disappeared. Not far away from him, Commander Dill and Nolan were shivering. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. There is an energy silent zone within 100 meters of Tony, but the two people did not suffer any harm. Commander Dill survived the disaster, sweating, he is gone. Nolan leaned weakly against his commander with tears streaming down his face. It's too scary. Being able to defeat a strong man at the Heavenly Father level is so terrifying. As soon as an idea arose, more than half of the millions of volunteers in our country were lost. Beep, beep, beep. Commander Dill answered the video call with some mercy. Hey, Her Royal Highness, you are still alive. Linda's head was full of questions. What do you mean by this? Have I died again? Well. In short, you are lucky to be alive. Linda didn't hesitate and said calmly, we have officially declared war on the Dark Empire and you have been appointed as the supreme commander of this war. Dill was stunned. No, Queen, this is not interesting. I will seriously consider your suggestion, but I insist on declaring war. The people of Deer were dumbfounded. Queen, I'm sure we can't defeat her. Unless the Empire's high-end weapons and super weapons are used, the rest are really useless in this war. Advanced weapons can also increase the cost of the opponent's resurrection, making dark creatures vulnerable, etc. Linda showed a charming smile. Dill, I believe you, you can do it. Commander Dill was full of resistance, his face twisted, and he waved his hand in haste to refuse. No, I can't. Tony returned to the Nova sector, but the Anti-Demon Alliance forces had retreated. Loki asked curiously, can I ask, what is the model of the power of all living beings? Why does it cause harm to you? Tony smiled and opened the model calmly. You will know after you see it for yourself. A theoretical model that is extremely complex yet clearly distributed. Loki glanced at it and was conquered by this model. His eyes lit up. Exquisite design. Wait a minute, what does the Maxwell demon in the center mean? Tony sat on the dark throne and the generals gathered around the model. He held his chin and looked indifferently. According to the law of entropy, the universe will perish as thermal energy continues to spread and dilute. But Maxwell's demon, this little guy, can monitor the movement of all basic molecules within a certain range and accurately control the movement of single molecules. Fast-moving molecules are assigned to the left, and slow-moving molecules are assigned to the right, thereby achieving the effect of entropy reduction and reversing the entropy gift. Loki's eyes widened. F***K, reversal of life and death or even rebirth of the universe. This Ancient One is so damn outrageous. The Supreme Mage is indeed the Supreme Mage. He can do such outrageous things. Tony nodded. Yes, it is by relying on Maxwell's demon that the power of all living beings can accurately reverse the energy attributes and reverse the power of life and death to restrain me. Of course, from a certain perspective, this thing is to reverse the energy of the universe and restrain all energy. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were dumbfounded. If you can't find a way to restrain the boss, why don't you just restrain everything? This level is a bit outrageous. In order to defeat the Demon King, Ancient One prepared a theoretical model that could reverse the life and death of the universe. Loki looked at the model and felt his scalp numb. Theoretically, if Tony still uses the energy of this universe, he cannot escape the restraint relationship of this model. Hyperion was dumbfounded and said, "Brother, what are you going to do? Then how can we restrain ourselves?" Tony blinked. "When did I say that I used the energy of this universe? Generals, what?" Tony directly put his feet on the table, pressed his nose, and said with an arrogant expression, "If he has the ability, the Ancient One can break through the balance of the parallel universe and adopt the multiverse Maxwell model. Otherwise, he will use his head to restrain me." Loki felt a little confused and couldn't keep up. "Wait a minute, Tony. What you are using is not the energy of this universe. This is impossible unless you break the universe. No, what you mean is that the origin of the Dark Empire is not this universe." A flash of light flashed before his eyes, and he realized the core of the problem. Ancient One came up with a model to reverse the life and death of the universe and restrain the energy of the universe. Of course, this precondition is this universe. But Tony's most fundamental origin is not from this universe. Loki's mouth opened wide in disbelief. "You didn't know about this from the beginning, right? Are you plotting against him?" Tony leaned on the throne and raised his lips slightly. "The four great beasts of the universe, each of which is related to the life and death of the origin of the universe. And only the supreme mage, the leader of the mage world, is qualified to know these and even go to them, summon the beast to appear." Loki's scalp was numb. "Then what are you plotting against him?" Tony smiled and said, "There are 10,000 ways to swallow the universe. I can swallow those heroes and strong men to capture the source of energy. I can also swallow the stars to obtain energy." A red light flashed in his eyes and he smiled brightly. "I can also devour Maxwell to gain the four major permissions. And to summon the four great beasts, only the Ancient One who is good at time and space-forbidden arts can do it." Loki was dumbfounded. All this is to wait for the four divine beasts to appear and then devour them. Only a major event can make the four divine beasts sleeping in the long river of time and space emerge. Ancient One's legs were weak, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He leaned against the wall and sat down slowly, breathing heavily. His eyebrows were burnt away by the thunderstorm, turning him into a veritable egg face. The rest of the people also looked very miserable, falling to the ground one by one and gasping for air. Ancient One held the time stone and performed a divination. His face darkened. "Captain Marvel is dead and was swallowed by the devil." Thanos' body was covered with scars and his face was ugly. After devouring the Nova Sector, the Demon King became stronger. Ancient One was worried. The death of Captain Marvel is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that the Demon King is likely to know the model of the power of all living beings. At that time, the Demon King was standing beside everyone, watching how they plotted against him. Thanos looked solemn. "What are you going to do?" Ancient One said seriously, "Summon King Hyperion, the chaotic tyrant. He will definitely fight with the Demon King." Thanos was stunned. "King Hyperion? Years ago, a powerful Hyperion king from other parallel universes traveled to the main universe and was sealed in the turbulence of time by me. Now it's time to release him." Ancient One held the time stone worriedly. In order to fight against the devil, he united with too many people who should not have joined forces and did too many things that he should not have done. The timeline has been disrupted, and a hidden time crisis is waiting to erupt. Ancient One calmed down and used the time and space gem to restore his state. "I will open a time and space portal later, Thanos, come in with me." Thanos raised his head and drank a bottle of magic water. The scars on his body began to fade quickly, and his condition recovered to half. "Okay." Ancient One took a deep breath, not wanting to face that terrifying guy, but he couldn't think of a better way now. As mentioned in the introduction, in every parallel universe there will be a Hyperion. Most Hyperion are cruel and extremely unhuman. Hyperion in this universe is nothing but a mentally ill person who likes to force others to exercise and live 1,000 years, and then cooperates with him to conquer the world. But in some parallel universes, there is a Hyperion who broke the shackles of fate and bravely challenged the strong men of the entire universe. After experiencing the fate of killing countless strong men and almost being beaten to death by countless strong men, he evolved into Hyperion, King Balong. It means the King of Hyperion. This Dragon King defeated other Hyperion, mastered several times the power of the same fate, and proclaimed himself the Hyperion King. The cruel Dragon King was not satisfied with the status quo, and worked hard to come to the universe where the Ancient One was. The Ancient One admired the cruel Dragon King's ambition very much and blocked him directly next to the novice planet where he landed, not giving him any chance to cause trouble. The cruel Dragon King, like other Hyperion, is not good at magic or things that use his brain. Therefore, he will not cover up the huge energy fluctuations caused by traveling through the universe. Of course, in order to complete the shuttle, he used his not very clever brain to consume more than 10 times the energy of the same level of technology. Just like that, the brutal Dragon King had just traveled through the universe and consumed a lot of energy, learned a lesson that will last a lifetime. The game started in hell, and when it came out it was the pinnacle boss and was beaten to the point of doubting life. There are no novice tutorials, no novice levels, and no novice benefits. The cruel Dragon King was brutally beaten by the top reality, the Supreme Ancient One, in his first battle in this universe. Then, he was crippled and sealed in the Time Turbulence prison. Ancient One opened the portal and walked in with Thanos. This is a land of nothingness where time flows turbulently. Occasionally, garbage that passes through the turbulent flow of time falls here, forming a huge amount of boundless space-time garbage star area. In the center of the void, a huge flat continent is rotating on its own. There are all kinds of time and space junk on the continent, and the wreckage of interstellar battleships occasionally floats in the air. There is no other life here. There are only countless space-time garbage and a down-and-out cruel King Hyperion who once unified most of the universe. He was once a king, until I met the Ancient One. Ancient One explored for a while, then looked east. Thanos looked over and saw a muscular man with bronze skin wearing underpants. Hey, working hard. Mom. Ancient One, 1 strike 80. F***CK Ancient One Mom, 80 hits. The language full of Huxia quintessence echoed powerfully around. Thanos couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What did you do back then?" With this posture, one could see that he was extremely offended by the Ancient One. Ancient One was silent for a while and said, "I caught him when he was at the peak of his career. The cruel Dragon King has made great contributions to the peace of the multiverse because he was caught. The #1 criminal boss who destroys the peace of the multiverse, caught by Ancient One and imprisoned." Thanos thought about it for a moment. At the peak of his career, the Ancient One captured and locked him in such a bad place for 1,000 or even thousands of years. Very strong, hypotension was cured. I already want to hack Ancient One to death. Ancient One didn't say much and took Thanos to fly towards the brutal Dragon King. The cruel Dragon King yelled angrily and struck. "When I get out, I will kill your whole family. This damn redneck Ancient One. The unification of the multiverse is the general trend. He is so arrogant that he keeps the universe in a state of chaos. Is this endless internal friction meaningful?" Taking advantage of the weak state he had just finished traveling through, he attacked him without any morals. The more the cruel Dragon King thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the more powerful he became. During the more than 1,000 years or even 2,000 years of being imprisoned, he used his brain to study physics. Used the most unpretentious electromagnetic multi-energy acceleration channel to create a channel in the turbulence of time to survive. It's laborious, but it's also the most unpretentious solution. Yes, I have worked hard for thousands of years. He today wanted success. He is going to successfully escape from prison. The cruel Dragon King watched the last component being installed with a proud smile on his face. "Son, isn't this solved? Even though it took thousands of years to solve it. It doesn't matter. The important thing is, I solved it." He turned around and was going to get some juice to celebrate. Then the cruel Dragon King saw the Ancient One with a look of pity on his face. There is also a purple sweet potato with a sympathetic face. The cruel Dragon King looked at the acceleration channel on the side with an expressionless face and raised his hand. "Get out." The Ancient One looked at the vast project that the brutal Dragon King had worked hard for thousands of years. This was a galaxy-level weapon that could penetrate the turbulence of time. Yes, the cruel Dragon King is finished. The moment before he is released from prison, he completed the jailbreak tool. Let us congratulate this lucky guy. Thousands of years of hard work in vain. The Ancient One looked at him with pity. "I am here to release you as long as you agree to my conditions." The cruel Dragon King's eyes turned red instantly, his hair stood on end, he scratched his head with both hands and roared, "Get out of here. I want to escape from prison, I don't want to be released, get out of here. No, I cannot accept, I can't work hard for thousands of years in vain, I want to jailbreak. This is not a matter of winning or losing, this is a matter of dignity. This is dignity." Ancient One's mouth twitched. "Sorry, I didn't expect you would spend thousands of years building a jailbreak tool. I'm sorry." Theoretically speaking, none of the Hyperion people like to use their brains too much. God knows he found a genius. After spending thousands of years studying physics on his own, he developed a huge galaxy-level weapon that could penetrate the turbulent flow of time. Facts have proved that the cruel Dragon King was extremely angry. It is possible to master mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The cruel Dragon King rushed forward and grabbed Ancient One by the collar, his eyes bursting red. Get out. Seal the turbulence of time. I want to escape from prison by myself. I don't want your release. I won't agree to any of your conditions. Get out of here. He's crazy. When he was sealed by the Ancient One, he was not crazy. But at this moment, he was completely crazy. Thousands of years of persistence have turned into a meaningless joke at this moment. Ancient One smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, how about I admit defeat to you and apologize to you? Please accept your release after serving your sentence." This may be the case throughout the ages. The first one to beg for the prisoner to be released after serving his sentence. The cruel Dragon King's face began to change, and then he couldn't help but burst into tears, crying bitterly, "No, I don't want it. I want to escape from prison by myself. Why am I so miserable? I can't accept it, I can't. It would be very tragic to be arrested at the peak of your career." At the peak of prison escape, he was released after serving his sentence. He cried extremely sadly and burst into tears. The cruel Dragon King feels that he has failed so much in these thousands of years. What a failure. Life is a dog day, RNM money back. The cruel Dragon King was heartbroken if released now. Then who can you tell me about the thousands of years of hard work you have to study? I am proficient in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and you told me that I would be released after serving my sentence. If only you had been 2,000 years earlier, I would not be so sad. Ancient One thought for a while and said seriously, "Well, how about you activate the weapon? Let's talk about it after you successfully escape from prison." Veins popped up on the forehead of the cruel Dragon King, muscles bulged, and he roared, "It must be started. This is a sense of ritual in life." Thanos was stunned for a moment. He is still a very particular person. The cruel Dragon King turned around, plugged in the energy source, and opened the program to start. Thanos touched his chin. This King Hyperion can create such a sophisticated galaxy-level weapon. I can't believe it. Aren't all Hyperion fools? Hearing this, the Ancient One was speechless for a while and explained, "Don't like to use your brain and wisdom, and you don't have a brain are two different things. Hyperion is an eternal god and has an orthodox inheritance. Strictly speaking, as long as if he is willing to work hard, it will not be a problem for him to become an all-round talent. The eternal gods are a race countless times more powerful than the Sovereign Empire. The Sovereign Empire can achieve all-round cultivation. It would be outrageous if the Eternal Protos, a race with all Protos members, could not do this. Moreover, the inheritance method of the Eternal God clan is very powerful. If you have the blood of the eternal gods, you can learn from the knowledge obtained from the gene fragments, or you can directly observe and learn from the perspective of shallow laws after becoming powerful." Thanos thought about it and nodded. That's right. There are no mentally retarded people in the Eternal Protos, only people who are unwilling to learn. But what's going on with Hyperion on the Demon King's side? He doesn't seem to be very smart. The Ancient One thought for a while and said seriously, "That one is a real fool, we can't generalize. Theoretically speaking, the low-end version of the Eternal Protos is also a top student who knows how Hyperion adds points in this universe. Use your heart to increase your strength and use your feet to increase your IQ. You can't say he's not strong, but you can say that he is mentally retarded at the same level. Forget it, if you put it within the average value of intelligent life forms in the universe, it would still be a R*****D. There are beings like the cruel Dragon King who break the upper limit of fate. You also have to allow for strong men like Hyperion who break the lower limit of fate. Thanos, although I think it's not good for you to belittle my people like this, I have nothing to say." The cruel Dragon King began to activate galaxy-level weapons, his eyes getting brighter and brighter. "Haha, I'm about to succeed." He is excited, he is excited. Thousands of years of waiting just for this moment of joy of success. "I don't want you to be released. I want to escape from prison in a dignified way." Thanos looked at the cruel Dragon King who was as happy as a 200-pound child and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. The cruel Dragon King is also a member of his clan, and he is still very tolerant towards his fellow clansmen. A flash of green light caught his eye. Thanos blinked and turned his head to look at Ancient One's hands behind his back. There are also time stones and space stones held in both hands. Ancient One is using the blessing of infinite gems to improve a time and space forbidden spell. This forbidden time and space technique that imprisoned the cruel Dragon King. Thanos' eyelids jumped at the sight. "I asked, can you be a human being? Seeing that someone is about to jailbreak, you have to strengthen the firewall. Is it a human? The Ancient One's actions were discovered. He laughed awkwardly and lowered his voice. What if he runs away? I once thought that Hyperion guy was an idiot. Good guy, he has a very mysterious time and space escape technique. On the spot run away. This is a Dragon King after all. How can he be the king of Hyperion without two brushes? Everyone thinks Hyperion is mentally retarded. But I didn't expect the mentally retarded person to be able to do space-time magic. He is of a higher rank than him. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. What if this brutal Dragon King has a backup plan? What if this brutal Dragon King directly penetrates the cosmic dimension and returns to his main universe? The way Thanos looked at him changed, as if he were looking at a piece of cosmic garbage. Ancient One was a little uncomfortable being looked at. Why do you look at me like a scumbag? Thanos snorted coldly, turned his head away and hugged his shoulders, not wanting to speak. You have the nerve to say that you tricked the cruel Dragon King until he died. Seeing that Thanos remained silent, Ancient One hurriedly strengthened the current forbidden technique by 10 levels. He thought for a while and realized that it was a bit unsafe, so he added 2 additional sets of time and space forbidden techniques to the current forbidden techniques. After all, I was young at the time and the technology was immature, leaving some loopholes. It's different now. He is already a mature Ancient One. He not only plugged the leaks but also put 200 layers of cement on them. After doing all this, Ancient One put away the time and space gem with a gentle smile on his face, pretending as if nothing had happened. The cruel Dragon King watched excitedly as the galaxy-level weapon was launched, and a dazzling blue light beam hit the space-time turbulence. It works. The space-time turbulence fluctuated on a large scale and began to undergo unstable changes. A rough space-time channel began to appear where the light beam hit. The cruel Dragon King shed tears of excitement. I finally succeeded. Ancient One smiled warmly and clapped. Beautiful, beautiful. Thanos was expressionless and applauded. Awesome, awesome. Damn it, Ancient One has blocked at least 100 layers of firewalls. You have succeeded. Punching through one layer is of no use. The next second, the space-time channel collapsed instantly, and the galaxy-level weapons were rapidly overloaded, with electric sparks and black smoke emitting from their bodies. The cruel Dragon King was stunned and numb. This is wrong. I have calculated for 1,000 years. I have observed data for 1,000 years. I have also written thousands of data analysis articles. Why is this wrong? It's obviously just a layer of space-time turbulence. It's obviously just one level. The cruel Dragon King couldn't believe it. Why did he fail? Is there something wrong with the inheritance? It's not right. The eternal God Clan inheritance is the authentic God Clan inheritance. Ancient One flew over gently and patted his shoulder. Don't be sad, just go through the main entrance. The cruel Dragon King cried bitterly. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe I am a pig. I want to finish studying the turbulence of time and space. I want to penetrate it. I want to become a wise Hyperion. Is this a fate that Hyperion cannot escape? Can't we Hyperion become wise men? Thanos was extremely sympathetic. It's too awful, it's so miserable. You are indeed a smart and practical person, but this guy you met is not a thing. You dug a hole and he put 10 walls behind it. The Ancient One comforted the brutal Dragon King and coaxed him to walk through the main entrance. The cruel Dragon King cried heartbrokenly, feeling that his life had suffered a devastating blow and he was unknowingly led to the portal. Just as Star-Lord regained his composure, he saw the Ancient One pulling out a scarred man with a heavy back and a strong waist, as strong as an ox. The man with the scarred face cried loudly as if his parents had died suddenly. Star-Lord was heartbroken when he heard this and curiously asked Thanos, "What's going on? Didn't you say you were picking up a Dragon King? How come you picked up an orphan whose parents died?" Thanos rolled his eyes. The cruel Dragon King, the king of Hyperion, you can also call him Hyperion King. Star-Lord looked at the cruel Dragon King who was crying like a dog with questions floating around his head. He, cruel, still cruel to the Dragon King. If you take a photo and post it online, you can use it as a trick to kill your parents. What kind of cruelty? Thanos opened his mouth and sighed. He was originally a king, but later he met the Ancient One. The cruel Dragon King was tricked into such a trap that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. Star-Lord blinked, not understanding the meaning. What happened to meeting the Ancient One? Is Ancient One pretty good? Thanos sighed as he thought of the days when he had been tricked. Ancient One is a real dog. The cruel Dragon King cried for a long time before he stopped crying. Ancient One moves with emotion and explains the current situation with reason. After hearing this, the cruel Dragon King said, "Isn't this a good thing? It is a good thing to complete the unification of the universe. You have lived for 2,000 or 3,000 years and you still don't understand this." Ancient One said speechlessly, Do you want to go in or not? The cruel Dragon King covered his mouth and coughed twice. I think we can find a suitable reason. You can't just say that someone is a villain and I will believe it, right? We have to look at the facts. He is not stupid. He knows that his weak self cannot defeat the current Ancient One. At that time, he read the data feedback after the weapon hit. It turns out that there is really only one layer of powerful time turbulence. But before launch, many new layers of fluctuating and stable time turbulence appeared. The turbulent flow of time with stable fluctuations. If this wasn't made by the Ancient One, he would have just swallowed the galaxy-level weapon that he made. Ancient One frowned. He is the Demon King and has caused a lot of killings. From the blue star to the starry sky, how many people died because of the Demon King? The cruel Dragon King smiled. What are you, Holy Mother be ***ch? You are so hypocritically kind. Kill 1 billion, so what if 10 billion are killed? If he can rule and suppress this civilization, how many wars can these ruled beings avoid? Let them continue stay divided. Tell me, how many wars will there be? Are you opposed to killing some people? How much water has entered the brain? If there is no unification, there are 10 civilizations. Sooner or later, these 10 civilizations will go to war with each other, causing more casualties. If they are unified, even if they die, the majority will die of old age. Rather than being involved in a war and dying in battle, Ancient One raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The cruel Dragon King had a serious expression and said seriously, I just want to ask you one thing. Why do you oppose his rule? After unification, internal friction is inevitable to reduce, which is conducive to the birth of a more powerful civilization. Even if the Demon King dies suddenly on the spot tomorrow, huge empires are of extremely important and profound significance to the history of civilization. Just say it, unification, right? Ancient One looked serious. Unification is right, but we must also ensure the diversity of civilizations and not be generalized. Absolute deviation will lead to destruction. The cruel Dragon King said no more but looked seriously into the Ancient One's eyes. Ancient One looked at him firmly. The cruel Dragon King smiled. I created an absolutely authoritative civilization and you come from a diverse civilization. We both firmly believe that our own path is absolutely correct. How can we talk about this? At this point in the conversation, it is no longer a matter of who is right or wrong. Scientific and technological civilization firmly believes that foreign objects such as arms are powerful and invincible. Cultivation civilization firmly believes that man can defeat the external objects in the sky and be invincible in the world. Only a civilization that is extremely determined that its path is absolutely correct will reach this glorious stage. Those who are not determined will have died long ago. Ancient One is also aware of this blind spot. The cruel Dragon King comes from a unique civilization and has brilliant achievements. To put it simply, the cruel Dragon King had the opportunity to be born because of his civilized heritage, so he firmly believed in the way of war. The Ancient One lives in a diverse civilization and was born here, and is even more convinced that diversity is the future of the entire civilization. For a while, the conversation reached a deadlock. No one can prove that the other is wrong. Joke. The war civilization gave birth to the brutal Dragon King who unified the universe. The Blue Star civilization gave birth to the Supreme Mage who spans the universe. Thanos, who was picking his nose at the side, wiped his nose on Star-Lord's clothes and couldn't help but laugh. I firmly believe that life and death in the universe are not in balance, and half of all life needs to be eliminated to balance life and death. How about let's have a fight? 3 people, 3 avenues. The most embarrassing thing is that the Supreme Strongman is born on every avenue. They all firmly believe that they are absolutely right. Of course, those who don't believe in themselves are dead. Ancient One said in a deep voice, Dragon King, light and darkness need to be balanced. I cannot let darkness spread wantonly as this will unbalance the universe. The cruel Dragon King joked, what if this is the darkness that can become a supergod civilization? Why a civilization with dark attributes is not called civilization? Be careful, I will sue you for discriminating against civilization attributes. Ancient One said seriously, if he succeeds, then he is right. If I succeed in blocking it, then he is wrong. The cruel Dragon King shrugged, well, he can be considered my enemy anyway. My goal is to unify the multi-universe. I can also cooperate with you. Of course, you are also my enemy. The Ancient One ignored Zyuju, the cruel Dragon King, but pondered a question solemnly. In history, there has never been a supergod civilization with dark attributes. Can Demon King Tony do this? Within known civilizations, there are also many civilizations that have become diversified and powerful. At this point in time, who is right and who is wrong? Tony looked at Loki, who was holding the dagger in front of him, and said speechlessly, "We should talk carefully if we have something to say. We can't do this." Loki's eyes were red. "Either you die today or I die. Oh, you see you can't penetrate my defense, why bother?" Loki stabbed his waist with a knife on the spot and roared, "I'm telling you, if you don't deal with it anymore, I'll die on the spot." Tony sat helplessly on the throne and looked at the documents on the table. Okay, I'll work, but if you can't escape, it's better to deal with it quickly." The shopkeeper shook his hands quickly and did nothing. Tony said with disdain, "I can't help but love I let them have the ability to resurrect, and yet I'm picky." Fair. This is a proposal sent from Hyperion territory. What happened to Hyperion?" Tony finished, then signed and started working on the third one. "Bloodlord manslaughter, I can understand what it means. Running away is shameful but also useful." He signed and opened the second document. "Defendant, Bloodlord, but this result is outrageous. A problem that could have been solved by 10 years in prison, the Blood Lord applied for suicide himself. Well, human beauties must have white skin, yellow skin, and black skin. As for the beauties of other races, we can't say that they all have black skin. They still need to bloom in all kinds of ways." "Good." Tony thought for a while and said seriously, "First, focus on the development of civilization. The improvement of civilization level is very beneficial to the entire empire. The simplest benefit is that we can obtain energy more efficiently and more efficiently. Second, focus on individuals. We should focus on the evolution of power, encourage cultivation, and reward those who are talented. Third, provide minimum living security to all citizens corresponding to the civilization level. Fourth, we cannot give up any of our subjects, and those who feel that their cultivation is wrong are allowed to enter the soul world again. The price of reincarnation is to wash away the memory and retain the origin of the soul, so that those who work hard will be rewarded." Loki looked at him as if he were a scumbag. "His Majesty, please establish a promotion system more than half a year after the founding of the country." The 8 generals did not dare to breathe silently. Defendant's lawyer, Hyperion. Tony was silent for a while and said with a toothache, "What, is there a video? I can understand the legal proposal on this, but I don't understand this case very well." The air fell silent for a moment. At the beginning of the second page, there is this sentence. Tony was stunned and opened the next page. "Nonsense, of course it's white." Result of the case. The Blood Lord admitted that he committed murder intentionally, begged not to interrogate him anymore, and just killed him with holy water. Tony covered his mouth in embarrassment. "I think this suggestion is very useful. The world is big, it's mine, it's yours, and it belongs to everyone after all. We have to respect beauties. Respect everyone's needs. Change the appearance of dark energy and bring light back to the world." Loki released the dagger, healed the wound, and introduced, "It's okay when there are few people. When there are more people, most people can't accept the dark environment and the black skin, so they apply to the 9 generals to modify the environment. High and low are dimension lords and their strength is there. It is within the logical scope for this situation to occur. Case history, Blood Lord committed manslaughter and will serve 10 years in prison." He said a lot of things, but they could be summed up in just 2 words. Hyperion became a lawyer. Is the social promotion system established? There was an awkward silence. As long as it is fair, most people will stand up on their own. Tony looked at the first document and his head was as big as an ox. "What does this mean? The environment is too dark. Do you want to transform it into a colorful world?" The generals were also stunned, and Hyperion, acting as a lawyer, hurriedly came forward. Loki sighed, "Do you prefer dark-skinned beauties or white-skinned beauties?" Loki pulled out the information, read it over, and said speechlessly, "The Blood Lord was suspected of killing the star leader of a certain planet. The judge asked him if he had an alibi." Tony nodded. "Continue." "Well, Hyperion brought out the evidence to show, but the Blood Lord tried his best to stop it, saying that he was the one who killed the person and he accepted the punishment. Unfortunately, the Blood Lord didn't stop him." "Generals? What?" Loki was silent for a while and said, "The Blood Lord is sucking blood in the bedroom, sucking the blood of a beautiful woman to replenish his blood." Tony asked, "What's the problem?" Loki facepalmed. Hyperion used time magic to rewind the scene. The Blood Lord held the beauties. Private position to suck blood, they still looked naked. Both of them were naked. There was silence in the hall. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. No one cares that Hyperion actually knows advanced magic like time magic. In everyone's mind, there is a high-definition video of the Blood Lord holding a beautiful woman and sucking blood. Well, in the court. Tony wanted to laugh, but he felt that it was too cruel to laugh at other people's misery, so he forced his mouth to suppress. Actually, let's put it this way, this Blood Lord, is innocent. Ha 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 ha. The interrogation is public and broadcast live. Bloodlord's private video can be seen by everyone. Loki suppressed the corner of his mouth and read the last part. The Bloodlord jumped into the holy pool of the Temple of Light and has been reincarnated. The Star Chief was cursed to death by another vampire, not the Bloodlord. The hall was suddenly filled with cheerful laughter. This is much more cruel than providing browser history as proof. This is directly playing a video of browsing dangerous websites on the spot. Hyperion looked proud. Hey brothers, I maintained an honest interrogation. Tony laughed until he hiccuped. Very good, you did a good job. Seeing the atmosphere, Loki smiled and took out a document and handed it to Tony. This is the construction model of the power of all beings. I propose to transform the area of the 9 generals, improve energy efficiency and ensure our energy source, convenient for subsequent upgrades. Tony picked up the document and glanced at it, raising his eyebrows. Not bad. Transforming the model according to the power of all beings provided by Loki can greatly improve the power of ultimate darkness. Mephisto came up to take a look and said in surprise, Loki, you still have 2 brushes. Loki took out a few more copies and handed them to the other generals, who picked them up and looked at them. Loki smiled and said, I came up with a targeted plan based on the different energy attributes of each general and the different situations of the star sector in charge. Hyperion looked at his plan and said in confusion, why is there only 1 sentence in my plan? Spider-Man looked at his thick stack of documents and was extremely envious. Hyberin, yours only has 1 sentence, mine is just a catalog. I have to investigate the documents based on these when I get back. Dr. Octopus was confused. How can it be only 1 sentence? Let me take a look. Hyperion handed over the document and Dr. Octopus opened it and looked at it with a strange look on his face. Tony was also very curious, so he stepped forward and said, this is no small matter, why? Well, I think Loki's arrangement is very reasonable. I saw only 1 sentence above. Mephisto looked at Hyperion's handsome back and suddenly said, do you think Hyperion is deliberately setting up a fool in front of us? Loki smiled and said, no one would pretend to be stupid just to avoid work. Hyperion laughed loudly. Okay, listen to Big Brother. The generals recalled it one after another and shook their heads. Loki pulled out a planet from the star map. Tony, let's start from this planet. Do you want to go take a look? Okay, I just happen to be free now. He smiled and smiled, then suddenly fell silent, frowning and thinking seriously. Tony smiled and said, okay, let's go see how to transform the planet. Prepare for the confrontation with the power of all living beings. Loki's proposal is very interesting. If successful, my origin can be used to fight against this is an opportunity for a comprehensive upgrade. Tony smiled. Okay, let's start implementing it as planned. He always felt as if he had forgotten some details. Also, expecting Hyperion to be able to solve such a huge project is originally just a dream. Hyperion chuckled. Just in time, I'll take a break for a while you guys are busy. Doing less work doesn't seem to be a big problem, as long as you stay alive and help the Demon King renew his ultimate CD. They are the jokers who are busy working. Well, in this case. Yes, why can't people pretend to be stupid to avoid some work? Strictly speaking, the devil doesn't care how much work they do, he just wants them to live. These transformation and upgrading plans are related to the energy source of everyone, as well as the perfection of the final model of the power of all living beings. Shrug, maybe he is the Hercules. Mephisto saw that Loki also realized the problem and shrugged. Let's start working. It's too late to call him back now. Hyperion chuckled and said, they all think I'm a fool. Isn't that a good thing? I only need to do things that interest me, and those clever things that I'm not interested in will not be arranged on my head. This is not a good thing. Tony pulled up Hyperion and said, then you go ahead and Hyperion and I go take a look. Mephisto vaguely felt something was wrong. He is a Protos with the inheritance of the eternal Protos, a Protos who can directly use and observe shallow laws. The 2 people quickly flew out and flew to the capital planet of Nova Sector. Loki looked at Mephisto like he was a fool. How is it possible? He hasn't always been a guy with weak muscles. Ah no, strong muscles. Actually. Just the conception of space dimension, conception of time dimension, and conception of double-layer dynamic model all have extremely demanding requirements on mental consumption. They thought I was the Joker. Don't do anything. The generals watched with envy as the Demon King and Hyperion left. It was the devil's pursuit of fun, coupled with their own desires, that led to the current situation of the Dark Empire. Tony smiled and patted Hyperion on the shoulder. Time and space magic or spells. The requirements for IQ are very high. Young man, you hide it so well. Loki had no choice but to give up this idea. Come on, brothers, we are going to transform the Dark Empire to make it easier to fight against the power of all living beings. The Demon King is not afraid and will not be beaten to death. We are not sure. We are Sirius, the main cosmic creature of the 8 classics. Yeah, why not? Tony landed on the Nova capital star and Hyperion followed him down. Tony himself is responsible for the energy transformation of Nova capital star. If he doesn't want to reform, then he has to wait until Loki comes to solve the problem. Tony glanced at the big city transformed by its residents. After being transformed into dark creatures, residents with weak energy levels still need to regulate their energy through sleep. However, thanks to his own strength and the increase in the environment of the entire Dark Empire, the residents of the Empire can also replace sleep through practice. Tony used his mental power to observe the big city, understood the current situation, and then flew to a small town not far from the big city. He landed on the edge of town. Nova's capital planet has not yet undergone transformation. The sky is pitch black and the vegetation on the ground is a little distorted. However, the residents of the Empire have not changed in shape because of their welfare. Tony walked on the road in the small town, putting his hands in his pockets and observing the surrounding environment. A child with yellow hair squatted in the grass by the roadside, jumping around wildly. Tony smiled and leaned forward. "Little brat, what are you doing?" The yellow-haired child raised his head with a look of displeasure on his face. "Big brat, I'm catching Xia Tian." Tony didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to change his title. "Sir, where is Xia Tian?" The yellow-headed child looked happy at first and then stood up in frustration. "I don't know, in previous years there would be summer in the grass. But since it got dark, my father wouldn't let me get close to the grass and I couldn't find summer in the grass." Tony squatted down with a smile. "Sir, I am a god, I can grant you a wish. What wish do you want to make?" The yellow-headed child frowned. "Mr. God, since it gets dark, I will never see Xia Tian again. Can you make the sky bright again?" Tony touched the yellow-headed child's head. "Haha, it's a trivial matter." He stood up and pointed at the sky and snapped his fingers. Pa tilde. A ray of light lit up from his body and quickly spread in all directions. Everything around has been restored to its previous appearance, and dark energy exists as hidden pure energy and no longer appears on the outside. The vegetation on the ground began to restore and become lush and green. "Jai jai tilde," a sound of insects chirped in the grass. The yellow-haired child jumped towards the grass in surprise and grabbed the chirping insects on the grass blades. "Summer, I caught a summer." The yellow-haired child held his hands in surprise and ran to Tony, raising his head proudly. "Mr. God, I give it to you this summer. Thank you very much." Tony was stunned and opened the yellow-haired child's hand. In the palm of his hand, a summer cicada was chirping obediently. The corner of Tony's mouth rose. "Thank you for the gift, okay, go home quickly and tell your dad that there will be summer every year in the future." "Okay." The yellow-headed child stuffed the cicada into his hand and happily went to tell his father that he asked Mr. Spirit to bring summer. Tony handed the cicada in his hand to Hyperion. "Keep it." Hyperion took it over his shoulder, picked a piece of grass from the ground, and played with the cicada in his hand. Tony looked at the direction the yellow-haired child was leaving, and a long river of time suddenly appeared in his eyes. In this long river of time, the yellow-haired child firmly believed that he had encountered the gods, and proudly told his father. Although his father did not believe it in his heart, he still showed his belief and held the child to celebrate the return of summer. Many years later, this yellow-haired child became an expert in theological research, overcame the problem of diversified combinations of laws, and filled the gap in the complex combination of laws. This long river of time is long and bright, and it is still spreading infinitely. And beside this long river, another black long river of time is dying. It is the growth story of a dark creature who has lost his innocence. He destroyed countless people's summer and swept through many interstellar empires with his dark army. Tony felt something in his heart, and the 2 rivers of time in front of him disappeared. "Lao Hai, do you think the Dark Empire must be dark?" Hyperion was teasing Xia Chan and said with a smile, "Brother, Hyperion is not necessarily a powerful type. He masters the extremely mysterious time and space forbidden art and knows some stories about time and space beings." Tony looked at the gradually brightening sky and raised the corner of his mouth. "The devil's origin is the law of devouring. Only by using this to accommodate multiple laws and build a multiple empire will there be more possibilities. Although it is powerful to take advantage of the sword, the subsequent corruption is unstoppable, and it is destined to perish. As for diversification, the development speed is slower but more solid, but there will be more possibilities and a more glorious future. In this way, the foundation of a multi-universe empire can also be laid. No universe has ever survived by a single law. Only when the bottom layer is richer can they bring richer returns to those at the top. Hyperon, come and take orders. Hyperion hurriedly stuffed Zia-chan into the space and bowed respectfully, I'm here. Go all out to advance the Empire's transformation plan and establish the 9 generals' characteristic territories to lay a solid foundation for the power of all living beings. Tony said calmly. Another layer of the future appeared in his eyes. As a result of the yellow-haired child's research, the Dark Empire has a complex law that is a combination of multiple laws. As the devil, he directly absorbed the origin of the complex law. To devour it, he had to do it himself. Diversified production, lie back and enjoy. As a devil, you must know how to enjoy. Hyperion, take the order. Tony looked at Hyperion and also saw Hyperion's future, the corners of his mouth raised. Interesting, it seems that the Empire has reached a new level. As the Demon King, he can now actually see countless future deductions for the people of the Empire with the blessing of the origin of the Empire, and he can see the most likely path. The cruel Dragon King refused at first. He actually didn't want to enter the Dark Empire. However, he was the one who boasted that seeing is believing. Ancient One stood in front of the portal and looked at the bustling, colorful environment on the street and was confused for a moment. The cruel Dragon King looked at him silently. The cruel Dragon King curled his lips. I believe you haven't put up 200 layers of barriers after the turbulence of time. What? Why not cover your own space-time line? Ancient One was stunned. That's not right. You have to believe me, he wasn't like this before. Fight with your life and die in the battle. This is called bravery. He knelt on the ground, hugged the Ancient One's thigh, and begged the Ancient One to take him to see it. Such a powerful Ancient One is a coward in front of the Demon King. Then, what's more, the cruel Dragon King can also see that after these residents have been transformed, their overall quality has been strengthened by several levels, and they have the potential for higher levels of evolution. When the people are happy, the Empire is happy. I don't know where the Demon King is, because in the realm of the Dark Empire, the Demon King has extremely high legal priority. If I try to deduce the Demon King's information, I will definitely be noticed. Ancient One went crazy. Why are you looking at me like Shabba? You have to believe me. You can't cover up your asterisk. The devil doesn't know how to cover up at all. He will only hold 54 king bombs and ask you if you want a landlord. Who exactly has the problem? He will take out the people who are causing the problems. Even though he knew he was dad across from him, he still didn't call him daddy. This was called a midnight snack of fried pork with belt. With your eyes, you can see that everyone is happily celebrating the major festival of the Demon King. Trust you? Joke. What is this called? This is called the strong man of time and space. Fearless. He would not choose to cover his own time and space line to solve the problem. Only by watching it yourself can you know what Dark Empire is like. The Ancient One was speechless and choked, and then used the time and space gem to lead the brutal Dragon King to the Nova capital star. Ancient One complained, "Let me tell you, there is a reason why I oppose him. It's not like you don't know the living environment in the dark dimension. It's dirty, messy, dark, and scary. So WTF. Even if he is the Dragon King, he cannot take his own life seriously." The cruel Dragon King looked at the environment in front of him and the dark, pure energy hidden under the vegetation, and rubbed his bald head. For a cruel person like me, I feel that the rule of the Demon King is quite suitable. Ancient One, is there something wrong with your mind? How come there are still people who think that improving strength and potential is a mistake? The more the cruel Dragon King looked at it, the more he felt that Ancient One was an idiot. If you are okay, I will find you a hospital to check in, and you can go and have a look at your brain. How dare he come over and watch alone? Still a smile from the heart. Of course, if you dare to push, the devil will also dare to solve you on the physical level. When the people are strong, the empire is strong. It can be deduced by overturning it, and it can even calculate the future of the devil. The Ancient One can't understand. Isn't it obvious that a guy like Tony is not the incarnation of extreme evil? How could the Dark Empire be transformed into this? Instead of cultivating darkness, he cultivated his conscience instead. If you carefully observe the energy attribute fluctuations in the environment, this is a planet that has just undergone transformation. Ancient One desperately defended himself. The cruel Dragon King curled his lips when he heard this and began to concentrate on collecting energy fluctuation readings unwillingly. He felt the energy fluctuations in the plants around him and was surprised. Huh, how strange. It's like the devil gave up the darkness. Why did he give up the darkness? A dark place can bring a more obvious energy supplement to the devil. Giving up this kind of manifestation of dark attributes cannot be said to be a loss. It can only be said that the energy supply will no longer be purely dark attributes. Why would a demon king give up his dark attributes? Weird and brainless. Ancient One was also puzzled. Yeah, he can't give up for the colorful world, right? The cruel Dragon King ignored him but looked at the passersby on the street, pointed at one of the beauties with long white legs exposed, and drooled. My dear, look, that girl is very beautiful. Ancient One looked over hurriedly. Where is it? Indeed, those long white legs are really beautiful. The cruel Dragon King said casually, do you think it was because he wanted to see beautiful women that he gave up showing darkness? If it were changed to covert, there would indeed be one more process, but it wouldn't be that much trouble. But this process, you can see a lot of beauties. The beauties in the dark world are famous for their coquettishness. Ah, they are famous for their charm. However, except for the succubus, the other species look very random. After all, the environment is so dark, so everyone doesn't have to look at each other and just hang out. Unlike the main universe, it is diverse and highly compatible. Ancient One sneered, how is this possible? I would rather believe that he has a bigger conspiracy. After he finished speaking, there was a sudden silence. Yes, how is this impossible? Tony is an old pervert. The cruel Dragon King was still smiling. Seeing his silence, his mind turned around and he felt deeply speechless. Am I really right? How come this friend I have never met has such a cheerful temperament? Ancient One felt that this possibility was not low, but he still brushed it aside. Record the energy fluctuations and see if we can collect more clues. The cruel Dragon King bought a bunch of melon seeds on the street and ate them. Don't bother, I've already collected them. Ancient One looked at him in surprise. Wait a minute, how did you accomplish such a troublesome thing? The cruel Dragon King took out a reader from his portable space and threw it to Ancient One. In terms of strength alone, I am stronger than you. Besides, I have been dealing with energy for the past few thousand years. I don't understand this kind of thing. Much better than that. If he hadn't just shuttled over at that time, the consumption would have been too great. Plus, the Ancient One sneaks up on him with the Infinity Stone in hand. There's no telling who will win and who will lose. Even if he was too weak to defeat the Ancient One, he could still run away. It's a pity that Ancient One didn't respect martial ethics, so he beat him to death and then sealed him. Ancient One looked at the reading device in his hand and the various readings on it, and couldn't close his mouth. I'm sorry, I thought that most Hyperion bodies have an average IQ. The cruel Dragon King laughed angrily. Other Hyperion are indeed mentally retarded, but you have trapped me in that place for thousands of years. I have been studying one thing for thousands of years. Is it outrageous that I am good at this? The Ancient One raised his head and looked at the surging muscles on the fierce man in front of him. The sun shone on his bald head, illuminating the twisted scars on the side of his face. His face looked particularly ferocious. There is absolutely no appearance or temperament that can be linked to IQ. A fierce man who was more than 2 meters tall, covered in muscles, with a sinewy face, big and thick, and a shaved head, ridiculed himself for not knowing wisdom. Ancient One shuddered strangely and silently accepted the reader. Okay, what are your plans next? There was some nostalgia in the eyes of the cruel Dragon King. The origin of the devil is to devour, right? Strictly speaking, the origin of the Demon King is not darkness but devouring. It's just that the dark attribute can be greatly increased and devoured, so the first impression outsiders have of the Demon King is that of the dark demon. Well, what's wrong? The cruel Dragon King spit out the melon seed rinds in his left hand, looked at the people coming and going on the street and sighed. Before I met you, I also had a greater dream. I want to create a multi-universe empire that can accommodate many civilizations. It's a pity. My intelligence and force didn't allow it, so I finally chose to create a dictatorship empire. Ancient One was silent for a while. What do you mean? Tony, how much of the origin has been swallowed up? Ancient One's eyes became complicated. More than 10, more than 20, or even more than 30, I don't know. How many can you accommodate? Ancient One, with the blessing of infinite gems, I can safely accommodate 5 or 6 origins. The cruel Dragon King threw the melon seed peels into the trash can and said with a smile, do you know why I failed? Why? The cruel Dragon King smiled and said, if you want to understand a person, you need to put on his shoes, walk the road he has walked, see the scenery he has seen, and think about the problem from his perspective. I can't tolerate it. There are so many origins and I can't truly understand those things, so I couldn't create a multi-universe empire. He pointed at the dark creatures walking on the street, as well as some creatures from other dimensions. But Tony did it. He swallowed many origins and has not gone crazy yet. He can truly understand these people and these things. There is a high probability that I will be able to do things that I have not been able to do before. Everything comes from the source. The origin can also be used to deduce all things, master the source, absorb information and energy all the time and evolve. Ancient One looked at the brutal Dragon King with complicated eyes. You want to persuade me to give up? The reason for his confrontation with Tony is that Tony's world can only accommodate dark creatures. But now, there is no longer only darkness in the Dark Empire, and some other creatures have begun to emerge. Ancient One also felt confused for a moment. As if the reason why he persisted for so long was a joke. The cruel Dragon King patted him on the shoulder and mocked. I try my best to kill others, but I don't want to give others a way to live. Ancient One, why do I feel that you are the devil? The devil you say deserves death, but you have been giving you a way to live. Giving others a way to survive and seeking more ways to survive for their own empire. The smile on the cruel Dragon King's face became more and more sarcastic. From the perspective of the Dark Empire, how do you think they view Tony? The first saint in history, the first wise man who broke the rules of the privileged class. The great man who firmly defends their lives. The cruel Dragon King was looking at a fool, his eyes full of ridicule. Don't you think your great love is very narrow? Your great love is poison to the Dark Empire. On the contrary, compared to you, Demon King Tony, he is simply a saint. He tolerates all living beings, and he is willing to give all living beings the same minimum living standard. He will not look down on any living being. The cruel Dragon King's tone rose and he made a summary. And you are full of all kinds of narrow ideas. Just because of the most external dark attribute, you will fight Tony to the death. Ancient One's eyes gradually became dull, and he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. If you can't beat Tony, forget it. Now the truth is no better than others. The cruel Dragon King established a portal and smiled sarcastically. Don't you like a country like this? Everyone can be resurrected. If you play hard, you can still keep your soul and restart. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can become stronger. There will always be a way. Ascending channel. All living beings are truly equal in terms of status. The only criterion for distance is hard work. Isn't this good? The cruel Dragon King walked into the portal, leaving the Ancient One standing there. Ancient One looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't recover for a long time. My devil, his saint. Ancient One was silent for a long time. He sighed and held the space-time gem. It seems that I have to take a risk this time. Let me see the truth of this infinite future. Ancient One did something that his past self would never do. He exiled himself into infinite time and space. The Ancient One is swimming on the infinite river of time and space. He opens his eyes and looks into the distant past. He looked at a man building steel armor in a dark cave. He looked at a man with countless versions of steel armor suspended behind him. He looked at a man who smiled and opened the infinity gauntlet, causing countless dead souls to return. He looked at a man who doted on a high school student and gave the child a set of spider armor. The Ancient One's eyes were completely occupied by green, and he murmured, You are not Iron Man, who are you? You, a revenant from another world. Inside Thanos' base, Thanos saw only the brutal Dragon King returning. Where is the Ancient One? The cruel Dragon King shrugged, thinking about life. Even if you can't beat the Demon King, you'll still be crushed in theory. Thanos was surprised. What's there to think about? Doesn't he support diverse civilizations? Thanos, yeah, what's wrong? The devil created a better and diverse civilization and his 3 views were shattered. Thanos was stunned, dumbfounded for a while, thought for a moment and said with a toothache, this really needs to be thought about. This can be regarded as the Demon King bringing the level to the same level and then using his rich experience to defeat the Ancient One. Who can withstand this? Whoa, the portal lights up and the Ancient One steps out. The cruel Dragon King crossed his shoulders and looked at him. Ancient One took a deep breath and said, I understand. Thanos and others looked at him quietly. Ancient One held the time and space gem and said seriously, the reason why I keep failing is because I ignored one thing, something that I think is extremely unlikely. Tell me. Ancient One looked at the cruel Dragon King. This is probably not Tony from the original time and space, but an unknown soul from another time and space, mastering the origin of devouring that has never appeared in this universe. Thanos was surprised when he heard this result, but it was also reasonable. Where is the evidence? Ancient One lamented, I have deduced Tony's multibody countless times. No matter which universe Tony is, he is Iron Man. Even Super Iron Man, he ascends the throne with wisdom and steel armor. This is not same, this one is too handicapped. I have never seen him use the steel armor once. He released the time and space lines of Iron Man's peers in countless parallel universes. The cruel Dragon King touched his chin. It makes sense. If it is an alien soul, there is indeed a phenomenon that it cannot integrate the original memory and ability. Thanos raised his hand timidly. In other words, what he swallowed was not myself in countless time and space, but Iron Man in countless time and space. Ancient One said seriously, yes. Thanos said seriously, then do you think he will notice your prying eyes? Ancient One shrugged, yes, so we have to be ready for war. Thanos covered his face, it's so exciting I want to live a little longer. The cruel Dragon King smiled and said, Ancient One, what do you want to understand? The Ancient One smiled brightly. I am an Oriental, a serious yellow-skinned Oriental in the Himalayas. The ones he targets are outsiders. The cruel Dragon King was dumbfounded. This is a very strong reason. Tony brought Pepper Potts and Black Widow to the Nova Capital Star, where they were fighting two beautiful women. He shivered comfortably, exhaled a long breath, and lay down. Pepper Potts and Black Widow lay on his chest. Little Pepper smiled happily. Bad guy, I've been away for so long this time. The Black Widow's face was flushed, she was wrapped around Tony's waist, spitting pandan, and her eyes were blurred. Tony hugged Pepper and kissed her and said with a smile, don't worry, just wait until the last battle is over. Little Pepper asked in surprise, the last battle? Yes, the Ancient One risked his life to explore my origin. It seems that he wants to make a last-ditch effort. Little Pepper didn't understand these professional terms. Is it dangerous? Didn't you block his exploration? Tony smiled, no, not only I don't have it, but I don't have it in the long river of time and space. Pepper looked at him worriedly. You are too proud, isn't it dangerous? A lot of your information will be known to him. Tony leaned on the bedside and smiled. So what if he knows, so what if he doesn't know, what can he change? The trend is unstoppable, the truth is that simple. The person standing on the long river of time and space is Tony, not the Ancient One. How can he be a coward? The person who is coward should be the Ancient One. How many more eyes can his Ancient One change to change the fact that I, the Demon King Tony, have the six-god suit? Little Pepper didn't know why. Okay, come back soon. Tony asked Pepper gently, put her down, and then got up and got out of bed. He walked out of the bedroom, opened the closet, put on a black suit, and made himself look handsome. Generals gather, the war is about to begin. Prelude to the final war. Destroy Ancient One's power of all creation model reward. One lucky draw opportunity, the right to summon 8 demons. Tony teleports directly to the capital. As soon as he walked out of the portal, he saw Loki with a bruised nose and face and was startled. I said, what's the matter with the circles under your eyes? Loki said depressedly, I have researched a mixed toxin and am going to use it to strengthen weapons. What does this have to do with your bruised nose and face? Hyperion's soul floated out and stared at Loki angrily. He asked me to test the toxicity and I agreed. Tony was confused. You agreed, but what does it have to do with his bruised nose and face? Hyperion was furious. I drank it and then I asked him when will the toxicity take effect. Loki shrugged. I don't know, if I had known I wouldn't have asked Lao Hai for a test. Tony raised the corner of his mouth and quickly suppressed it. Then, give him the antidote and it will be done. Hyperion became even more angry. This grandson said, I don't know when the poison will show up and I don't have the antidote. Look, is this something a human can do? Then I beat him up. As a result, the poison broke out and I died. Just a test, you don't know when the poison will take effect and you don't even have an antidote. What do you think I am? A universal testing machine? Loki coughed twice. This poison is quite successful. Tony couldn't laugh or cry and hurriedly revived Hyperion. Don't be angry, I'll beat him later. Let's go in and talk about the next thing. Hyperion was so angry that he kicked Loki on the waist and knocked him down. You be ****D, don't ask me to test medicine next time. Preparing poison to test if you don't get the antidote. What kind of Dogecoin operation? Loki was kicked against the wall and then slowly slid down the wall. Tony didn't know whether to laugh or cry and pulled Hyperion into the Parliament Hall. After a while, the general and his adjutants arrived at the Parliament Hall. The generals chatted for a while, then looked at Tony. Tony sat on the throne and said with a smile, the Ancient One just used the time and space gem to detect my true body. It is estimated that he is taking measures against my true body. While Loki used healing magic to heal his face, he was surprised. Tony, didn't you stop me? Tony shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter. Whether he investigates or not, it can't change the overall situation. Hyperion clapped his hands to attract attention and said seriously, it doesn't have much impact on brother, but it still has a big impact on us. I noticed the aura of a peer who is several times more powerful than me. Body. I suspect that Ancient One used the space-time gem to summon King Hyperion, an absolutely powerful man who unified the entire universe. Loki was shocked. The absolute strong man who unified a universe. Hyperion nodded solemnly. Yes, this is a piece of information I obtained when I was practicing the forbidden technique of time and space a long time ago. I didn't dare to explore too much. There are far more dangers in infinite time and space than I know. Loki's face turned bitter. So King Hyperion is the strongest person besides Tony? Hyperion shrugged. Yes, it's very possible. Mephisto felt very melancholy. We have finally progressed to the point where we can fight Thanos. Good guy, a Hyperion king appears. Can't we stand up for once? The recent renovation program was a success. The generals all felt that if they were to do it again, they would definitely be able to fight Thanos vigorously instead of being beaten all over the place. Good guy, a dragon king finally appeared. Hyperion felt the same way. Yes, when can I stand up? Others have won and lost, but he has never stood up in the true sense. Tony smiled. He finally figured out that these people were complaining to get him to take action. Stop, I'll take care of this Dragon King and the Ancient One. How about you deal with the others? I'm just too lazy to take action, but it's not that I won't take action. Do you need to act like this? All the generals smiled. My lord is great. When it comes to fighting, it depends on your lord. Yes, sir. 666. The eldest brother is stronger than the stronger. Tony smiled and shook his head. Okay, I called you here this time because I want to make some preparations. I want to gather all the demonic energy before the final war. Two things need to be done next. Everyone's expressions became serious. First, I need to destroy Star-Lord's creative heritage. However, as long as Star-Lord's biological father is alive, I can't really kill Star-Lord. I can only make him fall into a state of death. Yi is the creator god in the true sense, a serious ancient god. Although the creation system is not as good as the same level in terms of combat, in terms of shamelessness, it is definitely ranked first. Let's put it that way. God of War starts with a black cut, killing everyone. The god of creation started with resurrection armor plus overlord for fear that he would die. When the generals heard this, they looked at each other and then looked at Loki and Mephisto. Loki looked desperate. I'll knock it. What do you mean you want me and Lao Mo to push it hard? Can you just treat it as individuals? Tony smiled sheepishly, took out the energy source that had been stripped from Star-Lord and threw it at Loki. Look, there is a sample, but it's just not in the right place. The entire empire provides you with energy, and we believe you can do it. Loki is always awesome. Loki is the best. Loki, Atian $C/ox/o at C/o at $C/o at. When you use me, you know how to praise me, but when you don't use me, you become a sissy. Mephisto felt even more desperate. Sir, this is not a problem of energy, but I feel like I can't hold it. I can't handle such a large amount of calculations. Theoretically, with an energy source, it is indeed possible to calculate Egg's position. The theoretical precondition for the problem is absolute wisdom. He is just a weak and helpless ancient demon. Is this job just for humans? Tony stared intently. This job will be left to you, and then I will talk about the second thing. We need to destroy the current model of the Ancient One's power of all beings, and I will summon the 8 demons afterwards. The generals' faces became serious. Heaven, earth, water, fire, moon, mountains, wind, thunder demons. Authentic ancient elemental demon. Tony smiled. With the addition of the 8 demons, our ultimate darkness will successfully enter the next level, and the threat of multi-universe will not be a problem. At this moment, his true purpose was revealed. Let Ancient One open the multi-universe. Take this opportunity to summon the 8 demons and start a real multi-universe war. Loki thought for a while. Indeed, if the Ancient One does not give up, he will definitely use the time and space gem to open the multi-universe and spread the war to the multi-universe. The Ancient One is the supreme mage and the gatekeeper of the multi-universe dimensional passage. Generally speaking, no one dares to think about this matter. After all, the Ancient One just couldn't defeat the Demon King, but it wasn't that he couldn't defeat them. Tony smiled and said, deal with Egg first, then I will replenish the magic energy, and then I will beat the Ancient One. Hyperion was in a surging mood. Brother, is this the last war? After this war will the multi-universe begin? Yes, even if Ancient One doesn't enable multi-universe. If we enable multi-universe, it's just a matter of spending more time researching. Except for Hyperion, everyone here is not a fool. If we think of ways to study together, this level can also be opened. If it cannot be opened with wisdom, he got an infinity stone glove and asked Tony the Devil to snap his fingers and open the door. The head is hard, the hands are hard, the waist is hard, it's just that hard. Loki complained endlessly and reluctantly sat down in the middle of the hall holding the energy source and started calculating. This kind of work is very tedious. It's like locating the location with a random photo. It seems impossible, but in fact it is completely possible through various deductions and calculations. For example, the lighting angle, the amount of information displayed in the photo, and even the vegetation status of the plants and trees can be used to cross-calculate the shooting location. The energy source locates the user for a similar reason. Through the calculation of multiple information features and cross-corroboration comparison, the user's location can finally be locked. Of course, the latter is very computationally intensive. Mephisto approached with a grimace, and he also pulled Skeleton Billy over to calculate the deduction. Tony threw the Infinity Stones to Loki very generously. "You have been strengthened, hurry up." Loki holds the Infinity Stones, his body feels endless power, but his spirit is very desperate. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man came to help, and Loki looked much better. Tony is very tool-minded, mobilizing the entire Empire's energy for distribution and adjustment, and helping Loki assist with calculations. Everyone performed their duties and soon got 3 sets of data. Loki took out the star map and made a gesture. The most likely possibility is that Egg is flying along this channel. Why is he flying away from here? This EG quickly moved away from the known galaxy area as if he had seen a ghost. Tony glanced at it. "Open a portal and I'll block it." Everyone looked at Mephisto. Mephisto's face suddenly turned green. "Damn it, sir, this door is not open." The last time Sovereign's door opened, his whole demon was weak for a long time, feeling like half of his life was hanging on the portal. This egg is running very fast, and the distance is even more far away. If he really wants to drive, it will definitely kill him. Tony patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "It's okay, let's go. We believe in you and we will support you together. The energy issue is easy to solve." Mephisto's whole body was numb. "Sir, this is not a problem of energy. The person who opens the door has to adjust the time and space pressure difference. I can't handle it." It's not that he doesn't want to open the portal, it's that he doesn't want to risk his life by opening the portal. "Boss, you can do it even with half your life. You can't open it if you have 1 life." Tony's smile began to become dangerous. "Keep it open for 3 seconds and I will find a way to get back on my own. If I ask you to be decent, you will be decent. Don't ask me to help you be decent." Hyperion on the side began to gear up, snorting and looking at Mephisto unhappily. "You tricked me into shouting at me last time. I wanted to hit you for a long time. This time I finally found the chance." Mephisto cried bitterly, and with trembling hands began to build a super long-distance portal. "The energy is full, remember to save my soul. I am afraid that the soul energy will be exhausted." Hyperion lowered his fist regretfully. The stable construction of the portal was successful. Mephisto's body began to collapse, the demon blood boiled and burned in his body, the skin cracked, demon flames spurted out from the cracks in the skin, and the facial features spurted out flames. He screamed and wailed, "Boss, leave quickly, I can't hold on anymore." When Tony saw it, he gasped. This was really a life-threatening situation. He passed through the portal at the speed of light and disappeared. Mephisto gritted his teeth, facing the portal with both hands, and his fingertips began to break inch by inch. "Record the coordinates. Help me hold on for a while, so as not to cause a time and space storm to trap the adults." The generals hurriedly stepped forward to hold Mephisto down, transmitting a steady stream of dark power to him, slowing down the tendency of Mephisto's body to break apart. Mephisto felt like his soul was burning and his body smelled of being roasted. "Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore." Loki hurriedly recorded a large amount of time and space information and coordinates. Let go quickly, Old Mo's brain is starting to smoke." Mephisto screamed in pain, stopped the technique, and his arms collapsed in an instant. He spit out blood and staggered to his knees. The generals hurried forward to support him, and Loki hurriedly took out a bottle of holy water and poured it on Mephisto's head. Puff, boom. The holy water fell on the demon's body, causing a violent energy reaction. Mephisto couldn't take a breath, rolled his eyes, and died on the spot. Everyone looked at the demon corpse on the ground in silence. Loki was stunned for 3 seconds without reacting. The generals looked at him silently. The corner of Loki's mouth twitched. "I'm sorry, I forgot that he is a demon. Most of the creatures in the main universe need holy water for treatment." Mephisto's soul floated out of the corpse and looked at his own corpse with a melancholy look on his face. What the hell is this pig teammate? He didn't die while building the portal, but died at the hands of his pig teammates. The boss resurrected him. It was called a painless resurrection. Resurrection from the soul realm, that sour feeling. So exciting, far, far away in the starry sky. Tony flew out of the portal in a hurry, and when he looked back, he saw that the portal was fluctuating unsteadily. He hurriedly recorded the time and space coordinates, and the portal collapsed. Tusk, that's scary. Every time a portal is built, an innocent old Mo loses his life. Cherish the portal, cherish Lao Mo. If he had left later, he would have been able to sit at the children's table and eat at Lao Mo's table. Tony took out the star map, calibrated the position, and then started exploring along the route calculated by Loki. Egg was drifting slowly, looking at the starry sky boredly. The mantis beauty stood beside him in a lively manner. "Master, how far do we have to go?" Egg was a little confused. "I don't know, but just stay away from the original location." He had been living in the universe for who knows how many years, but this was the first time he saw an enemy that directly penetrated his top defense. He didn't even hold on for a second before his defense exploded. He doesn't know whether what Ancient One said is true or false. In short, just stay away from danger. Egg suddenly felt a sense of peeping and his expression changed. "Someone is using my energy to lock me? No, it's not mine, it's my son's." I knock. "Is there really a big devil?" Egg suddenly worked hard and hurriedly made the planet speed up and stay away from here. He is not afraid of fights, but he is afraid of trouble. A jet-black longtail flew over from deep space and stopped in front of the planet Yigo. Egg's expression changed. What a strong energy fluctuation. The visitor released energy fluctuations wantonly, like a madman swaggering through the city. The most important thing is that this energy wave is purer and has a higher energy level than anyone he has come into contact with before. This is someone I can't beat. He also has dark attributes, so he is most likely the great demon king mentioned by the Ancient One. Egg didn't want to cause trouble and hurriedly turned around and left. "Are you Egg, Star-Lord's father?" Egg's heart skipped a beat and he looked towards the door of the hall where a smiling young man was looking at him. "No, I am not. Can this be admitted? This is not acceptable." Tony hugged his shoulders and looked at him with a smile. "Ego, you are an ancient god after all. Do you need to be so cowardly? There are many living planets in the universe, but there is only one living planet with surging creative power and divine responsibilities." Egg's spiritual sense exploded, and countless death scenes emerged in his mind. He smiled bitterly. "It seems that I won't be able to escape today." At his level, the amount of information absorbed is huge, and the spiritual perception of the future is infinitely close to 100%. Egg sat on the steps and created a bottle of Coke in his hand. "Are you the devil?" Tony walked up to him and called out Mazza to sit down. "Well, I am." Egg took a sip of Coke and memories flashed in his eyes. "I have lived for too long and I have grand ideals. At this moment of death, what I remember most is the life on the Blue Star. That woman, the woman I gave up for my ideal." Tony raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Oh, those sweet dimples are so sweet." Tony nodded. "Yeah, that was the most meaningful memory in my life." Egg's eyes were full of memories, as if he could still see the dimples in his sweet smile. The Coke in his mouth was jumping happily, and he could vaguely taste the warm red lips. Egg took a long breath. "Why did you kill me?" "I lack the source of creation, and your son also wants to kill me." Tony smiled lightly. Egg smiled. "I will create the origin for you, and you can let go of my son who I have never met, okay?" Tony smiled. "You seem to be a person who will do anything for your ideals, but you would actually sacrifice yourself for your son." Egg smiled and shook his head. "No, you don't understand. The moment I heard that he inherited my magical power, you don't know how happy I was. Even if he has never met, he is the only son I have left. He is my only son. If he is alive, there is still hope in the universe, a hope for the rise of the creative God system." He deduced this matter after Ancient One, and it was indeed his biological son. At that moment, thousands of years of struggle had hope. A hope of seeing an ideal come true. Thousands of years of hard persistence and torture turned into sweetness at that moment. Tony nodded. "I understand, it's still for the ideal. Unable to realize your ideal, you put your expectations on your son. It's really something that most parents can do. I will give you the complete origin of creation and let him live. He will inherit my other priesthood and retain a hope for the creation of the gods." Can. Egg smiled again and pointed to the beautiful mantis on the side. "Her name is Mantis. How about giving her away to survive?" Tony threw out a secondary dark mark. "She will have a place among the first-class powerhouses in the universe. Even if she changes to other departments in the future, this original mark will continue to provide energy." Mantis trembled and fell to the ground, looking at Egg with complicated eyes. "Master, are you going to die?" Egg sighed and said, "Dead. It's really a travesty to die just before seeing the dawn of ideals. Hey, it's a pity that I can no longer shelter you and give you more protection. Mantis, you are free." Egg's body began to burn and the entire planet began to burn. Countless golden rays of light were separated from the material and flew towards the core of the planet rapidly. Mantis stood in a sea of fire and suddenly burst into tears. She was an orphan who was trafficked to the Kree Empire. It was Ego who saved her, protected her, and imprisoned her. Egg took her on an adventure, telling her how many wonderful stories there were in the universe, and telling her not to leave protection before she had strong ability. The universe was very dangerous. Egg needed her and she needed Egg. Egg talks about his ideal every day and hopes to realize that magnificent ideal. Mantis just stayed with him silently, using his ability to help Ego relieve the painful emotion of not being able to achieve his ideals. This man who only had ideals in his eyes died suddenly. Only then did Mantis realize that the sky above his head had collapsed. The whole world collapsed. I am used to the existence of this stern Ego and the feeling of him restraining me. Now, those constraints that imprisoned him turned into the most desperate grief at this moment. From now on, there will no longer be a stern Egg to restrain her, take her on adventures, and tell her the wonderful past events of millions of years in the universe. The mantis was half crawling on the ground, crying desperately, stretching out his hands to catch the golden flames in the air. Tony punched the dark mark into the mantis body, grabbed the golden source with his hand, and said with a guilty look on his face, "I'm sorry." Mantis grabbed the golden flame and hugged it to his chest. His eyes were red from crying, and he was humming a sleep tune that Egg loved to hear. Tony sighed and used the power of creation to stabilize the disintegrated planet. "That's all I can do." He opened the portal and disappeared into it. The mantis hugged the air, looked at the steps with empty eyes, and hummed softly, "It's time to go to sleep, Egg. When you wake up, you will realize your ideal." She lost Egg forever. On the eve of Egg seeing the dawn of his ideal, the ancient god who longed for the unification of the universe, she lost her sky and home forever, her beloved Egg. Mantis looked at everything in front of him as before, and his heart ached in pain. Everything familiar reminded her that Egg was no longer here. Mantis lay down and hugged the ground with both hands, as if still hugging the man who was the incarnation of the planet, with tears flowing. "Ego, good night." Star-Lord's heart suddenly hurt. It hurt so inexplicably that he couldn't breathe. He breathed heavily and breathed heavily, but he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't take in every breath to relieve the pain. Tears flowed down inexplicably and burst into tears for no apparent reason. Star-Lord pressed his chest hard, feeling inexplicable pain. Star-Lord, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Star-Lord turned his head and looked at Ancient One. I don't know, suddenly, it hurts so much." In the hall, everyone who was originally talking about the Demon King looked at Star-Lord and remained silent. Star-Lord's tone was so blank, but his face looked like he was crying as if his parents had died, with his eyes red and tears streaming down his face. Ancient One was also unsure and hesitated. "Is everything okay?" Star-Lord suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Pfft. Golden blood splashed all over the ground, and the creative power in his body quickly disintegrated. Another kind of power was awakening, a more powerful and mysterious power, the power of time and space. Star-Lord became more powerful, but he felt as if he had lost something forever, and his heart was empty and painful. "It hurts so much that I want to cry, but even if I cry, it still hurts indescribably. Pain that cannot be relieved by crying. I don't know why it suddenly hurts. Why did my divine power become the time and space system? Why?" Star-Lord vaguely felt something and suddenly grabbed the Ancient One like crazy. "Where is my father? Where is my father? Is my father still alive?" The inherited information emerged in his mind. A great gift prepared for his father whom he has never met. When he inherited this divine power, his biological father Yiji died. Ancient One's face was ugly, and he held the time and space gem and made some deductions. "I'm sorry your father died and it was related to the Demon King. I only saw so much." Star-Lord let go of Ancient One, tears streaming down his face, feeling sad and miserable. "No, I won't fight." Ancient One was anxious. "Both of your fathers died because of the Demon King. How can you give up?" Star-Lord turned around and opened the portal. "Both of my fathers want me to live. My biological father hopes that I can inherit his ideals and continue to walk. Just live. Yondu kept him alive. Egg lets him live and pursue his ideals. Is revenge important? Important, but not that important anymore." Star-Lord looked at the starry sky with tears streaming down his face. Ancient One looked at the dissipated portal and didn't know what to say. The cruel Dragon King shrugged. "Do you still want to fight?" Ancient One looked determined. "Fight. Without Star-Lord, I will fight him in Holy Spirit mode." In Holy Spirit mode, you are the complete Ancient One, the supreme mage with absolute strength. While he still has a body, he is restrained. Tony drew a lottery, absorbed the demonic energy from the sky, and his strength increased dramatically. The past and future appeared in his eyes, and he saw where the Ancient One and others were. Generals, prepare to fight. Tony tore apart time and space directly and teleported over Thanos' base. Behind Tony, generals walked out of the dark portal one by one. Tony looked down at the Ancient One and others and smiled. Ancient One, this is the final battle, the last battle between us. The Ancient One flew up with the time stone in his hand, and Thanos and others also flew up, standing in the sky to confront Tony. Ancient One looked serious. I will fight you with my true strength. This time there is no option to escape. The power of all living beings gathered together. Thanos, Ronan the rescued destroyer, Commander Dill, and the intergalactic support of the Blue Star Wizards. Thanos shouted, "Turn on the energy wave." The Obsidian Five roared, transmitting all their energy to Thanos and at the same time transmitting the energy of the army to the Ancient One. Ronan held the Warhammer in his hand and his eyes were firm. Kree Empire, the time has come for the final battle. The Supreme Wisdom turned into invisible power, carrying the power of the entire Kree Empire to bless Ronan. Commander Dill looked resolute and faced death. Sovereigners charge. Countless rays of light lit up in the starry sky, and the rays of light rushed towards Commander Dill's battleship. The planet under Ancient One's feet instantly collapsed, revealing the boundless starry sky. In the vast starry sky, rays of light travel from various time and space and converge on each leader. Ancient One's eyes lit up with green light. The power of all living beings, even if you are a soul from another world, you cannot resist it. Tony looked at everything with a smile and opened his arms. Ultimate darkness, swallow them up. Kakaka. A majestic black shadow rose from behind Tony, spiraled and flew deep into the starry sky, stretching out its huge figure. A bunch of huge red eyes stared at the Ancient One and others, releasing undisguised malice. Ancient One's mouth opened wide and couldn't close in disbelief. Dongfeng. Dongfeng Dragon. The 9 generals revealed their true bodies, their masks emerged, and they summoned endless black shadow core, quickly occupying the entire starry sky. See the Holy Lord. The vast army of soldiers shouted out his real name. Tony smiled wildly. Ancient One, come on, the final battle begins. He laughed and stood there. Ancient One forcibly accommodated multiple origins and the skin on his body began to crack, kill. In an instant, 2 huge legions began to collide in the starry sky. Countless surging energies emerged from the hands of the powerful men on both sides and blasted towards each other. The generals rushed towards Thanos, Ronan the Destroyer, and others, trying to break their energy links. Tony smiled and looked at Ancient One. What are you still holding back? Holding back until you see the light of day. The Ancient One is the most powerful supreme mage, and he is a real leader. Ancient One gritted his teeth and smashed his body into pieces with a slap. Tony, either you will die today or I will live. He gave up his body and entered the Holy Spirit mode, completely transforming his huge divine power. At this moment, he can already accommodate more than 18 origins. This is the true strength of Ancient One, the true face of accommodating the origins of multiple worlds without conflict. The Ancient One swallowed the time and space gem, roared and rushed towards Tony, bursting out with the powerful power of integrate from multiple worlds, and the surrounding time and space was distorted. Tony snorted softly, and the incarnation of the Holy Lord behind him rushed towards the Ancient One. Boom! The giant shadow that was so huge that it could encircle the planet collided with the Ancient One, bursting out a powerful shock wave, shattering everything around it into basic particles. Wherever the Holy Lord's dragon claws swung, the space exploded inch by inch and then slowly recovered. The Ancient One punched one after another, causing time and space to break and form a vortex, swallowing up all the energy around him. Tony stood there watching coldly, a long knife formed in his hand, looking at the Ancient One quietly, waiting for the moment when he showed his flaw. The Ancient One was beaten until he vomited blood and went crazy. Devil, you madman, you actually stuffed 20 origins into the incarnation. Tony taunted ruthlessly. I'm a devouring demon king, so what's wrong with swallowing more of my origin? My empire attacks more than 10 dimensions every day. Is there any problem? Ancient One roared crazily, mobilizing the power of law to collide. Tony saw the opportunity, raised his left hand, and smiled evilly. Hey, Ancient One, have you ever heard of finger snapping? He snapped his fingers, stuck at the slightest flaw in Ancient One. Boom. More than 20 origins exploded, turning into ruthless shock waves that swept away all surrounding laws in time and space. The 9 generals, Thanos and others were blown away before they had time to react. Ronan was even blown away and died on the spot. Congratulations on winning a lucky draw and the right to summon 8 demons. Tony laughed loudly and stretched out his hands. Heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, moon, mountain, 8 demons come out. When everything around is forcibly restored to its elemental state by its origin. Demons with huge bodies and carrying ancient pressure tore apart the crystal wall of time and space and emerged from the cracks. Ancient One's Holy Spirit body was full of cracks, and he looked at him in disbelief. Why can you summon the ancient elemental demon? This is an extremely pure ancient elemental demon, extremely powerful. Tony's lips twitched. Want to know? If I don't tell you, call me. The 8 demons entered the scene and caused crushing destruction. Endless darkness enveloped everything in the surrounding time and space. Endless shadow core flooded the starry sky, and countless dark creatures emerged from the darkness, roaring towards Thanos and others. The Ancient One is in despair, and the Holy Spirit body cannot draw energy from the surrounding dark space and time. He sadly used the power of time and space to restore his body. Demon King, I will definitely come back again. Ancient One grabbed his own body and used the simplest method of equal exchange since ancient times. Sacrifice. Tony was stunned. Sacrifice? Who are you sacrificing to? The Ancient One roared angrily and lamented. The law of the sky, if no one can respond to me, let me respond to me myself. A ray of light tore apart the darkness of time and space and enveloped the Ancient One. Tony smiled and looked at the broken dark time and space. A young figure stands on the left and a bald girl stands on the right. The young figure threw something along the river of time and space, and Tony reached out to catch it. The bald girl stretched out her hand, turned into light, grabbed the Ancient One and others, and captured the boundless time and space. The young figure smiled and walked indifferently deeper into the dark space. The battlefield quickly returned to calm, only to be enveloped in darkness. Tony looked at the gift in his hand and smiled. I still know how to play. 18 Infinity Stones set in a glove is really a nouveau rich. Loki came up and asked, why did you let him go? Tony threw him a list of gifts. Come, analyze the spacetime coordinates and start a multi-universe war. What responded to the Ancient One was the Ancient One's strongest spacetime body. Tony laughed, turned around and opened the portal in the bedroom. Interesting, the war will continue. Loki looked at the list in his hand and fell into confusion. Why is it always me who suffers the most? Not far away, Hyperion was being chased by the brutal Dragon King and flying all over the sky, his nose bruised and his face swollen, roaring. Mephisto stood quietly in the corner, deciding not to lick the dog this time, so as not to be dragged over to work as a coolie. The other generals excitedly attacked the Kree Empire with the 8 demons to conquer a larger star area. The war will continue, and the strongest Demon King is about to come to the multi-universe. Continue to be invincible and continue to be happy, but you can only rely on your own imagination. I love you.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.